And as I said, I'm Councillor Free. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here this morning. I'm pleased to say that in addition to our regular committee members, we have a lot of other interested ward councillors and others who've come to hear what people have to say today. We will open with our karakia. We remain seated for this. So I will say it, and you can join me if you wish. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hahu, tihei, Māori ora. Please let me or the Democracy Services Advisor know if you need to attend the meeting. And if you are a committee member, we are tight on numbers. So if you leave, we will be in court. So I just ask you to remember that. However, it is okay to get up and go to the end table as long as you're actually still in the room. Morning tea will be at 10:30 and lunch at 12:30 to 1 p.m. And staff have organised, it's tight, so staff have actually organised the light lunch for us. Thank you. We will be extremely tight. Submitters have only 5 minutes each. That has to include questions. I ask committee members and others to keep the questions really tight so we have the chance to get maximum information from our submitters who are giving up their time to come. I do have some apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Paul and Pauiwi Holden Hohaya. Pauiwi Liz Kelly is attending online as she can. We also have apologies for early departure from Councillor McNulty at lunchtime and for late arrival of the Mayor after lunch. I will move that we accept those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor. We will all now vote on that. And I declare that motion carried. Do we have any conflict of interest declarations for today? I don't see any, so that's we'll pass on that one. Confirmation of minutes. There are no minutes of this committee to confirm, as it's a new committee. There are no items not on the agenda, and there are no requests for public participation. So I'll now move to the paper, item 1.7, which is our hearings. And we will start. I'm assuming we have in the room. First up is, just before I begin, I did explain it's 5 minutes. Whether you're an organisation or an individual, it's 5 minutes. That does have to include the question time. The time will go up on the board up there, the display up there, so you can keep a track of what you've got left. I will have to insist it is 5 minutes because we're going to be very tight for time today. So welcome, Tom. Looking for.
Hey, can I, before we ask, sort of, who's everybody? Who are you guys? Who are you? The same or different or? Okay,
so around the table I have councillors. The councillors actually on the committee who are present are Councillor Abdurrahman, myself, Councillor Calvert and Councillor McNulty. Other councillors will be very interested in this process but are not actually on the Regs committee. Along here we have staff who assist us with the process.
Decision makers are here and the staff are here.
That's exactly right.
Right, shall I start?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So Tom Brady is my name. I just firstly give you a brief detail of why we're here and why I think it's important to make a verbal submission as well as written ones. With my partner Lisa Bowker, like that. With my partner, Lisa Bowker, we own and manage 26 individual properties in Aro Valley, Te Aro location. This involves 82 individuals as parties to 35 lease agreements. We pay the council $66,400 in residential rates, and we've completed one new dwelling in Aro Valley this year, and we have 4 interfere consent in Aro Valley as well. So we just want to talk about some numbers and facts. So there's a lot of information, a lot of reports issued, so I just want to talk some of the facts, of the practicalities of being in that environment. Out of the 82 individuals leasing from us, some are in groups, we have 1 bike store in 1 building, which provides a separate access for 8 cycles, all locked up. No one uses it. We have one bike there in that building in 5 years, and that looks after 36 people live in that building. So no one's using the bike store. As of today, I've been monitoring that for some time. In other buildings, we have one bike for nine apartments, and then we have other odd bikes in some individual houses. So our breakdown of transportation, so how our people that are involved with us, 82 of them, get around is one bike, 3 scooters or mopeds, 6 cars, over 26 properties and 82 people. So that gives you some idea of the use of transportation. So they mainly walk, catch a bus or Uber. That's what they do. It works well. We don't have demand for parking. We don't have a lack of tenants saying, I'm not going to live in your house because we can't park my car or I can't park my bike. So it works well in the situation that we have in those locations. We think the Aro Valley area actually works really well. It's a very quirky place, as you know, but people have to accommodate each other. So if you build a house in Aro Valley, it's really difficult. So you've got to think ahead about the size of the truck coming to drop the iron off, when it's delivered, the tradies where they park. So there's a lot more planning. And if you notice up at Aro Valley at the moment, there's 2 quite substantial construction jobs going. They're doing a good job managing that. So when you know it's difficult, so you plan accordingly. So I'm saying it's not a problem as it is now. People driving up and down that street, they can only go very slowly and they make adjustments. So everyone adjusts your speed. It's a courteous sort of an area. So it works as it currently is. So we don't see the need for significant change, in particular in Aro Street. Let's talk about what is proposed, which is, I think, is a good idea. So I think the 30-kilometre speed limit's excellent. You can't go any faster than that anyway. So I think that's a good decision. The Aro Park changes, I think, again, simple, cost-effective, good decision to make those changes. We're in favour of that. The parking in Holloway Road, I think that's a good decision as well. Quite how that's going to be managed will be another issue for the technical people to work through, but I think that's an excellent idea to do that. You've resealed 250 metres of new footpath up Raroa Road on the uphill side. That works really well. That's a good decision. The crossings in Aro Street work well now. There's no need to make them those humped because it's just annoying. Basically, it's just there's no need. The vision's good both ways, so you can see people want to use the crossing. The rules of the road work well. I don't see any need at all to change any of those crossings. I'm running out of time, better be quick. Okay, cycle lane. By putting the cycle lane up Aro Street, it's going to be very, very difficult for cars to go past. You're going to create a situation where it just doesn't work. It's going to be too tight. Not a lot of time, is it? Right, so my real facts are, some of the reports you've had, I think, are quite light. The disclaimers on them, please read those disclaimers because they cancel out a lot of the work. So you paid for not much in there, I'm saying. Have you talked to any bus drivers? Have you talked to any fire engine drivers? Have you talked to the guy from Noel Leemings who delivers fridges? Have you talked to the people who do the actual work, driving up there, doing those deliveries, the countdown guy? You know, you want us all not to have cars, but you can't bring your groceries up on the back of your bike. You need the countdown guy. Where's he going to park and how is he going to manoeuvre his truck to drop off your groceries to your house? Some of the really good things you've done is going up Brooklyn Hill. That's a good outcome. But Aro Valley is just not going to work. You're going to make it too dangerous, too hard, and it's just going to be an absolute failure. Please don't make it like Island Bay. That's how it will end up.
Okay.
That's my time.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. That is your time. And I'm sorry to have to keep it to that, but we do need to be tight today. Do you have a very, very quick question?
Thank you, it's Tom. Can you just tell me, there's a 3-week engagement period. Do you think that was sufficient?
Not really, no. I mean,
Really quick answer too.
I understand you had 800 submissions. That's a lot for a short period. I think if you're asking me, and I'll steal some more time, just do some small things, see how that goes, and go back in 12 months' time. Don't do the whole thing now. Do some white lines up and down the footpaths, but if you throw the whole thing at it now, it'll be an absolute shambles.
Okay, thank you, Tom. That's been very useful. Thank you. I'd like to now invite to the table Fiona.
Okay, so I'll try and catch up for you. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for letting me speak to you today about the Aro Valley connection. Our property is a rear section with no drive-on access just up the road from the shops on the south side of the street. We're very disappointed with the lack of consultation by the council officers during their design process. There was no consultation with the individual ratepayer stakeholders who will be adversely affected by this proposed design. Several options were considered by council officers during their multi-criteria analysis. These options were not put out for consultation themselves, so no effective comment can be given by the community on those other options. We see that following discussions with the business owners, they've agreed not to remove car parks there, but we were not extended the same courtesy to be spoken to. A questionnaire that went out to residents in August included no details of the plan and had questions that were specifically aimed at cyclists. They did not share the design until the end of October for submissions and stated that they were going to be voted on as a completed design by the councillors. I do not consider this to be proper consultation. I'm not against the council's intention to make the roads safe and reduce carbon emissions. The reducing of the speed limit and adding speed humps, I think, is a good idea. I believe this action alone will be enough to make it safer for cyclists using the road. On carbon emissions, I think the council could review its own residents' parking system. Suburbs on the edge of the CBD could have only one car parking permitted per house or unit. If a household does require a second car, then they could apply to council for dispensations along a list of exemptions. This action alone would reduce car ownership within the city and carbon emissions. An independent report for the council design team from Strata states, the proposed treatment for the Aro Valley route, while being an improvement on the existing situation, is only expected to attract cyclists of the strong and fearless or enthused and confident categories. So this design considers a few cyclists more important than the rate-paying residents. We bought our rear section cottage 12 years ago and over the years have completely renovated it ourselves. We could not have done this with this particular design, as we needed to be able to park trucks and have bins in the street outside our property. This plan not only removes virtually all the parking in the central part of the street, but it also has bollards running along the side of the bike lane. These bollards will completely block access from the street to many properties. How will anyone be able to renovate, move house or build to the 6 stories that you are now allowed under the new plan? I require my car to make a living, to make deliveries. I carry materials in and out of the studio at least twice a week, and I know I will no longer be able to run my home business if I am unable to access that. I have the onset of rheumatoid arthritis, so being able to get close to my home to park is very important for me. And in retirement, I had intended to have a small hybrid car that I could park nearby, so I could visit my whānau in the regions. This proposal has dashed my dreams and adversely affected my mental health. Single women and the elderly will have to walk a long distance from their car to their homes. At night, this will be particularly unsafe and difficult. Aro Street currently has significant competition for vehicle spaces, specifically due to the number of coupon parking zones. Residents are competing with an increased number of cars that have become present in the area. I question the council on whether any assessment of the removal of inner-city parking has pushed commuters to park in areas such as Aro Street. The removal of the parks along Aro Street will, while maintaining coupon parking zones in the side streets, without replacing them with more residents' parks, will make it close to impossible to find a park for those residents. In effect, the council is now prioritising the needs of commuters versus those who live and pay rates in their city. There's a very small number of new residents' parks suggested in this design in Holloway and Hātepe Road. Residents in the middle of the Aro Street, where the majority of the houses are, will find it impossible to find a park. Apuni, Durham and Adams Street have 80% coupon parking. Why should visitors to the areas and commuters be prioritised over residents? According to your council parking policy, resident parking is considered a priority. It isn't in this proposal. Many countries with higher rates of cycling, such as Denmark, have 30-kilometre speed limit, which is considered best practice for mixed-use roading, i.e. not a cycle lane. If the speed restrictions are brought into Aro Street, this will make it safer for the cyclists using the street without the need for a bike lane. Thank you.
Oh, very good timing. I haven't actually had anyone. Oh, I think we will have to decline that question. You only just put your hand up.
A lot of
But
thoughts.
but you have, and we've also got your written submission to
Okay,
refer to
thank you.
again. But thank you, Fiona. Thomas, would you like to come up?
All right. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity of being able to talk to you this morning, councillors. My name's Tom McGrath, and I want to speak on the Aro Valley connection, and I'm opposed to it in my capacity as a cyclist. So there's really a couple of points I want to make in support of my submission. The first is that I've been a cyclist for 30 years. I know it sounds like I'm as old as the hills, and I am. I've had the experience of cycling to and from work for a year and eventually gave that up. There are limits to cycling, and it doesn't matter whether you've got a powered bicycle or an ordinary push bike. Wet weather, wet surfaces, vehicles, wind, and cycling at night, those are all limitations. Now, in connection with the Aro Valley connection, the plan seems to me to be involved in trying to make much more room for cyclists at the expense of other users of the roadway and other types of conveyance. And I make the point to you that cycling is a minority activity. You'll never get everybody in Wellington going cycling. People want to use buses or they want to use cars because of the climate, because it's hilly, and for all of the reasons that we know about. Now, the second thing I'd like to say in respect of my submission, I actually went and had a think about some of the other cycleways around the Wellington region to see whether the proposals in the Aro Valley connection with respect to the cycleway up Aro Street and up Raro Road, whether they stack up. And we've got some fantastic cycle trails in the Wellington region, Eastbourne to Pencarrow, Tawa to Pororua, the Hutt Valley Cycle Trail. You can go for kilometres, many long distances, and the thing that makes them good and makes them effective is that they're off-road, they're dedicated, they're reasonably flat, and they're safe for cyclists to use. Those are important things. So and there's other examples from around the country which fit the same criteria. When I applied that checklist of criteria to the proposal for Aro Valley for cycling and for Raro Road, I just thought that this does not work. This doesn't work, and it doesn't fit those criteria. And in my opinion, in particular in respect of a cycleway up Raro Road, I suspect that a cyclist will be injured or killed. That's just my opinion. And those are the points. And when I thought about that, I thought, well, frankly, thinking about that from a cyclist's perspective, this idea, frankly, is not a good idea, and we should try other places to have cycling. I've got no objections to the extension of the 30-kilometre speed limit from the shopping centre in Aro Valley to Willis Street. And I haven't answered the comment on city goal and network questions, and the reason I haven't answered that is because there seems to me to be an implication in the question that is anti-car, and I'm not anti-car even though I'm a cyclist. All right, that's my presentation, councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, and you've allowed time for questions. I have one. So you talk about off-trails, which are wonderful, but what happens how do we need to connect those into the places that people want to go? What would be your suggestion?
Well, I think that you have, if you're thinking about safety for cyclists, you've got to keep to those criteria of saying it needs to be dedicated, preferably flat or only marginally hilly, and safe for people to use. And a lot of Wellington doesn't fit that criteria.
Okay. Well, that was my question. Does anyone else have one? Councillor Calvert.
I am on the committee. Thank you. One of the things is, as part of this is going through is because the council determined a bike network plan in March. Do you think there's been sufficient allowance to allow people to adapt where they're living or where they're working? There's been sufficient time, because this was just put out in March this year in terms of a proposal of a major network.
You'll
plan
need to
across
keep
the
it
city.
quick if you're allowed.
In my opinion, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that brings us nicely to the end of the 5 minutes, and thank you very much for the information you've given us. Appreciate it. I'd now like to invite up, excuse me, committee members and others. I'd now like to invite Irene to the table if she's there. You're very welcome either to go to the podium or sit at the table, whichever is more comfortable.
I just maybe.
Uh,
Would you like me to sit? Yes, I would.
Yes. Yes.
You can keep a good cabinet. Thank you. Maybe my appeal will look very childish. My apology. I, Irene Papp, reside at Aston Towers, Smith, Palmer Street, 8th floor. I'm Wellingtonian of 71 years. Webb Street, Henke Street, Nairn Street, 18 years, Brooklyn, 42 years, and last 10 years is at Aston Towers. My objection to the proposed Ara Valley is removal of surrounding parking spaces in vicinity of Ara, Palmer, and Abel Smith Streets. My judgment on people I observed, mostly my neighbors and friends. Many of them need and rely on home help with visits from district nurses, social services, as well as private paid support services. All the support personnel require and need to transport their equipment to and from, not forgetting the tradespeople, as all of us have to maintain our dwellings. It is very important to be able to park for a short time, for instance, relations and visitors from out of town. Arrow and Raroa roads is crossroad between city and western suburbs. We speak our commute, filling the streets with pedestrians, cycles, cars, as well as buses and heavy trade vehicles. This is a vital link for emergency services, and narrowing the road will result in delays for them. At present, two buses cannot pass each other without giving them way. The topography and climate of Wellington do not conjure themselves to leisure of cycling. Cycling is a wonderful sport in the right environment. We have to think about parents with young children who attend sports and creative activities around town at the same time. I know that cars should be out, but at the current time, we need them to get around in this city, as our public transport cannot cope with vital services being cancelled. As I am very much supporter of our Valley community living, I don't want to kill it. Sorry.
Thank you, Irene. And I do have a question for you. How difficult is it at present for the people that come, the nurses and the people, the tradesmen, how difficult is it right now for them to find a park?
Yes, it is difficult. It's not easy because I'm talking about Palmer Street and Abel Street as well.
Mm. Okay. But when you say not difficult, it's possible, but it takes a while, or it just...
It is mostly, fully parked.
Okay, mostly fully full. The parks are full. Okay, are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you very much for coming in. Do you think it's possible for us to move to a system where there is car parking for people like nurses, but that more people are car-free in Aroa Valley, given that the public transport generally is reasonably accessible when the buses are working, so that parents could be able to get kids to school sports. And
what I feel, being a working mother and grandmother, I had to transport my children to for many years to different, and I was working, practically nearly full-time, 6 hours per week through all my life. It was very difficult to transport children around Wellington to their, different after-school assignments. Maybe it doesn't answer a question, but this is my feeling, because I can say I'm out of it, but this is my feeling about railroad is not for cycling, but for emergency services. If we hear so many ambulances, fire engines, and so on through the day, how many sirens going? Because living on the 8th floor in Aston Towers, you have got all visual. You see practically all what is happening in Arrow Street and in top of a terrace. And small accident will hold up everything, Sorry, I'm not a public speaking. It is my first time, I'm at the podium.
Thank you for coming in then for the first time. That was great.
Yes, you've done very well. It's been very useful information. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll keep moving. So I would now like to invite Alistair to come to the table or the podium, or online. Welcome, Alistair.
Online. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me along. For context, I'm a resident of Upper Railroad Road. I do own a car and don't have any off-street parking. I do generally support this proposal. I'm slightly surprised it's a priority. I would have thought work, for example, on Glenmore Street would have benefited both cyclists and buses. But I've seen lots of cyclists' lives put at risk on this road, and so I can see the value in doing the work here. My general gist of my submission is in the Upper Railroad Road area. It's really clear to me as a resident that a huge amount of the cars parked in that area are actually commuters, being right on the edge of the coupon parking zone. So, for example, in weekends, evenings, and lockdowns, there are far fewer cars in the area. So I do think the council has an opportunity to improve the cycle network and maybe not alienate residents as much in that area by extending the coupon parking zone. Also discourages, commuters coming in, and maybe they could use public transport instead. So I'd like council just to consider that option. I just had some kind of minor points that I thought could also be considered. The road up Rara Crescent. So this is not the main road coming up from Arrow Street, but rather from the Northland Tunnel Road. I've seen some really dodgy overtaking of cyclists on there, and I think you could consider a cycle lane up that path and perhaps a double yellow line to stop people overtaking on that area. I think Arrow Street could really benefit from an electronic speed alert sign. I know we have them in other areas. I've seen quite a lot of speeding through that area, so I think that would help, particularly, if you're coming down from Brooklyn, you're already generally going at speed. I'd love to just generally see a lot more car sharing options in the area. I've lived in Vancouver without a car, but still had access to a car. So, we have Mevo in the central city, but if we could expand or have other options, that would be wonderful. And I would like to see a really kind of low bureaucratic option. If, for example, we needed to do construction work, you could park in those cycle lanes without having to, have stop-go men. I think we want to get a lot more infill housing or something. If there was an option to do that on a temporary basis, that would be worthwhile. That's my submission. Short and sweet.
Yes, wonderfully concise. Thank you. And some good ideas, I'm sure. Now, do we have questions? You have been extremely clear. Thank you very much, Alistair. And of course, we do have your written submission to refer to as well. So thank you for your time. Yes, it's much
Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you. We'll move on. Michelle, is she here? Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, kia ora koutou. I'm Michelle Rush. I'm speaking to you this morning as a resident of Niall and Wellington on my own behalf, although I will be back this afternoon because our other person on the Environmental Reference Group is absent and he's asked me to step in. So just wanted to start off with, I've been a resident now of Niall for 35 years. I am a confident cyclist. I will frequently do 2 to 3 trips, sometimes in a day, to town and back on my bike. And I firstly want to say congratulate the council on Pāneke Poneke. It's fantastic to have the plan, and I really would encourage you all to keep pushing forward. We have to implement this. The transition is always going to be tricky and messy, and we have to do it. To me, this is a fundamental part of our major response to climate change, which we all know is a really terrifying issue and getting more terrifying by the day. And this will also help reduce congestion. Wellington is a compact city. It can be in a fantastic place for cycling, and I know I really enjoy cycling in it. And I would like people who are less confident than me, the cautious but sort of interested cyclists, which I think is what your plan tries to aim to provide infrastructure for. I would like to see the infrastructure really target them. I'm aware from the safety audits on the design for Niall Cycleway that it doesn't quite cut the mustard on that front. I would strongly encourage you look at additional things like downhill cycleway. You widen as much as possible the cycle paths. Can't we use some of the road reserve where we have to create more safety? Because of course you can't, a cyclist, even if you've got a metre, a great big chunk of that is the curb area, and I don't know if you've ever ridden a bike near that curb area, but it's not very nice. You don't want to be anywhere near it. So at the moment the design means we've got a very small place where you can put your wheels, and by the time you've got wind and cars, there's some issues. So I just really encourage you to ask the designers to go back and have a really good look at that. Some specific things I'd like to draw attention to in addition to that, perhaps looking at more use of the road reserve to remove risks such as that. Are there opportunities to look at road reserve for loading zones in lower Kaiwharawhara? There are an awful lot of delivery trucks and so forth. It would be good to see those businesses looked after as much as possible. Where you cannot provide that quality cycling infrastructure, I would implore that you extend the traffic resolution for reducing the speed limit, or I think it's Waka Kotahi makes that decision, because I'm strongly of the view that if we can't get it really safe for cyclists, we drop the speed limit and then put in those things that make it very apparent to car drivers this is a low speed area. Where you're doing those table crossings for pedestrians, some of them have been designed too steep, and if you hit them on a road bike you can buckle your wheel. So they need to be very carefully designed not to be too steep on the approach, and so that's another thing I just wanted to raise. The other matter that I just wanted to draw your attention to was with the bridle track, I know you're looking at improving the access to it in Cameron Street, which to me it's neither here nor there because it's a low traffic street. What I would say though is the bridle track itself at the bottom where the subdivision was put in is ridiculously steep. That needs to be regraded, and then the bridle track itself needs to be upgraded as a priority. Given that Kandala has got some real constraints on access to it, for example, Onslow Road is, to my mind, as a cyclist, terrifying, and unless we can do some serious engineering, I'm not quite sure how you're going to be able to do something there. So for that reason, I really think seeing as a priority improving the bridle track to make it wider, with better lighting, change the gradient, so that it can be better used by both cyclists and pedestrians. So that's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. We've probably got time for one question. Councillor McNulty.
Good, thank you. Just as an experienced cyclist, what would your response be when we have extreme weather? How does that change your patterns in terms of whether you bike or not?
I bike in most weather. Severe gale is the one time I don't bike, but I do, and I've got storm gear, so it goes over the top of my skirts and my shoes. And but again, what I would say with that is this is where you having those narrow, not too best practice width cycleways, it's not a good idea, because when you're getting gusts and you've got inexperienced cyclists, that's a dangerous combination. You want to provide for room for error and provide for the less confident cyclists in those medium conditions.
Thank you, Michelle. And we're out of time now, but thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. I now invite Robert Quigley to the table, or podium, whichever you prefer. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you. I've got some slides as well.
Oh.
Good morning, everyone. I'm speaking on the Ngaio Connection submission. My name is Robert Quigley. I am from Ngaio. I've lived in Wellington for 25 years and lived in Ngaio for 14 of those years. I can't read the slides at all from this position. They are partial. Over there either. Goodness me.
You can come a bit closer if you'd like to.
My main form of transport into the city is actually private car. But that's because I now work from home. I'm one of those people, thanks to COVID, who moved from the city to home. I cycle into the city, therefore, once a week, and I have done that this morning, for example, and I come just dressed like that, and I put on a normal jacket, and I cycle at every weather event except over 100 kilometres an hour, which is about once a month. Pre-COVID, I commuted into the city for 12 years from Ngaio. I cycled in 2 to 3 days a week, and then other times, depending on where I was in the city, I'd take the train or the bus, or sometimes, of course, I'd take the car as well. I've got 2 kids, 10 and 12 years old, and I'm a consultant, and I regularly work on large infrastructure projects, mostly for Auckland City Council on transport projects, where I'm a social impact assessment specialist. So how do large transport projects affect communities? I haven't worked for City Council Wellington on this, so I'm here as a resident. I strongly support the treatment for the Ngaio connections to make safer routes for pedestrians and cyclists. When I cycle and I jump on my bike this morning, the first thing I think is get to my destination in one piece. When I jump in my car, the first thing I think about is A, get to my destination in one piece, and don't hurt anybody. It's the same sorts of things. I will never let my child cycle into the city from Ngaio, never, ever, unless there are major treatment options occurring. It is far too unsafe. Because I work from home, I use the route outside of usual business hours. I have seen some suggestions for a 4 to 7 p.m. Treatment option. That wouldn't work for me. I'm going to go straight home from this, so I wouldn't have a cycleway, and it also wouldn't work for school children, and so my kids wouldn't have the option of cycling into the city or back again. I do not support the proposed treatment at the southern end of Kenya Street, just as it turns down into Ngaio Gorge Road. I had to oppose it on the online form, even though I support treatment in the area. This is the reason why. This is probably the worst part of my cycle ride. That white hatched area is going to become a cycle lane, and up to this point it's actually pretty good. I think it'll be pretty good for cyclists to have a cycle lane up to that point, but it gets really tight through here. And as we go a little bit closer, this is where the cars start to overtake me. The concept that yellow lines stop cars from overtaking me and going onto the wrong side of the road is false. They will absolutely overtake at this point. I need to get into the middle of the road at this point to set up my bike for going around the corner, because when I come around the corner and cars are passing me, it is very scary for me, and it's not great for the car driver either, because they then come around the corner to the bollards, and they've just passed an intersection on the right hand side as well, and they then try to crowd me out, and if they haven't already passed me, they will try and pass me at this point as I'm heading downhill. I'm on an e-bike, I'm going about 30 kilometres an hour. They're speeding up.
I suspect there will be some questions.
Yep, sure.
So if you could leave some
time. They're speeding up at
time.
this point, and there's a pedestrian crossing point right here as well. So cars are speeding up into a pedestrian crossing. You can see the concealed no exit sign into Perth Street there left as well. So it's a very difficult area for cyclists and cars. So overall I support the treatments, but at the top of Kenya going into Ngaya Gorge Road, I'd really strongly suggest that the designers have a think about getting the people on bicycles and people in cars together a little bit earlier. I'm not sure how they do that, paint, sharrows, other forms of treatment. And that way it will slow the cars down, it will legitimise the cyclists being in the middle of the road, it'll stop the cars overtaking the bikes, it'll keep the pedestrians safer on the pedestrian crossings, and it'll stop the cars getting into the wrong lane as well, which is also good for the car drivers. They don't want to be having accidents. Yeah, 1 minute. Thank you. That's me.
I had a question, but you've sort of answered it with your proposed solutions. Are there other questions? Yes, Councillor Calvert.
Obviously, with your local knowledge, but with your experience in transport, would you say, and given where your feedback is, would you say that it's probably more dangerous for cyclists on intersections than sort of on the straighter part of the road?
Yeah, a lot of the straighter parts of the road are reasonably wide. It's just the parked cars, so you have to go out around the parked cars, and then the cars are trying to pass you, so they're on the wrong side of the road. So it's not just unsafe for me, it's also unsafe for the vehicles coming the other way. There's lots of corners, though, having said that, so they are passing with low visibility on a regular basis.
And just a quick question, when you go down Ngaya Gorge on your e-bike, when assuming there's all the slip's been stabilised, what would be your speed that you'd go down there?
I'm a pretty conservative rider, so I'm trying to get there on one piece. So I'm always under 50. I'd probably be somewhere around 40 to 45. So having a 1 metre painted cycle lane would be absolutely ridiculous. I'd have to be going about 25 kilometres an hour, and cars would be trying to pass me. So in that situation, I want to be in the centre of the road, using the whole road space just like a vehicle, with sharrows probably is the best option for me going down there. And I've seen very slow cyclists going down, and that's the only way they can do it too. And so cars do just have to slow down at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting feedback. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Hayden Hockley to the table. Thank you, Hayden. Either the podium or the table, whatever suits you better.
Absolutely. This is fine. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. My name's Hayden Hockley. I've lived in Wellington for 20 years, and for the last 10 years I've been riding a bike. I hate waiting for a bus. I'd much rather jump on my bike and get to where I want to go when I want to go there, and park outside the door, which is brilliant. But so many people who I talk to about riding a bike say, "Oh no, it's much too dangerous. I couldn't do that. No." So for me, the proposed changes largely are aimed at making life safer for cyclists and getting people out of cars and on bikes, and kind of you build it and they will come, right? So I'm really supportive of it. I should give a bit more context about what my day looks like. This morning I left Norway Street, my house, and I hopped on my bike with my daughter, who's 3, and we rode down the hill, down Aotearoa Street in the middle of the lane, because we're going 40 k's an hour, and then we get to the 30k zone and we slow down like some people do, and then I don't go up the curb through the park, because that's actually quite awkward on a bike. There's no flat entry there, so I slow down and indicate at the pedestrian crossing and sweep in there and get off the road. So I'm often on a bike. I'm often on a bike with children. Getting downhill's easy, getting uphill's not. You're going much slower, like the delta between you and a car, the difference in speed is much greater. And it's much safer to be on the footpath, obviously, for a cyclist. The pedestrians don't love it. There's not much room. There's lots of trees, and the urban design of that footpath up Aotearoa Street is not awesome. There's too much going on. So I strongly support the lowering of the speed limit, 30 k's. But why would we stop at the end of the shops like we presently do, going up the hill? Why don't we go all the way to the top of Aotearoa Street? Nobody loses, everybody's safer. Why don't you go all the way to Entrance Street, and then that catches me when I ride my bike there. I had an idea that could make, we'd lose fewer parks for what you propose going up Aro Street. So at the moment you're planning to remove all the ones on the south side of the road. Why don't remove the parks on the north side and just slide everything across? Does that make sense? So you've got a cycleway going up on the left side of the road, up the hill. Keep the parked cars there. You've just deleted the ones on the other side of the road. There's fewer parks on the other side of the road. Everyone would be happy about that. The other thing I noticed, and I've got a couple of photographs, and you can see them up there. I took these yesterday. This is Victoria Street. It's a cycle lane. It's not really, it's on the road. And what you get when you're cycling next to the road where cars don't go, you get all the gravel and all the glass. And if we skip through, you'll find screws. So this is Victoria Street. Manholes, which can be slippery. There's a bunch of gravel. It's not awesome. This is on Ardor Street, on the corner just before Durham. The road is quite clean. That's because all the stones have been thrown off where the cyclists would go. So the parked cars have just stopped here, and you're trying to get out of the way because everyone's waiting behind you to pass you. And you've got all this gravel to ride through. So have a nice time getting a puncture riding through that. So I don't know what the solution would be for that. Maybe they just need to be cleaned more often, or maybe what I would prefer is a raised recycling area, like on the waterfront. You're not on the road with the cars and lots of that. It's brilliant. You feel safer. It's cleaner, and you just don't. Yeah, it's better. The only thing I would caution about is that lots of humps with driveways. That's not a nice time to ride on. So I don't know how the urban designers will need to have a hard think about how we achieve that, how we have a raised thing separate from the road. It's clean, but it's not full of driveways. Palmer Street. I don't know why people ride through Palmer Street and down through the park, downhill. I never do if I don't have to. It's not easier. Again, you've got pedestrians to avoid. I just ride down the street till I get to Willis Street. That seems fine to me. But uphill, I understand. So can we have one way for cyclists through Palmer Street, like you would on a mountain bike trail, for example, where it's shared with walkers and riders? You don't want downhill riders. They're too fast. That's dangerous. So there's a thought. And my last suggestion is, a lot of the parking pressure actually comes from out of zone. Can we have more resident parks, please? Fewer coupon parks, though we do need them, and we do need probably loading zone style things for deliveries, for tradies, for groceries, whatever. Removing those out of zone cars will make a big difference.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I probably have to call to an end. I did have one question of clarification. You suggested the car parks to consider the other side of the road. What road was that?
That's on Aro Street.
Aro Street, okay, thank you. And thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
We now, if we can, we'll have Julia. Julia, are you in the room?
Yes.
Online, okay.
Online, can you see us?
Yes, we can.
Cool. So thank you for the opportunity to have our say about the proposed NIO connection. Today, our discussion will be focused on the impact the removal of car parks will have on our Sweat Gym community of 300 plus people and our business. To give you some background on our business Sweat, it was started by two families from the Hutt Valley 12 years ago, the Jacobs family and the Upper family. This is Natasha, this is Sam, and Damien's our other owner is at home sick today with their son. Our business started out in 2010 with fitness boot camps that we ran out of public playgrounds, car parks and school grounds. It quickly gained a consistent and regular following of close to 150 people that were travelling from all over the Wellington region to join in on these programs. Fast forward 3 to 4 years later, in 2014, the four of us took a big leap and decided to leave the comfort of playgrounds, car parks and school grounds and little in the way of overheads and open up our own purpose-built gym facility. We knew with the way the Wellington climate was, that outdoor boot camps was a susceptible business model. So we chose Kai Whara Whara as not only was it close enough for our following to come to, but it also had free car parking and, more importantly, was easy enough access for the large group of members that work in the city but pass through on their commute to and from the Wairarapa, Hutt Valley, Kapiti and Porirua. So since opening our doors in 2014, we've managed to build a fitness community of over 300 members that regularly frequent our gym. Our gym operates on weekdays from 5 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. We run up to 7 classes on weekdays and 3 classes on a Saturday, and also provide personal training services throughout the day. On weekdays, we would easily have at least between 130 to 150 people attending our gym, and just under 100 on Saturday mornings. We also offer special classes 3 days a week for new mums and dads to bring their babies to class and work out with them. Being the only gym in Wellington that offers this service means the classes are always waitlisted. In fact, just this week, we had to bring on another staff member to help with childcare so that we could increase those class numbers and help reduce the waitlists. 90 to 95% of our mums and dads drive their cars and babies into our gym, and for our other regular classes, we have calculated that at least 70% of our members would drive and park in the areas surrounding our gym at the bottom of Kaiwhatawhata Road. As you can hear, the removal of car parks would be hugely detrimental to our business. Bikes and buses are not an option for a huge number of our customers that live in the Hutt Valley, Kapiti, Wairarapa and Porirua, or even for the members that live within a 10k radius of our gym, of whom the majority are corporates that only have a limited amount of time to spend commuting to and from the gym. The truth of the matter we're facing here is that if customers cannot easily access our gym or the businesses around here, they will leave. Financial forecasting tells us that just a 25% decline in our customer base would cripple our business. We have 11 people that work and rely on income from this business, most of whom have young families. Overheads are not cheap, and the cost of running a business, especially in this economic climate, is not lost on us and is only going to worsen before it starts to improve again. We are still in the throes of a COVID hangover, and recovery of lost business over the past 3 years is still top of our priority list, as it would be for many of the customer-facing businesses in our neighbourhood. When we look around the city and how cycleways have impacted some business communities, it's a very sobering and scary thought. This is an opportunity, therefore, for council to look at things differently, and rather than have a situation where we have winners and losers and unfair trade-offs, that it would be better if wins were created for more people. We believe the permanent implementation of stage 1 of the proposal with clearways in place during peak times is an excellent initiative, as it allows our cyclists to stay safer during those times of the day when there is heavier traffic on the roads, and it continues to allow our Kaiwhatawhata community and economy to thrive too. The loss of a business such as ours would be a massive hit for this part of town. Every business in our little business community thrive together, and for one as big as ours to go would be an enormous loss for this area. To have 150 less people walking around and supporting the neighbouring business here would be a tragedy. We don't want to see it. The local residents and businesses that we've spoken to don't want to see it, and our customers who rely on this business for fitness, well-being and community definitely don't want to see it either. So we beg you, please don't let this fall on deaf ears and let all of us win. That's our presentation.
Thank you, Julia. Oh, and we have one question. Councillor Calvert will have to be super fast, and so will the answer.
Thank you, Julia. Can you tell me how long is your lease? Because obviously this plan was put in place in March. So what are you committed to at that building?
We're committed to 2026.
Thank you very much, and that was very useful information, and we do hear what you've got to say. So thank you, Julia. Ka kite, and last but not least is Catherine before morning tea.
Good morning. Some familiar faces there. I'm here to comment on the Aro Street connection, and I'd just like to say that cycling is my main form of transport. And I'm not a supporter of this project on the whole, but I do support some bits, and I think the bits that I do support would actually make a big difference in the beginning without upsetting many residents and businesses. I do support the lowering of the speed limit on the eastern end to Willis Street, and the previous submitter who suggested extending it to Entrance Street. I think that's actually a really good idea, and it's a low-cost implementation. And I also support the removal of parking on the western side of Raroa Road and Raroa Crescent and moving it to the eastern side. As a regular user of that stretch of road, since the buses started going up and down there, they can't stick to their side of the road, so it's terrifying whether you're on a bike or a car. I'm not quite sure how a cycle lane would work up there because I don't see how it would fit in the width of the road. Aro Park. A park is a park is a park, and it's for people. I don't support that as a thoroughfare for cyclists. With the road being 30 kilometres, I think that they can come out onto the road through the driveway to the community centre in both directions and head up Aro Street. And as the previous submitter said, if you're a cyclist, you're pretty much as fast as the cars go down to Willis Street. Speed bumps, really? The statistics for the existing cycle lanes don't actually support the council's 76% increase. The Island Bay's cycle lane counter isn't actually even on the cycle lane. It's 400 metres north at the north end of Wakefield Park. On Brooklyn Road, which is a regular commute for me, the numbers have actually reduced on that piece of road since the cycle lane went in. And that cycle lane is actually only half finished. I know the council is planning on reviewing it, and the review was delayed, et cetera, and it won't be till next year, but they've actually made it more difficult for cyclists and more dangerous for all other users. Not everybody can cycle. I've got older friends who drive, and I've got friends in wheelchairs. In terms of the bike parking in Aro Street, I recommend that it be moved to Epuni Street or Devon Street. Cyclists are usually quite fit people and can walk the 20, 30 metres to the cafe instead of putting it on the main road. And I'd like the mobility park to be in Aro Street, but of course the road's not wide enough to do that with the requirements for mobility parking. It's not easy for people in wheelchairs to actually get out of their car and then cross the road, and you'd have to make the ramps a lot easier for being able to get from outside Vinnie's across to the Aro village. And yeah, so there are parts of this that I do support, but on the whole, it's easier with the way that you do your statistics to just oppose it outright. Yeah, that's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. That's really good. Now, questions. We've left time for questions. Councillor Pennant.
Lovely to see you. Thank you. I guess, look, we're trying to build a complete network. You've raised concerns around the Brooklyn one, and now you've got some concerns here. Yep. So I guess I'm just curious about a general statement about how we can build a safe network from your perspective.
I think there are some really low-cost advantages that make everybody a winner. For example, moving the parking on Raroa Road to the eastern side is actually a no-brainer. It's just a really simple way of making it much safer for everybody in terms of using that road. And it's cost effective. It doesn't impact that many people. There's a couple of houses that have got quite steep steps. There's one house that's got to pull off on the road for parking. And with the extra housing that's going in down there, some of those corners are really dangerous. And so I do approve of the extra lining, the yellow lines on some of those corners. There's a car down there that gets regularly smacked into, and I think it's a bus. Yesterday there were two cyclists heading up side by side on that piece of the road. They thought it was quite funny. A couple of drivers in front abused them, which I was sort of quietly going, yeah. But anyway, there are some low-cost things that you can do which don't put one group of people over another. As the previous speaker said, let's make winners of everybody. Oh, and I also support everything that Fiona said as a resident. Everything that she said was really good.
Well, I think that's come to the end of our questions and your time, so thank you very much, Katie. All right, we can now have a break for morning tea. We will need to be back, still got a very busy schedule, so we'll need to be back promptly at 10:45, especially those committee members, because without you we do not have quorum. So please be a minute early sitting at your seat. Yeah, you can just take a minute or two to compose yourself, but councillors, can I just ask again that you come back to the table? Thank you, Steve. Thank you for coming, and we'll make a start.
Right, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name's Steve Ching. I'm a 20-year ratepayer at 94 Rāroa Road, where I live with my wife Marie and two teenage girls, Isabella and Scarlett. I'm here to voice some of our concerns about the proposed street changes to Rāroa Road, particularly in relation to the removal of car parks on the left-hand uphill side of Rāroa Road, directly outside our property. Now, I have some photos, I think, up on the screens and a few hard copies passing around. That photo there, just on the screen, you can just see the top of our property, top left, above a relatively high steep bank there, with a neighbouring car pad on the bottom right. You can just see the edge of the screen. We park directly at the bottom of the Harold Street path, which is the first hard copy photo I've passed around. It's a zigzag path that connects Rāroa Road up to Merton Terrace. That photo, if you see it, shows my work van parked directly where you propose the new uphill bus stop to be installed, opposite the downhill side one. Our family vehicle is the blue one in front of the path there. The Harold Street path is the only access point to our property. We need to then ascend up one steep zig and then another zag before heading up the 80-odd steps to our front door. This involves traversing across that steep bank path before actually stepping onto the property. Our concerns, and I'm not sure whether these photos on the screen can just be cycled through, but our concerns involve the loss of parking along that near side, left-hand side, uphill side, where we can reasonably be expected to park and disembark children, shopping, etc., while maintaining access to that path area. We also have some concerns about where potential guests and other visiting family, as well as delivery vehicles and/or tradespeople, could be reasonably expected to park in order to have access to that Harold Street path. There are another 3 to 4 properties up that path that require street parking in order to access their homes. As some of the hard copy photos will show, the parking along Rāroa Road can be relatively fraught at the best of times, particularly since the development of the newer townhouse properties on the downhill side, on the left there on that photo up there, below the bus stop. With people who are now routinely parking on both the uphill and the downhill side of Rāroa Road, which clearly, as you can see, narrows the road for passing traffic. Prior to those developments, most vehicles were able to park on the uphill side of Rāroa Road, minimising any narrowing of the road to allow reasonable uphill and downhill traffic flow. The proposed council options of parking at either Mount Pleasant Road or Plunkett Street from our location are simply impractical, given that they are about 1 kilometre each respectively from our residence. In terms of some of the practical solutions to the parking issues relative to council proposals along the stretch, we've put forward some considerations. In an absolutely perfect world, a good solution for us would be a new car pad at the bank next to 92 Rāroa Road. This would remove our vehicles from the roadside completely, facilitate better long-term access to our property from the road than having to use the Harold Street path, and clearly provide a clear cycle trajectory past that car pad. A second solution could be for council to consider an extended carport area over the vacant lots opposite our property, down to the bus stop on the downward side of Rāroa Road, to enable potential local owner-occupiers to pay for parking accordingly in an off-street parking scenario. A third and most likely option would be to create a residents' parking zone, ideally on the uphill side, but as required on the downhill side, stretching as far as the bus stop. In conjunction with that, we'd recommend the option of visitors' car park or some sort of loading zone, potentially very close to the Harold Street path, to enable visitors to park or delivery vehicles to gain access to the Harold Street access path. In addition, as part of that, we would be recommending a speed reduction of some description along that option of the stretch of road to make it safer for people to cross between the two bus stops and the Harold Street access path. Another option worth considering would be to maintain a level of parking on the uphill side, but with some sort of time restriction involved, e.g. outside of commuting hour times, or potentially weekend parking only. We would also ask the council as to what potential proposed maintenance of the bike track along that bank stretch of Rawaroa Road is likely to be, given the ongoing slips from the bank and amount of debris that comes down off the banks into the curb area and onto the road regularly, particularly in wet weather.
Steve, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up there.
Sure.
Or if you've got one last point.
Nope, that was it.
No, that's it. Well done. But we have run out of time. But thank you for that very fulsome explanation, and the pictures really did help. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask Kate to come to the table or a podium, whichever suits, or are you online, Kate? Do we have Kate? Kate W is what I've got down on my list. Yeah.
I'm her husband.
Ah, right. Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll just grab my notes. So thank you for allowing me to speak to you. I'm a 19-year ratepayer. I live at 32 Kenya Street in Nio. I support the proposals. I'm a daily cyclist. I have done that for 19 years. It's needed for the safety of the cyclists. Car drivers don't appreciate the vulnerability that cyclists experience on a daily basis. I've become hyper vigilant. I've been knocked off my bike at least once on Thornton Quay. My wife has come off her bike and suffered multiple fractures as a result of that. Being knocked off your bike does pose the risk of being killed. If you have an accident in a car, it's a financial risk. It's not a life risk. There's aspects of the proposal that seem to me that are non-contentious, and I'm only focused on my commute to and from the terrace into Nio. The Nio Gorge, there's really effectively a cycle lane already operating with the fog line that goes up. Cyclists stick within the fog line, cars stay out of off the fog line. There is already effectively a cycle lane. All that needs to happen is that cycle lane needs to be protected in some way to stop cars from crossing over that white fog line, which they do on occasions. They cut the corners. The Kenya Street, I appreciate, is the contentious aspect. From my perspective, it's only in the morning, it's only at rush hour that there needs to be some sort of clear way to go up the uphill side and prevent cars from parking on the uphill. So that's the travelling uphill, the intertown lane, because when you've got two cars parked on either side, you've got two lanes of traffic travelling. There's no room for a cyclist. And several times I've had to take evasive action to stop hearing a truck coming, to pull over and wait for the truck to go before, so that I'm not pinched in some way in the middle. Trucks aren't necessarily the problem because I can hear them coming. The worst ones are actually the tradie vans or the four-wheel drives, and there seem to be more and more, certainly double twin cab diesel utes driving around. Driver behaviour, I think we saw an article in Stuff recently, the driver behaviour has got worse. There's less tolerance for other users of the road. So I'm concerned that, and I've seen my wife as well almost be pinched on the side as well. Cars travelling certainly within the 1 metre protective area around a cyclist. It doesn't seem to me any reason to have cars parked on that side of the road. Every single house on the city-bound lane of Kenya Street has off-street parking. There are garages. There are driveways. So I can't see that there's too much harm to the owners of houses on that side of the road in losing some parking, and if it needs to be just for a clear zone over rush hour from say 7 till 9. I can't see that creating too much risk or harm to them. But I'd hate for someone to have an error of judgment and for that to result in a death of a cyclist, and for that to be what causes action to be taken. We can foresee this being a risk. Let's take action. So I support what's being proposed. If anybody's got any questions, I've got 45 minutes to answer them.
Indeed. So we have one from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, thanks for the submission. I've seen in some of the notes refrains around cyclists not taking enough responsibility for themselves. That's not the feeling I get from you. So could you talk about the responsibility you take for yourself specifically to keep yourself safe?
Very much so. I make myself extremely visible, so I'm wearing high-vis gear despite its unfashionability. I am hyper-vigilant. I'm aware of all of the dangers around me and will, if I can see myself getting into a dangerous situation, take every step I can to avoid it. I can say that what Council has done recently to create a cycle lane down Thornton Quay and the work along Hutt Road has been brilliant. It has made life so much safer. But there are still some issues along that corridor that need to be fixed.
Thank you very much, and we've just swapped places in the order. So we'll now invite Kate to have her 5 minutes. Welcome, Kate.
Yes, kia ora koutou, ko Kate Witakuinga, and I am Adam's wife, and my apologies for being late. I really just wanted to be here because there was two of us and we both cycle, and I'm fully in support of Adam's submission, and just gives us both an opportunity to talk. I guess I'd echo Adam's comments, particularly around Kenya Street. I am what's known as a sedate lady cyclist. Well, that's what Adam calls me anyway. So that's fine. I mean, I also drive along that road a lot, of course, and I walk into work. And I catch the bus and I catch the train. It's one of the joys of living in Wellington, particularly in Nio, that you can take all of those opportunities. So I do quite frequently. But in this particular instance, in terms of cycle protection, just it's really is that little section that affects us most considerably is heading up Kenya Street to the gorge. The gorge itself, I mean, it is what it is at the moment with the works going on. I'm sure there'll be work done to mitigate that in the future. But I have also experienced the cutting of the corners and, even just a few poles on that corner to stop the tradie vans just whipping past. It happened to me twice this week. So, again, I do pay attention. I can hear what's coming behind me. I have a big bike with panniers. I wear reflective gear. I put my lights on most of the time, not always, but I try to be as visible as possible. And take my lane when I go down the gorge because travelling with the traffic, because that's the safest thing to do. So, you can take all the careful actions that you like, but if somebody makes an error of judgment, that's going to come off a lot worse for me than it is for them.
Thank you for that. And I do see we had some questions, and they can be for either. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks for doing your bit. Just wondering about electric vehicles. As we get more on the road, will you, trade electric cars? Will you find that problematic, or do you think with a proper cycle network that will make you feel a bit safer?
That's a good point, because it's harder to hear them coming, right? And so you're not aware of the risks that they pose. I have to say that my experience with electric vehicle drivers is that they are a little bit more considerate. It does seem to be an aggressiveness that comes with driving a twin cab diesel ute or a tradie van. So that's I think that the electric vehicles won't pose as much of a risk or concern. That's from my perspective.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, you said you had the opportunities, not only can you cycle, but you can catch the bus or you can catch the train or even drive a car. So what makes you choose cycling a bike over using those other modes?
Oh, that's really simple.
I'll leave it for you.
40 minutes there and back. I get my exercise every single day. I don't have to go and join a gym membership. I feel so much better in the morning when I start my job because I've had a chance to get some fresh air. So cycling, from a personal health perspective, it's a complete no-brainer. But also, I travelled to work the other day. I've got a friend who works in the building next to me. He lives in Kandala. He drives a car every single day. He's got a big V8. I hear him coming and I race him to work most days. But the other day, it took me 17 minutes to get to work. It took him 45 minutes. It makes no sense to jump in a car and go to work. You can get to work so much faster by bike.
And Kate, you were...
So many benefits.
Yeah, for me, it is an exercise and a time thing as well. It's more about it being a consistent time, probably about the same length of time via public transport, train and then bus or walk to work, because we've just moved up to Willow Street, which is not that happy about. It was really... We were closer to the station not so long ago. It was quicker, but that's okay. So yeah, it is. But for me, it's health and time and convenience. I find it really convenient to cycle. Yeah.
And we've got, thank you for that, and we've got one from Councillor McNulty.
So Kate, Adam spoke about some injuries that you'd incurred as a cyclist. Could you talk about the personal impact or toll of those?
Yeah, fortunately not ongoing. Yeah. And actually, for that particular accident, it was a pothole and lack of attention on my part, so I had no one to blame but myself. Yeah, when I broke my collarbone, I was off work for probably 2 periods of about 4 or 5 weeks. I was on ACC for quite a long time, had to go back to work part-time. I'd actually only just got that job 2 weeks before the accident, so my employer was very understanding. And then... Yeah, it would have been about a 3 to 4 month full recuperation period before I was back at work full time. So yeah, it was quite a struggle.
Thank you for all that information and for sharing that. And it's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, just one quick announcement, and I must thank the staff because they have been hard at work making sure that the numbers now for the submissions match the pages. So they've updated it. Thank you very much.
I get a printed copy.
So I'm going to now, we do need to keep moving, so I'm going to call to the table or podium Liam. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks so much for the opportunity, and also just congratulations for recent election and re-election for some of you. So my name's Liam Prince, he tangata tiriti, a Pākehā, a hau. I've lived all around Wellington over the years, but I now call the beautiful Waimapihi Aro Valley my home. I live in Haynes Terrace, which is a little pedestrian access only road off Holloway Road, so right up the back there. My main mahi is actually in zero waste, so that's normally what I'd be talking about in this forum with Kai Cycle and other organisations. But this kaupapa around transport is really important to me partly because 95% of the way I get around is by bike. I don't own a car, and the only time I've owned a car in Wellington lasted about 2 weeks. And even as a very confident cyclist, I do feel unsafe, and we've heard all about that in the previous submission. So I just want to express my full support for not only these particular plans, but just in general the work that council is doing to make it safer, to make it more accessible, more attractive for people to take active transport and public transport, and also, car sharing schemes like Mevo and City Hop, support all of these kinds of modes shifts that I know we need. And apart from those safety reasons that I mentioned and others have mentioned, the primary motivation for me why I support this is climate action. We really must do something to shift the way we move around. Transport is the second biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Aotearoa and is the fastest growing source of emissions, so we have to do something to turn that around. We have to, and a big part of that is reducing reliance on private vehicle ownership. And it's not only a climate issue. There was some research that came out earlier this year on air quality and air pollution in New Zealand, found it was a lot worse. The health impacts are a lot worse than was originally thought, and around 2/3 of those impacts had been attributed to vehicle exhaust. So we really have to do something about that. I wanted to just say too, I'm really happy with the consultation process so far. I filled in the survey that was out a few months ago before the kind of formal consultation process, and I talked about a hot spot in Aroa Valley around Durham Street where I've had a few close calls, and I was pleased to see that in the final design, actually, that seemed to, that particular area, there was some priority given to that. So, and also it's obvious that there have been other bits of feedback that have filtered into that final design. So, yeah, I think I'm happy to see that feedback coming through. And just finally, I wanted to say, of course, I'm a cyclist, maybe I have biases, and not everyone is going to be able to cycle. There are accessibility issues and practical issues that not everyone will be able to. And there are people who don't cycle who do still support this kind of thing. But of course, there are others out there who just see it as a threat to their way of life and a problem. People who particularly rely on vehicles and who see the removal of their car parks for a bike lane as just a threat. And I know that there is some work in these plans to I suppose ease the transition and help to provide alternatives. But really, I would like to see more on that. Actually, I know we need to do something, but we need to bring people along. And again, I'm a big supporter of car sharing schemes like Mevo and City Hop and those sorts of things. And I'd love to see some more targeted support for people who are going to be most affected by these changes, actually. Maybe some incentives, some discounts or something to give those kinds of services a go. I use those and when I need a vehicle, and means I don't need to own my own vehicle or have my own parking. So, we'd just like to see more work to support that kind of transition for people who aren't yet on board. Anyway, kua mutu. Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Wonderful. I'm completely with you. Do we have any questions for Liam? No? Yes. Well, you haven't asked one, so Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Liam. Thank you and good to see you. Just your knowledge of cycling around Wellington, so you would have a really good overview. So today we're particularly focused on Aroa Valley. So in your view, you're happy with the proposal from officers that they've put forward, and with your overview of use of what's available, how does that sit?
Yep. At the end of the process in 2 years' time, I think it'll be a good thing. And I mean, I would ideally like to see that the building of the cycle lane happen faster, because really going up Aroa Street is the most dangerous. Vehicles who are impatient and try to overtake in kind of risky situations and blind corners. So I'd just like to see that happen faster if possible. I think, overall, I think it's a good design, and I think, again, a confident cyclist coming downhill, that works for me, having that particular design. It may not work for everyone, slower cyclists, people who have, kids and stuff and cargo bikes, so I can't speak on behalf of them, but for me, it's a good design, yeah.
Thank you very much. It's been very useful information for us. Thank you. Right, now, Nicholas. Do we have Nicholas here online?
Yes, hello. Hi. I am a resident of Naia, so I'm sort of more positioned to speak about the proposed changes there. And I'll just sort of talk about my experience of that area. I've lived here for quite a number of years. I don't cycle because I think it's too risky. I've been put off by a number of incidents I've seen, and I wouldn't cycle down the gorge at the moment into town. So if I move myself about, it's usually on foot. I run and I walk my dog quite a lot through Trelisic Park and down Kenya Street in that area. So I've seen a number of incidents and near misses. I wanted to talk particularly about the top end, proposed changes at top end, that the configuration of the street along the Kenya Street at the moment, I think, is fairly problematic. It's very narrow, and the parking, regardless of the cycleway, which I do support, the parking on both sides makes that street very narrow for traffic. It's a real struggle, which has been identified in the plan, but it's a real struggle for cars and particularly buses to get through there. I think I would encourage you to look at extending the 30k an hour limit right through to the top of the gorge. I think some of the speeds that people travel along there are well in excess of what's safe. I've had a number of near misses on the crossing. It's not quite a blind corner, but it's pretty close. And I'd say 3 or 4 in the past 12 months, to the point where I will stand at the crossing until a car's completely stopped, because I've come too close on a number of times. And I would say that that's the case for probably, I know outside of the proposal here, but all of the 3 crossings in that area, and on either side of the village, and then on Kenya Street, that those crossings are all fairly problematic. So anything that can be done to actively slow cars down coming into those crossings, I think would be a good thing. I know there've been a couple of actual hits on the one on Kenya Street in particular, and the proposed crossing at the top of the gorge, I'd suggest as well, if the speed limit was reduced right through to there, that corner is also pretty blind, and there are a lot of cars that go around there well in excess of the current speed limit, let alone a slower limit. So like I said, I'd really encourage thinking about the like that 30k limit right through to the top of the gorge and that proposed crossing. As a kind of anecdotal thing, I walk my dog along Kenya Street every morning, and I would say on the side of the road where the cycleways proposed, that on any given morning I'd see between 3 and 6 cars along the whole of Kenya Street. So, anecdotal evidence that while I appreciate that some people do park there, the impact is not going to be as great as it potentially could be, and there are always parks available on the other side of the road. So in terms of residents, I don't think that those changes would have a particularly big impact. And I do think the taking away those parks would make the traffic flow a lot better. So it is, while there's a negative impact, obviously, in terms of parking, the flow of traffic would be a lot clearer, a lot easier with a bit more space given to both lanes, and the cycleway that obviously makes it a lot safer. And to be honest, if there was a cycleway there, I would consider biking into work. But at the moment, I've seen too many kind of incidents there to really kind of want to take my life in my hands. So I guess I'm in support of the proposal, but I would just say, if there's anything that can be done to like actively slow the traffic along that street, then I'd encourage you to look at that as well.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thanks.
That's great. We do have time for a quick question or two, but again, we only have 5 minutes, so we can keep the questions and the answers quite tight if there are any. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, and thank you for taking the time. I guess, hearing your submission, I mean, I think there's, would you describe these kind of changes going through Ngaio and that Kenya Road being actually quite good for all road users, improvement for pedestrians, cyclists and people driving?
Yeah, I think so. If you take the parking aspect out of it, then it's going to free up the flow of traffic, particularly with that being a bus route. Those buses are quite big, and if there's a car on either side of the road at the moment, then you get a bus and you don't get another car through there, so it can be quite challenging. So that's going to help the buses and cars going through there as well.
That's great. Thank you very much, Nicholas. It's really helpful.
Thank you.
And we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Matt.
Thank you for the opportunity to make an oral submission to the committee today. I'm a long-term resident of Ara Valley and I'm strongly opposed to the proposed changes.
Do you have your mic on? Yeah, that's good.
I'd like to make 2 points. Firstly, the treatment of the Ara community and how we're part of the solution, we're not the problem. And secondly, the proposed changes and how they will fail to meet their goals. First, the treatment of the community. So in the Ara community, we already get around in low carbon ways. We're part of the solution, we're not the problem. So in my household, the daily commute is by foot. We walk. We do not commute in a car. The adults walk to work, or occasionally they take the bus. My children are attending local schools. We do not drive them across the whole city to attend another school. My children attend the local schools and they walk. I've been commuting to work myself for 16 years on foot. I deliberately choose to live near to the city and near to work to ensure I do not have to commute by car. Now, many others in the Ara community make the same choice. Now, we do own a car. We own a car mainly for other activities, not for our daily commuting. We mainly use our car for children's sport, cultural and recreational activities. Now, cutting us off from our properties and with no car parking does make it very hard to live in the area. Now, the information provided to residents does contain the statement that this approach is to help residents to prepare and adapt to the change in parking availability. And to me, this sounds like a code for if you don't like the changes, if you can't live without the car parking, then you can move out of the area, perhaps you're being forced out of the area, or you can get rid of your car. So the Ara Valley is a community. We're not a thoroughfare to Kororan. Now, the inner city suburbs and the communities who are already doing the right thing, we need to be supported, not treated as second-class citizens. We're not the problem, but we see ourselves as being kicked to the curb by these changes. And secondly, the changes themselves. Now, the aims are to provide the better transport options, fight climate change, etc. So are they actually going to make a difference? Are we going to have a lot more people getting around in low-carbon ways? Let's look at walking. Now, there are some great ideas in the proposal for walking. We've got some raised pedestrian crossings, lower speed limit, and speed bumps. My daughter uses that crossing every day. It would be great to have a better crossing. But are we going to see a big increase in people walking based on these proposals? Probably not. The people that can walk, they're already walking. The walkers are already out there. Busing. Once again, I can't imagine any big upsurge in people taking the bus based on these proposals. There aren't any new bus routes, and there are no more buses. The bus time travel may diminish slightly, but I can't see a huge upswing in people catching a bus. And the last one, of course, is cycling. This is the biggie. The major change in these proposals is the removal of car parks for a cycle lane. This has a big impact on the residents of Ara Street and, as I see it, for little return. So look at the route, Ara Street and Rawa Road. Who's actually going to cycle up Rawa Road? Is everyone going to be able to cycle up? Rawa Road's actually pretty steep. The City Council order document on this route actually says the proposed treatment for the Ara Valley route, while improvement on the existing situation, is only expected to attract cyclists of the strong and fearless or enthused and confident categories. Now, on the City Council website, it does say that the aim of these proposals is to open up our streets for all ages and abilities, but it doesn't sound like we're doing that with this one. And of course, you have the weather. Wellington's not noted for calm, sunny days. There's a lot of wet days, there's a lot of rainy days, and how many cyclists are going to be out there? If we do look at some statistics that we already have, Brooklyn Hill, the City Council does have some statistics on bikes going up Brooklyn Hill. And we can see, well, actually the cycleway, I believe, was built about May to 2021. And look at statistics, we do not see a massive jump in bikes on Brooklyn Hill. In fact, some of them have actually gone down. You compare June 2021 and June 2022, the number of cyclists actually diminished, and the same in October. So how many people have stopped driving and are riding their bikes to Brooklyn? Doesn't look like there's too many. So will these proposals drive a substantial move of people from bikes or from cars into bikes? Probably not. I'd like to quote another item from the proposed changes that may indicate what could happen and make it worse. The document states these changes will free up space for people who need to drive. And there's a comment on the City Council website, presumably from a supporter in the feedback, and this individual states, removing a parking on the uphill side will move cyclists off the road and allow me to drive at a more reasonable speed without the frustration of trying to get past. So on Ara Street, there's a good chance we'll get even more traffic, and so our car parks and our community are being sacrificed for potentially a faster trip by car. So how are we doing on low carbon transport and fighting climate change with this proposal? Not too well. In summary, we're looking at a worse situation than we have now and hindering the residents who actually live in the inner city, and we're the solution, we're not the problem.
Okay, thank you, Matt. You have used up all your time, but thank you for your perspective, and we've listened with interest. Thank you. Sarah Bennett, I'd like to invite you up, and you're welcome to be at the podium or at the table, whatever you prefer. Welcome. Yes.
Here. Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Sarah Bennett Takawingoa. Nice to see you all here. Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak to my submission. I moved to Wellington at 17 years old and got a job. And when I got some money in my pocket, I made two major investments. One was a 10-speed bicycle, and the other one was as much Pink Floyd on vinyl as I could get my hands on. And one of those decisions I immediately regretted. And it wasn't the Pink Floyd. It was the 10-speed. Between the potholes, the traffic, the wonky curbs, the people and dogs, I realised that cycling on the road was going to be a bit dodgy. And so I traded in the 10-speed and took myself off to Burke's, where I bought a mountain bike. I have not looked back. I still ride the mountain bike around town. I am a regular commuter, and I would say that I'm commuting around Wellington City about 3 to 4 times a week at the moment. I live in Mount Pleasant Road, Aro Valley Heights, formerly Mitchelltown. So this puts me through Little Palmer Street, and it takes me up Aro Street very, very regularly. Biking up Aro Street, it's utterly awful. You know the reasons why. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here. And that is why I am strongly supporting the Aro Valley Cycleway proposal. But then again, within reason, I am the person who's going to pretty much support anything that gets more people on bikes more often. And that's because I've seen firsthand what happens when you support cycling in New Zealand towns and when you don't. For the last 20 years, I have been a travel writer who has specialised in New Zealand travel. I've written for The Lonely Planet for a decade, and I've spent 20 years writing and publishing 6 editions of The Best of Wellington, the city's only independent and advert-free guidebook. Some of you will be familiar with that now, sadly, going out of print. I've also written a lot of stuff about cycling all over New Zealand regularly. And in fact, during COVID, I had a regular monthly column in the New Zealand Herald. It was called Bike Towns of New Zealand. And my husband Lee and I would go off to all these little towns around New Zealand, and we would pick up the map, and we would download the app, and we'd get on our bike, and we'd talk to the locals and talk to the bike hire companies, and we'd ride as much as we could around these little towns around New Zealand. Now, you could accuse us of blatant cycling propaganda. And yes, that would be fair to say if it weren't for the fact that actually, in some regards, it was totally awesome, and in other ways, it was absolutely, utterly depressing. Because the car is king in New Zealand. Wellington featured in the series. I wrote up my own home city for the series, and to quote myself, this is what I said. Talk about a tale of two cities. At the best of times, the capital is blessed with superb mountain biking thanks to great natural assets and 30 years of community and council effort. At its worst, urban cycling is on struggle street, but this is in part due to the same reasons its recreational riding is so good. Big hills, compact flats. Oh, hello, Te Aro. Oh, hello, Aro Valley. Oh, hello, Ngaio. I'm looking at you. Now, as I personally contemplate these new cycleways, I'm not only thinking about my regular commute up this new cycle lane and how it will relieve me of the terror, constant terror, of a car at my back. I'm also thinking about the next story that I'm going to be writing about Wellington City. About biking, about people, about scooters, about cars, about streets and traffic and transport, and also about tourism. Maybe I'll say, well, Wellington gunned pretty hard for people-friendly, environmentally sustainable transport, but its best efforts were blown out of the water by its unbreakable bond with cars and with cruise ships and with aeroplanes. Heck, the council couldn't even sustain a cycle lane in Aro Valley, an inner-city suburb home to legions of adaptable, forward-thinking people, many of whom own bicycles. But maybe I could just reprint this from the last and final edition of The Best of Wellington. Allow me to quote. The city's topography offers a few challenges. Let's call them hills. But these are only really an issue on the way up. Wellington's cycling lobby, councils and associated organisations are working so hard to make riding easier and safer, resulting in more and better cycle lanes and dedicated paths. A well-funded urban cycleways program will bring many improvements online in the next few years, including better CBD routes and the upgrade of arterial routes from outer suburbs.
Thank you,
Thank you
Sarah.
very much. That's all I have to say.
And I take it from that you share my view that Wellington can be a great cycling city.
We need to lead in this space because we can see how hard this is. This is going to take a lot of courage, but Wellington can lead in the space. If we can do it, other towns will come in behind us. So I think we've got to just, show the courage and make it happen.
All right, thank you again. Thank you, and thank you for the amusing presentation too. All right, moving on. Ryan. Ryan.
Hello, everybody. I'm online.
Okay.
How's it going? I'm Ryan. I'm an engineer here I work in Wellington, and I've been living here for the past three and a half years. Since we moved to Wellington from South Africa, we've been living in a flat in the CBD. And one of the big things that we've loved so much about moving to Wellington is the fact that I am now I haven't been required to have a car, something that I was so locked and forced to use when I was living in South Africa, because you could barely go to a dairy around the corner without having to, needing a car to get around. So we've loved that. And recently, in the last kind of couple months, we've needed to get a bit of a bigger space, so we've moved out to Ngaio. And we have a lovely little flat there, and we love the community and all those kind of things. But and we've even bought a car. But me and my wife have both decided that we want to try and not drive into town or anything like that. And I'm an avid runner, so instead of hopping on a train or something, I'm using my commute time to keep fit and keep active. And part of that has been going up and down Ngaio Gorge as my commute. So when I saw this, this proposal to improve that commute, I thought I would have my say. And part of that has just been how awesome it has been having that opportunity to be out there on my bike. I cycle maybe once or twice a week, and then I'll run every other day in and out. And a couple of those things that I've noticed is, crossing over Hutt Road and going up. Obviously, there's a lot of construction happening up Nio Gorge at the moment, but if there's a way that there can be a space for runners, there can be a space for cyclists, it will make things so much easier. And I've also noticed that while I'm huffing and puffing going up the hill, most of the cyclists go past me on their e-bikes, not really worrying about the hill as much. So I think the more space they have to keep it safer, I think will encourage more people to use bikes. Especially, I've noticed myself that it doesn't quite feel safe at the moment. And as I say, I think it's an interesting case where there is construction going on and there's a lot of TMPs and those kind of things, which forces people to share the side path if they're going up the hill at the moment. But that whole length would be a lot easier to firstly cycle if at the top along, as you come into Nio, there is a bit of more of a space. And the other side is I also live in Nio Road, so one of the few times I have to cross the road is going into my own street, and I see that there's a raised crossing that's proposed over there, which will make things a lot safer as well. So I thought I'd just have a bit of a say and point out I think this is a great proposal, and I think it'll help a lot of us commuters get in and out of the city a lot easier. And I do run or cycle come rain or shine. So I think us Wellingtonians are quite hardy people, and we'll get out and about when we can.
Thank you, Ryan. Now, we have got time for a question. Is there a question, or have you been incredibly clear? It's great to hear the perspective from a runner, actually. That's the first that we've heard from someone who does that kind of activity. So really good to hear that crossing, you're looking forward to it, and it'll make your commute by running so much easier. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Doesn't look like we've got any questions, but you've been incredibly clear and, as I said, very valuable perspective. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Alison. So you have 5 minutes, and that has to include questions if you wanted to.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I represent Nio Union Church, situated on the corner of Crofton Road and Kenya Street. We support the intention of the proposal, but not in its current form. The proposal's main focus is on moving commuters through Nio safely and efficiently. Nio Union Church has a strong community focus, and our main focus is on connecting people within Nio who may be lonely or disconnected. We open our hearts and doors to the wider community. Our spiritual focus includes our active commitment to the wise stewardship of the earth and her resources, and connecting people within Nio to address the needs of older people and the growing problem of loneliness. We propose a clearway on the north side of Crofton Road and Kenya Street between 6 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. Monday to Friday. Environmentally, we work with Nio Crofton Downs Residents Association on our program Nio Crofton Downs Goes Carbon Neutral. We co-host a monthly recycling centre and host a monthly repair cafe, both of which attract around 65 people per session and is growing, and we host environmental seminars. For community daytime events, we host a weekly exercise class followed by morning tea, attracting around 50 participants. For some of our people, it is the only outing they have each week. These people cannot cycle. We have a weekly indoor bowling club which caters for around 25. We host a weekly morning tea. We provide premises for a choir and a garden club. Spiritually, we meet at least weekly, with some services attracting 50 people, and from time to time we have funerals which attract 100 or more. All of these activities rely on accessible parking. Most of our participants are over 65, some in their 90s, and many are frail. We have 10 car parks on site. The proposal will remove car parks on the northern side of Kenya Street and Lower Crofton Road. We predict that commuters who park and ride and users of motor doctors will relocate to Upper Crofton Road, that is, the stretch between Ngaio Union Church and Perth Street. With these car parks taken, many of our users will be unable to attend Ngaio Union Church community events. A recent survey of our exercise class users showed that 11 parked on Crofton Road and 3 on Kenya. I live on Kenya Street. I walk, I catch the bus, the train, and I drive. My husband is a cyclist and a runner. My daughter is a commuter cyclist on this route. My son-in-law is a commuter runner on this route. I support the proposal for safety reasons. I observe that after 9 a.m. there are very few cyclists on the route. I agree with Adam and Kate W. Their comments about the twin cab diesel utes, and I agree with the submitter about the need to slow the traffic. Our proposal is that together Ngaio Union Church and the council can address the environmental and safety concerns, as well as support the work that Ngaio Union Church does to build community, increase environmental awareness, and address loneliness. Therefore, we propose that the plan be amended to include a northern side clearway between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. That way, both needs will be met. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison. We do have a couple of questions. They'll have to be kept quite tight. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. So I'm just curious about the reconciliation of the stewardship of the Earth's resources, finite fossil fuels, and not entirely supporting the proposal.
Well, things are always, they're never black and white, are they? So we do have a lot of environmental issues, but we also have loneliness issues. We have encouraged our participants to carpool. That is happening more and more. We have one couple who come by bus, have some who come by train, but the simple fact of the matter is many of our people have to be driven. They are very, very frail, and yet they want to attend an exercise class, and they do. It's an amazing thing. We call it Nigel for short.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's very useful feedback and information. So thank you, Alison. Well, talking about Nigel, it's actually Nigel. We so happen to have Nigel next. So welcome, Nigel.
That was a lovely segue.
Yeah.
Yeah, kia ora koutou, ko Nigel Charman Hull. I'm a Arrow Valley resident. I've been in the valley for about 26 years. I mostly walk into town, sometimes take an electric scooter when I'm late, take it along the footpath and try and be as cognizant of other pedestrians as I can. So I'm generally supportive of the proposed changes. I'm looking forward to taking my scooter down the middle of the Sharrow and, with a bit more safety. Two specific issues I've got. One is around parking and the other one is around safety issues on Little Palmer Street. Slide, please. So on the map, I'm just about to show, what I've done is overlaid the coupon parking and the residence parking. So the coupon parking is the coloured areas and the residence parking is in brown. Mostly the pink. The pink and the green. So the right-hand side of the dotted line basically is coupon parking. So Durham Crescent, where I live, is the little white area you'll see in the middle, just sort of towards the top. So we're just outside of coupon parking. We get lots of long-term parkers, you know, students, etc., living on Arrow Street, come and park their car there for weeks on end. Our neighbours on Durham Street are afforded residence parking up to 600 metres from Arrow Street. We're just 200 metres from Arrow Street, so we're the closest people to Arrow Street, or the closest place you can park for free with no residence parking. So we're basically just, so my previous neighbours did move out last year. They'd been around for about 25 years and they moved because they were unable to park anymore. So we do have some big parking issues there. It looks like we've just been excluded from the sort of diagnosis because we're not a direct street coming off Arrow Street. So I just ask that some reconsideration be made into residence parking on Durham Crescent and Mortimer Terrace, so sort of those whitish areas turn brown, so we could have some residence parking. The other issue I've got is around Little Palmer Street. So there's some line of sight issues at either end of the street. I've seen a pedestrian bowled over on that right-hand side photo. So just when you come to the end of the street, you sort of do a right and left to get onto Inverlochy Place, and there's no line of visibility around the corner. So I think it'd be great if we could have some slow signs or some way of slowing down cyclists and scooters so that, you know, our pedestrians are safe on those corners. And the other safety issue, I think, is there's a couple of choke points. So one coming out of the basketball court onto Palmer Street. At least you've got line of sight on that one. The one on the right-hand side is coming out of Inverlochy Place onto Little Oak Lane. I couldn't see anything in the plans around what's being done with that, but that's quite narrow. Anything going at speed, you can't see around the corner, and you can take out pedestrians or other cyclists, etc. So I'd just like some consideration there to be, maybe it's pedestrian only on that bit and the cyclists go the long way around that tree stump, something like that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nigel.
Thank you.
I don't know that I saw any questions. Are there any committee or others? Yes, Ben.
Just curious, what's plan B?
Councillor McNulty.
Sorry, what's plan B with the scooter when the weather's poor for you?
Normally walking, occasionally the bus. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you again. It's been very useful.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Matthew. Welcome.
G'day. I'm a tradesman, and the biggest thing that I see as my issue is losing parking and having to park miles away with my vehicle. And then, of course, that my clients will have to pay more for me to walk. You know, I mean, I'm working in Island Bay at the moment. I'm spending an hour a day walking to get back to my job. And the other issue I have with the cycle lane going down Naya Gorge is how do you propose to deal with the ice in the winter? Because obviously Naya Gorge gets icy and it's not a very wide road, and I've come down there in my four-wheel drive ute, nearly skidding and losing control. So, you know, that's my biggest issue I have. And the other thing is, if we slow the traffic down too much, aren't we making more pollution than fixing it? Because the road is not very wide, and how are you going to have segregation for cyclists, pedestrians and vehicles going in both directions? And I've worked in Nio quite a lot because that's where my business is based, and I struggle to get parks in there as it is now. So how do we keep the country, how do I keep working when I lose all these cycleways, when all these cycleways take my park, well, not my parks, but places for me to work and do my business efficiently for my clients?
We do have some questions.
Yep, cool.
Are you happy to take those now?
I'll take some questions, yeah, absolutely.
That's very clear, concise and very real points. So I have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Yep.
Thank you. You probably missed some earlier speakers talking about the terrible tradies of how they drive, especially down through Ngaio. No, it was, and I'm just really interested to
please.
understand. Well, I wasn't interrupted by councillors. That would be fine. Can you just, what's your view about, in particular going down through Ngaio, about the driving ability to be able to do that safely?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, we've had concerns expressed about, and the word tradies was used, about how tradies drive. So I'm just curious to understand from your position as somebody who's driving.
I'm a tradie and I've been in the industry for 35 years.
Yeah.
Like anybody, you get rat bags in every industry, and we all have big vehicles because we need that type of vehicle. I tow a trailer at least 3 times a week, so I need a vehicle that can handle that. Tradies, I always give my guys a kick in the ass if they don't behave. And I mean, you've got to drive to the conditions, and you've got to be respectful of other road users. I'm also a cyclist myself, and I do see cyclists that shouldn't be on the bloody road. You know. And I've,
So Matthew,
I call them the light clad brigade. You know, they ride 2 abreast. I mean, I've had it coming up Ngaio Gorge myself, talking to each other, riding 2 abreast. So you have to swerve across the road, and then you're putting yourself and other road users in a harm's way. And the other thing that I am concerned about is my wife has a disability, and she will never ride a push bike.
Matthew, I have some sympathies for tradies, actually. What makes it easier for you? What's good? What does good look like when you're looking for a trade park? You mentioned a trailer, so how long do they have to be?
For a trailer, my vehicle in full length is 8 metres with the trailer on, right? And all the car parks would be about 3.5. I take up 2.5 car parks with my vehicle, and I'm down in Island Bay at the moment, and I can't get a park for love nor money down there. I really can't. I reckon you've probably lost 60% of the parks down there. I have to park away from my site about 400 metres minimum, and I'm carrying probably about 300 kilos of tools I've got to carry to and from the job because I can't leave them there because someone will bloody whip them. So, you know, I understand. I quite agree with what the lady said about having clearways. I think clearways are the answer, because how many cyclists do you get after 9 o'clock? I mean, then you've got, so it's like outside school zones. You have a busy time for a very short time, morning and afternoon. Why don't we look at that kind of thing? I mean, that would be a much more sensible. I mean, and then the cost of it all. How much do all of these things cost? And we've got so many other problems in Wellington. I mean, our street, as an example, where I live in Kandala, we were supposed to get the water main replaced in 2013. It's an asbestos water main. Surely the money should be redirected into fixing that, because that's going to be a health issue all by itself. I know it's off topic. I know it's off topic,
no.
But what I am saying is I am mindful of the cost of everything, being a small business owner for a long time, and these cycle lanes always go over budget.
Well, I think you've given us some really good insights, actually, into what it's like to do your job, and it's been very useful. And I do know you're busy, and I thank you very much for your time coming to us.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right, so we keep moving. We have Eldon. Welcome, Eldon.
Thank you very much. So I'm a Kaiwhara resident, and what I really want to do today is bring attention to what I see to be quite a dishonest and misrepresented impact report in terms of the traffic impact for Kaiwhara Road and the Cameron Street section in particular. So up here we've got the Cameron Street section, and you see we've got the cycleway going up Cameron Street, and there are a number of side streets there that are considered as part of this section. So if I can switch, no. There we go. So if we look at the occupancy rates of Cameron Street, you see they're incredibly high, and the surrounding streets are incredibly low. Now, this diagram would make you believe that there is plenty of off-street parking in that area to be able to take the overflow of Cameron Street when there's that increase in vehicles due to the removal of the car parks on Kaiwhara Road. The issue is all of those streets highlighted in green are actually only 3 metre wide small residential streets, which are too narrow for off-street parking. So they can't really be considered parking stock without encouraging illegal parking activity. And I spoke to a couple of civil and traffic engineers about this, but you don't really need to be an expert to figure that out. That's my little Volkswagen Polo on 4th Street, one of the smallest cars you can get on the market today. And as you can see, if I was to use that as a car park, there is absolutely no way that traffic can go around there. So why were these streets included in the parking impact assessment? Well, cynically, I think it's because if you use these unusable streets, you can fudge the numbers to decrease the impact to below the council policy guidelines. And I think that actively misleads the reader of that report. Here we've got a little excerpt from that report, and you see in the yellow line up the top, that's the Cameron Street occupancy rates, which are incredibly high. Again, in the solid grey line, that's the Cameron Street occupancy rates during the weekend. If you add in these streets where it's impossible to park, you bring down that average, and you can see that in those dotted lines. So when you add those additional 22 vehicles, it magically falls below the 85% occupancy rate. So if you get rid of these unusable car parks, what's the actual state on Cameron Street? Well, your parking stock is actually only 43. So a 22 vehicle increase is actually a 50% increase to your occupancy rates. That brings you over 100% during the week constantly, and around 99 to 100% on the weekends. So I believe that this is a false reporting on the traffic impact of Cameron Street section. On top of that, that impact flows through. The Kaiwharawhara Road traffic segment relies on that overflow parking in Cameron Street, which is non-existent. That means that the impact on Kaiwharawhara Road is actually even more increased as well, and those businesses will be really negatively impacted as there will be no overflow parking within that 10-minute walking radius. So I think this is massive. You know, the Cameron Street impact has been severely understated. Kaiwharawhara Road assessment has been severely understated. And of course, the multi-criteria analysis on design relies on these impacts for businesses, residents, and also on parking. So they could very well be incorrect. So I have to say, just in sort of finishing up, I don't envy your job because it's impossible to be able to make an informed decision when you're being presented with false information. And that's it from me.
Thank you for that. And we do have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. As a resident of the area, do you have a view if there is some sort of sweet spot? Is there some sort of compromise in terms of what's being proposed?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, I think. Essentially, I also believe that a 22 vehicle relocation when you've got a high occupancy rate of 51 car parks is probably on the conservative side. So being able to shift those into an area where you've only really got 39 car parks, I don't think it's really going to be possible. You know, there's going to be massive safety impacts to that, right? Mm-hmm. If you have over 100% occupancy rates, that's going to be bad for pedestrians and bad for the cyclists of the new cycleway. Which, just to clarify, very keen on getting a cycleway up Niall Gorge Road. I just don't think that this design is suitable.
So do you think there's more work to be done with the community and the locals on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the overflow parking issue is something that really needs to be addressed because, you know, with the removal of those car parks and obviously now not having that ability for overflow parking in Cameron Street, where do you park if you work in that area? You know, there is no parking along the Old Hut Road for the majority of the time unless you're outside of those clearway hours. And I'm sure you've been told this from some of the businesses there, but a lot of them operate on shift work. So, you know, I'm already routinely woken up at about 3, 4 a.m. by courier workers trying to find car parks on Cameron Street right now, let alone when we get to over 100% occupancy rates.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you very much. That's very, yeah, again, useful information, and thank you. Now, I just see that there might have been somebody I've missed out. That's Philip, who was down for 11:45, so my apologies, Philip. You're actually, for some reason, a little bit out of order on my sheet.
My sheet said 11:55, and then it went back to 11:45.
Okay, maybe that's where it's arisen. But anyway, we're not too far behind time.
No,
and thank you for waiting.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this today. I've been a resident of Wellington for over 70 years,
and today I live up in Merton Terrace in Highbury. So my comments are focused only on Raroa Road. There's other things I could cover, but we haven't got much time. And that is a primary route for the residents of Highbury, plus of course people from Kelburn and Karori particularly. As a broad observation, much of the Wellington Harbourside topography does not lend itself easily to cycleways. I'm sure you're aware of that. Many roads were carved out of the side of hillsides and to make them accessible by cars. There's no more land to widen them. People have built their homes and adapted their lives to hill living. That's what makes Wellington good, and, you know, we enjoy it. They accept the hills and the limitations they provide to our style of living. I've tried bikes when I was a young guy and gave them away very quickly. It wasn't much fun. Now, Raroa Road, Arrow Street, sort of illustrates the problems of the hills. Trying to turn this route into a safe cycleway from Karori to the Willa Street is, in my opinion, and others I've spoken to, quite frankly unrealistic. It ignores the realities of the limited, generally narrow pavement width, the gradient, the exposure to high winds, and at times harsh weather. It also ignores the interests of the vast majority of the residents in the area and beyond who do not cycle in the suburban streets and never will. There's no proven demand for the project. The Cycleway project team recognises that only the strong and fearless or the enthused and confident will use the road. That's in their preamble in their notes. No responsible parent, I would suggest, would sanction their children or teenagers using this road. The project offers, from my view, no environmental benefits. Those will come from the conversion of the car fleet to electric vehicles, and I think that will happen over the next 4 or 5 years. You know, we're already starting to see it, and progressively, I would say we'll see a lot more of them. The 5-year accident statistics are significant, but where are the statistics to give them context? I couldn't find any until I went fishing around, and these are probably not particularly accurate. The only data I was able to glean from the council traffic stats was approximately 200,000 car, bus, truck movements on Arrow Street per month and about 3,500 cycle movements, a proportion of less than 0.02%. So what we're really talking about here is a safety issue, not a environmental issue. The project audit report notes that of the 9 sets of drawings it was invited to audit covering Raroa Road, almost every one, the risk of accident ranged from common to occasional to infrequent, and in all cases, likelihood of serious fatal injuries. In several instances on the proposed route, slow-moving cyclists will have to transition in and out of the traffic lane, creating a very real hazard. In the event of any car versus cyclist accident, the motorists will be held responsible. That's almost always the case. The very tight lanes will put drivers at risk. A slight loss of concentration in such a tight lane environment could be catastrophic. Now, maybe for the cyclist, it might be for the driver clipping the curb, losing control, and, you know, we're talking very narrow lanes. The Transition Cycle team does not appear to have presented any planning to the auditor for the Norna Road, Raroa Road intersection. This is the narrowest piece on the entire Raroa Road from the bottom up to Plunkett Street, and yet it seems to have been ignored. So I got some slides here just to give you an idea of what it looks like. Well, there's one there. So you can see there, that is Norna Crescent on the right, and this is Raroa Road on the left. That Raroa Road shaded area is just 2.5 metres wide. And you can see there's a bus going down, just approaching that intersection, and you can see how much of the lane it uses. And coming then to the Plunkett Street intersection at the roundabout, this is a 6-seater bus, and I might add there are crazy buses for that route. They could use a smaller bus, which would make it much safer anyway. But that, you can see what the bus does there. Now that's how much traffic, how much road it's needing, and you can see to the left what's available. And then there's 2 cars. Again, there's not very much space, and the drawings that they have presented indicate a cycle lane coming up the middle of the road to get around that roundabout. I don't know how that works. Right, the problems of the tradesmen have been pretty well traversed. You can see there's a house being built down Raroa Road at the moment. Tradesmen have got their vehicles half on the footpath. It's a tight corner, as you'll see from this slide here. Now there's a bus coming up, and you can see he's absolutely hugging what will be a cycle lane. So take 2 metres out of that, and where's anyone left to go? There's simply not enough road. And, you know, life is tough. Has anyone actually asked the bus drivers about using this route that's been designed? Because I think that they will be very concerned. It's a hell of a road. They can't get past on some corners. They have to back and fill. But I think you've been told that as well.
Philip, I'm sorry to hurry you along, but you will need to wrap up if you don't mind.
All right. Well, I think that's virtually... That's just looking down there, you'll see the width of the road, because I wonder whether the team have actually gone and stood on the road and watched the cars. So finally, I would say that, as has been a previous speaker mentioned, when the parking disappears off one side of Rara Road, the pressure's going to come back up onto Norna Crescent, onto Merton Terrace, up Highbury Road, all of which are very narrow roads. And it's like you're going to try and put a caught into a pint pot, and I don't think it's going to fit.
Thank you. You've made some very clear points, and we appreciate your time and coming to make those to us. Thank you. We will keep moving on. We're on time vaguely. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people before we can have a break for lunch. So we've got Lisa online. No. Okay.
No, I am here. I was just waiting for, kia ora, Lisa Julian here. I was just waiting for my video to be turned on. It says I can't turn it, been disabled, but that's okay. You don't need to see my face as long as you can. Oh, there I am. Yeah. Kia ora. Hi. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my story. I won't take too long, but most importantly, I support this proposal and any initiatives to make our roads safer. And I want to congratulate you all on placing safety and the environment at the top of your priority list. It's so important. So 5 years ago, I had been a stay-at-home mum for a number of years and decided to return to work. And the best way that I could squeeze in picking kids up, getting to work, and just general life stuff was to use an electric bike. And I thought it was absolutely marvellous. I could pop the kids on the kids' seats, go around the corner to school, drop them off, be at work in 15 minutes from Ngaio, and then on the way home, be home in 20 minutes. I didn't have to stand stressed at bus stops. I was always home at the time I needed to be to pick the kids up. And I also got some fitness. I would turn the electric thing off when I was coming down the hill and on the way to work and just use it to get up the hills. So this was an absolute game changer for me and made life bearable as a busy stay-at-home mum. However, 3 accidents later and I've had to give up the bike and all the joy and pleasure that brought me. And I'm now a bus commuter to work. But I dearly miss my bike. But coming off because of narrow roads and parked cars opening their door into me, motorbikes hitting me, always the other driver or the driver's fault. So very hard to predict. And it's just too unsafe to bike to work. And so therefore cycle routes would make all the difference. And the thing that I think, I'm a car driver myself as well, and to take cars off the road onto bikes would make a huge difference for all of our commuters, for people on the bus, people on the cars, people on bikes and pedestrians. So in my view, it's a win all round. So hey, thanks team. Thank you for your patience and I hope lunch comes quickly. Enjoy your afternoon. Ka kite.
Yeah, Lisa, we do have, I think, a question for you.
Oh, sure.
Well, at least I have one. What do you think for you is the number one benefit? Like, can you think of part of the route that you're really, really looking forward to?
Yes. So first it will be that Thorndon Quay route and the turn into there. So coming down Kai Whara, I'm biking up towards Spotlight. Do you know where I mean? Yeah, that is really scary. And then there's 3 parts of the route where I had my 3 accidents. So then it's coming down the hill, the Ngaio Gorge. I was travelling probably 30 kilometres, which is quite fast, but you pick up speed when you're going down the hill. It was raining and the road was slippery, so had an accident there. And then again on Thorndon Quay, where the cars are parked and a car door opened onto me. So those three areas are, and the cycle, however, that cycle lane that was, that travels from Spotlight through to Thorndon Quay is wonderful and made a huge difference to my cycle. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, and I hope we can do enough to persuade you back onto your bike.
Okay. Oh, I hope so too. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Bye.
Right. We're going to Stephen, apparently just a little change because we have the next submitter actually hasn't arrived yet. So Stephen, if you don't mind jumping the queue, we'd be very happy to hear from you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
I've been watching online, so a lot of things I was planning on saying have been said. So our property was purchased a number of years ago by our trust, the Scipio Firth Trust. The property was purchased to provide a home for trust members, including beneficiaries. The intended use was to provide a place for us to live into our old age as it is flat and easy access section, and it's close to all the amenities we require. Our property is a rear section with no drive and access, and it's just up the road from the RO shops. Before we purchased, the lawyer searched the title, zoning and roading status of the property, informed us the property was fit for purpose for our intended use. The property has worked well for a time. I worked in the Miramar Studios, and my wife ran Toi Paniki plus a Cuba Duper festival. Fiona still runs a home-based business from our studio office in RO Street. There's been a time when I've needed hospitalisation and being close to the hospital and ambulance has been life-saving. The reduction of parking for people such as myself and other older residents is a concerning development, and I would ask the council office to investigate the demographics of our community and how this will impact their plans and what their accessibility needs might be. Although I'm retired, I still have projects running in the Wairarapa in Auckland, so I'm reliant on vehicle use. Fiona's business requires access on a regular basis for pickup and delivery. Previously, we've enjoyed residence and coupon parking for 2 vehicles, but now have reduced to 1 resident parking coupon. The new design has taken away our unrestricted rights to access of our property. The trustees and beneficiaries are extremely concerned by the actions of the Wellington City Council. The design with a cycle lane, including bolos, plus yellow lines on the other side of the road means we cannot access our property freely. This includes all other residents living on RO Street. This effect has a devaluing effect on the value of the property for us and all other owners. The council is not engaged in consultation but has instead foisted their design intention. The trust believes that we and all residents have a democratic right to have our say in what council has already opted to achieve. In other parts of the world that I've lived, cycleways and protected pedestrian access is achieved by signage, speed humps and 30-kilometre zoning. If this was extended for the whole length of RO Street, it would enable pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles to move safely and freely together. Your proposal to take away the rights and freedom of many people, there are individuals, invalids, sickness beneficiaries, tradespeople, couriers, passenger movers, etc., all being majorly impacted by a decision of council. Myself and other members of the community are very concerned by the route chosen through Te Ara Park, where there are people meeting and a kindergarten operating. The safety and well-being of these groups has not been considered. I would suggest that if the council wants to get Wellington moving again, it needs to consult and listen to the residents it seems to have forgotten.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there are any questions. Oh, yes, sorry, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for your submission. I know the council officers have been through an engagement period before the consultation period. Has there any been talk of any compensation by council to property owners like yourselves where you've had your property devalued through this process?
No, there hasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, thank you for coming in. Just checking that because there has been a survey out and we've been hearing about the consultation. Have you been involved along any of the?
It's approached me.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, something came out, and I've looked at some of the proposed drawings. In fact, I follow those quite closely.
Yeah.
But there's been no consultation process over this.
Is there a way we can contact you now that we've got your details? Would you be open to our team coming to talk with you, just to understand more about the needs of this building?
Sure.
And those residents within it? And can I just check, is it on the corner of Ipuni Street?
No, it isn't. It's on a rear section.
Oh, a rear section?
Yeah.
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 On the southern side of RA Street.
On the southern side. Okay, thank you. That's useful for my head.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this information to us, and we appreciate
Thanks
your time.
for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right. Right, so we're a little bit juggling who's here and what we're up to. So, Koi, I think you're online or here? Online. Welcome.
Hi, tēnā koutou katoa. Hi everyone. I was supposed to be in today in person, but I got stuck at the moment at work, so I can't go in. But so good afternoon, councillors. Everyone knows my name is Koi. I'm a resident of Mount Cook, Wellington, and today I'm speaking to you in regard to the Arrow Valleys and Ngaio Plan Cycleway. I'm speaking to you in support of these projects, and I believe we need to extend our network of cycleway to provide safer streets for the people and bring back the road equity to the people. These projects provide a safer route for people to travel to Karori and Ngaio, which has already had a decent amount of people based on the cycling data. We need these connections as part of our cycleway network to further enable people to uptake these active transport in future, and we need them fast. The cycleway that were installed on Crawford Street that connect Kilburnie and Newtown and Brooklyn, and the cycleways on Brooklyn Road has significantly improved my experience riding my bike around the city to those locations. I don't like hills. I only bike on flat road. But the reason I don't like hills are because of being on the road and holding back traffic behind me. I don't feel bad holding back the traffic because I got to do what I got to do. But I'm afraid of the driver behind me would make a bad judgment trying to pass unsafely. I can feel it when these motorists rev up their engines and clearly frustrated with my progress going up the hill and decided they have enough and they want to pass. These cycleways allowed me and others who decide to use a bike to get around the city, not at mercy of the motorists behind me who want to save 2 minutes of the day while we just want to stay alive on the road. And I just struggled to think about what I have to say for this submission up until 2 days ago. I was biking back from work and have a near miss with this freight truck. The driver decided that they don't want to lose a 10-second stuck behind me and tried to do an overtake with an incoming car on the other lane. I was squeezed between the parked cars on my left and 10 centimeters away from a 20-ton freight truck. And I knew for a fact that if the truck had hit my handlebar, I wouldn't be here speaking to you guys. And that was terrifying. I make a police report and I emailed the company. The first thing the police respondent asked me that was any cycleways available for me to use at that stage. And I felt a bit like I was being victim blamed in a way that there was no cycleways available. I couldn't ride on the footpath. The road was the only place I could use my bike. And it was unnecessary what the driver did. But it's not the first time that I almost got ran over from a truck. But I kind of wish that our infrastructure provide for people like me who want to use a bike to get around. It won't put me off cycling anytime soon. And I already sold my car recently, so I have to tough it out, I guess, with the current infrastructure we have. And that's why I'm really looking forward to our planned cycle network in Paneke. But to sum it up, cycleway are not to provide convenience for cyclists, it's providing safety for people to move around. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Koi. Now, do we have any questions for Koi? We're very sorry to hear about your near miss. I'm glad it's a near miss and not worse. Do we have any questions? I think you've been incredibly clear, and those personal stories are always really valuable to hear because it reminds us of why we're trying to do what we're trying to do, despite despite the difficulties of it. Yeah. So thank you again, Koi, and yeah.
Thank you. I might drop by later when Jonathan does a submission, so we'll see you guys there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
Now, we've actually got nobody else who was planned to be here is here at the minute, but we did have somebody due at 12:25. Is there a chance they'll still be coming at that time?
I would very much welcome a
quick
bathroom break if I could.
Yeah, we could have a quick 10-minute break, but we do need to kind of try and keep to schedule. So if you could be back here by 12:25, just so we can see if Peter's arrived at that time. Right, so we just had a quick stretch, but we're back on schedule and ready to welcome you, Peter, for 5 minutes, your 5 minutes presentation, which does have to include questions, and there often are questions. But we look forward to hearing what you've got to say. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, everyone. I haven't prepared anything today. I just kind of wanted to voice my opinion and my support for the proposed changes for Aro Valley and Raroa Road. I live in Karori and I ride a bike often, not as my sole method of transport, but probably my main method of transport, just because it's fun, easy, convenient. You don't have to park anywhere. You can park wherever you want. It's good to get a bit of exercise. And yeah, I just love riding a bike. It's great. I think more people would do it if we had the infrastructure that supported it and made it feel safe and not scary or dangerous. And that's why I'm really excited to see the changes that are proposed for Aro Valley and also Tinakori Road. And eventually, I hope we can have cycleways all the way up to Karori, and that can connect us with the whole city. And yeah, one thing I noticed, because I did take a look at the plans up Raroa Road, and one thing that I did notice was that it runs on the footpath for a little bit of the way, which I think is quite a neat use of that footpath. There's not usually many pedestrians in that section because they go down the steps. I can't remember the name of the street, but there's another street with all these steps down it. So pedestrians are probably more likely to take the steps. And I was thinking maybe instead of that bike gutter, it would be wiser to use the footpath almost the whole way up, maybe have a crossing somewhere so you can cross over to the footpath on the other side when you're halfway up Raroa Road. Yeah, I'm just not sold on the idea of the bike gutters, really. I don't think they're going to feel particularly safe. But also, I'm not an engineer. I'm just someone who rides a bike and wants more people to be able to enjoy riding bikes. But yeah, great work overall. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
That's wonderful. Thank you. You've put it very well. We have got a question from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. You've taught us how to do a succinct speech. Is there anything that scares you about biking in Wellington?
Mostly just the small, like the narrow lane widths and drivers doing dangerous overpasses. And actually on Aro Street, it's probably one of the worst streets in Wellington, probably second to or tied with Adelaide Road past Countdown, when you're going over that section that has parked cars on both sides in very narrow lane widths. The most terrifying and dangerous thing about biking in Wellington is drivers who can't wait behind you and they do dangerous maneuvers. And yeah, that's probably the scariest part, in my opinion. Just impatient drivers. Yeah.
Yeah. How many of your, I'd like to ask a question, and that's how common is biking in your demographic? How many of your mates, male or female, do what you do and bike a lot?
Quite a lot, and I think it's becoming more popular, and it's kind of like a cultural change, I think. More young people are actually seeing that e-bikes are not just for old people. They're actually a really good way to get around and they can replace a moped. And yeah, I think there's like some cultural change happening for sure.
Cool. Oh, no, definitely not. But this isn't about me, but I've got a vision of a city where all the retirees are on e-bikes, enjoying themselves, but joining the young people. Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else have a question for Peter? It's good to have some younger people submitting, Peter. Yeah. Do you think there's anything we could do to educate drivers about the overpassing?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's within like the council's ability to do that. It's a pretty big job. How do you educate drivers?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think the best thing is probably just to make sure you build safe infrastructure.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's useful, and we do appreciate your time.
Cool. Thank you. Bye.
Right, so committee, we've come to the end of the morning's submissions, so we have now got a lunch break, more or less as scheduled. Thank you, Ben, for coming. We realise you won't be back with us after lunch, but we do appreciate the effort you made to come in the morning. Can we please contact the Mayor too to let her know we're running to schedule and to make... we will need the Mayor to be here in the afternoon. It's completely up to you. Yeah. Right. So now the drill here is that you get everyone's getting 5 minutes. Everybody that we hear is valuable and we appreciate the information. If you want your, to include questions, you have to actually allow for that in the 5 minutes. Sorry, it's a bit rough, but we're going to be here till 5 o'clock. There are a lot of people to speak to us. So, all yours. Floor is yours.
Tēnā tātou, ko Bendalo tōku ingoa, e noho ana hohu ki Palmer Street. So my wife and I have lived on Palmer Street and the property that borders Little Palmer Street for the last 14 years, and that's where we've raised our children who are now 11 and 13, sorry. And look, we are both strongly in favour of transport solutions that efficiently, safely and healthily move people on public roads from one place to another, rather than using public roads to store private vehicles. But for us, the path that is proposed from Aotearoa Street to Buller Street is neither safe nor efficient for neither cyclists nor pedestrians. It's a pathway that involves having to leave Aotearoa Street, navigate the driveway of the garage project, cross the footpath, go down the narrow path down Aotearoa Park, navigate around the community centre between that and the preschool, then go around the back of the basketball court, narrow pinch point there where the fence comes in, over the footpath, onto the street, back over the footpath, down Little Palmer Street, which again is quite narrow, then a dangerous merge onto Abel Smith Street, and then it's proposed that people will go down and then hook around the corner up beside State Highway 1. I can tell you they don't do that because that option is there now. They go down Inverlochy Place and another really tight pinch point before you come around onto Oak Ave. And so that's really dangerous in that direction. It is even worse going back towards Aotearoa Road, because the merge as you come out from Aotearoa Park, where you're having to watch out for cars in the garage project driveway, watch out for cars coming down the street and merge into vehicles moving uphill. So that's a really dangerous solution for the cyclist, but also puts cyclists into direct conflict with pedestrians along the entire route, particularly a lot of preschoolers and school children, and also elderly people who are in the apartment block that's just there. So I would suggest a much safer, more efficient solution is to go straight down Willis Street, a free turn for the cyclists onto Willis Street, possibly get rid of the 3 car parks that are there currently as a clearway park that frequently block traffic at peak hours, and go straight, and then you can go straight onto the path that's proposed beside State Highway 1. The cyclists are already on Aotearoa Street, so there'd be no increased risk, and actually there's a no stopping zone all the way down the left-hand side of Aotearoa Street at the bottom, and so there's no worry about conflict with cars. So we think that's a much more safe one, and also that will give the opportunity for increasing supply to and access to cycling over time, whereas the route that's designed is always going to be constrained by the hard parameters of buildings that are around there. So that's our key point. I guess in addition to that, Little Palmer Street has been neglected for a very long time. And for pedestrians, it's currently nowhere near as safe as it could be, even if we remove the cyclists because of the very broken seal, the poor lighting. And so we strongly endorse that work needs to be done to that to make it into a safer environment, but particularly with pedestrians in mind. Recently, the trees there with their roots growing into pipes resulted in there being no water for Palmer Street for a whole day, and that's an ongoing issue over time, and so they are ludicrous trees to have in an inner city environment. And that requires widening and resurfacing to make it safe. And then the final thing that I guess before I take questions is we really do think this needs to be done in partnership with the community. We only found out that this route went past our house because a neighbour told us. None of the documents that had told us this was happening in terms of mail drops had said it was affecting anything other than Aotearoa Street. And we think a lot of our community is in that position. And we really think that a lot of people who live on Aotearoa Street do rely upon their vehicles in order to enable their mobility. And although we strongly support changing road use to cycling from parking cars, we don't want to end up in a situation of Island Bay or other places where it's resulted in conflict in the community. We know Aotearoa Valley takes time to reach decisions and to reach consensus, but it's a much stronger community because of its processes for doing that. And so we'd really encourage you to work with the community to enable that to happen. Questions?
Thank you. We've probably got time for a quick one. Has anyone got one? Councillor, it'll have to be quick. Councillor Calvert.
Oh, no, just very quickly, because you just talked about engagement or lack of engagement directly with people, like where you are. So in terms of the early engagement that officers went through and then the formal consultation, was it really your view that this was just about the Arrow Street and just that
I
route?
responded to every link that I had in terms of doing a survey. It only asked me about Arrow Street. So
Yeah.
the only feedback that I put into that survey as to what was currently not working for cyclists and pedestrians was about Arrow Street. And nobody told me, as someone who lives directly on the route, and has actually a physical border of my house, we've got no fence in between it, with the alleyway, that was going to be involved in the process. And I think a great many people from the community would feel like suddenly went from something might be happening to quite a well-developed proposal without more of a community koata. We don't have a community centre at the moment, so some of those opportunities for doing that are much more limited than they would normally be, but I think we still need them if we're to bring the community with us as we change transport solutions.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that useful information, and we appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're going to move on now to Joseph, if he's here. Joseph Fletcher, line maybe. All right. Welcome, Joseph.
Kia ora. Oh, yeah.
Good.
Cool. Hey, just want to say quickly, I really appreciate the commentary from Ben there. Quite good to get some more voices from the Valley on this proposed solution. I just want to say real quick and easy, just that I really appreciate the work that's been done on this so far. Possibly there could be maybe a little bit more improvement in some of the community engagement. I live up on Raroa Road, and I just want to say the proposed changes to Raroa Road, certainly with the cycle lane and removing the car park, I think it will have a potential positive impact on some of the vehicle crashes we get on Raroa Road. Raroa Road being one of the main conduits to Karori, really, I think I've lived here just around about 18 months. And we've had 5 crashes that I've noticed just around the vicinity of our house. So I really want to say, I think putting in the bike lane and removing the car parks is the way to go. That's it. That's all I've got to say.
Well, thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions or would like? No.
Cool.
Well,
I've got no complaints, so I appreciate the work you're doing.
Okay, well, please
Thank
do
you.
stay involved, and this is a longer process that's going to be open for feedback during, once it's in place as well. So, thank you for your involvement, thank you for your time, and we might hear from you again down the track, maybe.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I should have also just welcomed the Mayor who's joined us for this afternoon session. So, welcome, Tori. Yeah, lovely to have you with us. Yeah. So we actually don't have Hamish coming, which means we're a wee bit ahead of time again. So unless Sandra's in the room, would you like to come early? And
Hi everybody, I'm Sandra Tilsley. My husband and I own a business on Kaiwharawhara Road, so I'm here to speak very briefly. I'll probably be almost as quick as that chap. So it's more about the business is getting affected down Kaiwharawhara Road. We've appreciated the consultation that the council have come with, sort of working out what the business needs. So for our business, so we're auto repair business, which everyone who pro-cycle will be horrified at. But we're there, and we have negotiated with the council for a loading zone to go in when the cycleway comes in, which has been fantastic, and also with the business next door to us, who's got a lot of trucks. So the loading zone was a really great negotiation. But I'm here today because I'd like you to listen to my sort of idea about the time framing of the cycleways and the impact of the clearway when it comes in. The 4 p.m. clearway, I think, is fine for businesses, because up to 4 o'clock business can pretty much carry on. So that's not so much an issue. It's the speed at which it then Clearway goes 6 months later, according to the plan, to then go to 2 p.m, which means the loading zone is in effect only going to last in any significance for 6 months, which is I don't know, who knows what's going to happen, because already we're going to be losing all the car parks at that time down the road, so it's going to change the whole way the cars parked, etc. So 2 p.m, I just worry what will happen, because the cyclists only really, they're returning from work, and that's fine. 4 o'clock, coming to the end of the day. 2 o'clock's almost like still pretty much working hours. We've got delivery trucks, courier trucks, customers coming in. We can't control how they park, and at the moment they just will park on the road, which will be the cycleway actually. So when it becomes Clearway at 2 o'clock and then 6 months later, all day, it's like, where are the delivery trucks going to go? Where are the tow trucks dropping off the cars going to go? They will just stop where they have to stop, because it's business, and business will carry on. And I suspect they'll just park in the cycleway, which isn't ideal. But if there is no option, where else do the council expect the business vehicles in a commercial zoned area to do business? Because we have the right to carry on our business. And when it was presented to us, the last plan, there was a comment about the transitional time will allow for business adjustment. And it's kind of like, what do they mean by that? Because we're putting our business on the market. It's going to go live straight after Christmas. So maybe it won't worry to us. But because we also own the building, it does matter to us, because whoever buys it, they need to be successful, and they will grow the business. So that means more cars, more traffic around our area, so that loading zone to maybe be exempt from the Clearway, because it is a loading zone, so it's only short term. It's not like cars are going to be parked there full time all day. There's just a potential problem there, so for the council to maybe consider. So it's about the speed of which the transition's happening, which for a business like ours, because we might be there, we might not be able to sell the business, and we will be growing the business if we, probably by the time the cycleway is expected to go in, because if business hasn't sold by mid next year, we will be looking at upping the staff. It just means more traffic coming in. And it's a real shame, because my husband just finished an EV course, so that was his direction. So the whole anti-car thing, rather than it being like, well, we know we're heading in that direction, but at the end of the day, the cars will be around that area. The Clearway so quickly could be quite problematic, because where are the business cars going to, the delivery trucks, etc.
So not to cut you short, but we do have one question.
Yes.
So Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Sandra, for coming in. Can you give us an indication, obviously you're planning on selling your business, but what would generally be the lease terms of businesses in the area, or even...
Lease term?
Yeah, so how long would you signed up a lease for leasing a commercial property? What is...
Probably because we own the building. Yeah. I don't know, but if prior to us owning the building, I think 6 years is probably pretty common. Yeah, or 3 and then 3 plus 3, or no less than 3. So when we sign up a lease for the people, I mean, it's all under negotiation, of course. But ideally 5-6 years. I would think 6 is probably.
But I suppose the point is that it's very difficult to adjust your business model in the space of a 6-month transitional period.
And also, businesses can be location destinations. So we, as a business, the clientele, that's our focus. They do come from Lower Hutt and the Ngaio, Kandala. They come from all around, but if we upped and off to Whorarua or Upper Hutt, Lower Hutt, that's not our clientele. The business would not, I mean, it would be go right down because that's not our clientele. That's not our market. So businesses, so that's us, but it would also be other businesses that.
Yeah, I think
locational, and also we're not in the city business. If we set up business, and all the businesses down Koata Road are types of businesses that require vehicles, tile shops, interior furniture stores, that kind of thing. We're located where we are because it's good for vehicles to come and pick up and do business. I mean, if we set up in the CBD and complain there's no car parking, well, you know, we would just be idiots. But we're set up in a location because it's easily good for transportation of vehicles for the type of businesses we are in that location. So to kind of get rid of the ability to do that is, and the other fear I have...
Sandra, I'm just going to have to ask you to wrap up, but...
That's fine.
But I think you've actually given us a very clear sense of some of the challenges that you have as a business owner down there. Thank you. Look
at the rules around the clearway time, particularly from 2 o'clock, and then when it goes to all day, I just worry about.
I think that was quite clear, a good clear message from you, and we thank you for bringing that perspective to us. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Right. Well. Joe, do we have Joe? We do. Yes, Joe Carter? Yeah. We do. Okay. Oh, okay. No, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm just going to speak briefly to some of my submission. My submission relates to Rāroa Road up to Plunkett Street, and I've lived on Rāroa Road for more than 30 years. The Rāroa environment is not conducive to cycling. Unlike other areas of the city, the top end of Rāroa Road is an extreme wind rating, and that means it needs special engineering standards are required for building. I actually put a map in my report showing that. Plus, this plus other factors lead the report auditors to say this cycleway is only expected to attract cyclists of the strong and fearless or the enthused and confident categories. This does not meet council objectives to encourage cycling. On-street vehicle parking has existing use rights, which has been ignored in the cycleway design. Council's long-term practice of allowing encroachment licences on road reserve and providing residents parking have led to long-standing expectations that in areas of Wellington where off-street parking cannot be provided on a site, that it will be allowed on the road in front of your property. As Rāroa Road is zoned residential, I would argue residents have a lawful existing use right to park their vehicles on the road in front of their properties, where they've done for many years, as parking is a permitted activity in residential zones. We've got a garage in front of our property that's been there 110 years. Survey methodology. The parking surveys in Rāroa Road were undertaken at the wrong time of day and in the wrong period of the year, and do not accurately reflect the use of the road for parking. In Rāroa Road, the parking surveys were carried out at 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays and on weekends in June and July, and on the 31st of May. June and July are when the students have their exams and when there is the university break, and a lot of students go away to swap for exams. They go home, and they also go home during the break. The cycleway design. It will generate more problems than it solves. Due to the narrowness of the road, there is the potential for more pedestrian car, cycle car, and car-to-car conflicts. By pushing all parking onto the downhill side of the road, vehicles coming down Rāroa Road will be forced to cross the white line because the middle white line is being moved over to the downhill side of the road to accommodate the proposed cycleway. Another submission notes the danger to downhill cyclists of downhill parked vehicles. It will also force more pedestrians to cross the road, as most of the street parking on this part of the road is for houses on the uphill side of the road. Alternate parking is not available. The only formed side streets are at the top and bottom of Rāroa Road, and these have little to no on spare parking because they are steep. Planning. The cycleway has been designed with reference only to the existing situation. Service vehicles and intensified residential use have not been considered. Raroa Road is the principal road and an urban connector designed to connect major suburbs to the city. Not only does it not have high traffic volumes, but its carriageway is not fully formed. It's got the same rating as Cobham Drive, but not the width. It has to provide access for local residents too. The reports make no reference to one, access and provision for all other forms of transport. I'm not just talking private vehicles, trade vehicles, large service vehicles, that's rubbish, fire and emergency, couriers, buses, pedestrians. The road is inadequate for these. And I've got a little picture here. This is a snapshot taken from Google Earth, as you can see. The new government rules, it also hasn't taken account of the new government rules that allow, as of right, 3 houses per section, which means we're going to see a huge density increases in Karori and Kelburn. And we can already see examples of intensification on Raroa Road where off-street parking has been provided, and that's still not sufficient because we've got cars on the road. Finally, I'd like to say that there is another option. Norway Street Pedestrian Micro Vehicle Tunnel. In the original report, Norway Street was considered as an alternative to the stretch of Raroa Road. However, it was excluded because the end of Norway Street leads to a steep public switchback walkway. However, there is an excellent solution to this. In 1928, a Council Access Commission proposed a new tunnel from the top end of Norway Street through to Glenmore Street. Originally, this tunnel was considered for vehicles. A smaller version of this would instead make a good micro vehicle pedestrian tunnel that would provide many benefits to the whole area, as well as providing a much safer and easier route for cyclists up Norway Street. This route is half a kilometre shorter, it's got less incline, it's got a lower height, and it doesn't suffer from the wind. And actually at the end of my submission, you'll see that there's...
I don't think we've quite got time for questions, but I will comment that I found it a very interesting idea, and I did read your submission in quite a lot of detail, working out what it was all about. But we'll have to leave it to the staff, obviously, to make what they will of that idea, but thank you for thinking of it, and thank you for the other information you've provided.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. Yeah. Right, so Matthew is online. Hi. Hi, Matthew. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak to us, and that needs to include questions if you want it to.
Sure. Thank you. Kia ora. How are you all? So this submission is very short. I'm a resident of Highbury. I'm also a committee member of the Wellington Triathlon Club, and I do a lot of project planning and works for Parliament as well. So just giving a bit of background, my journey when I'm travelling via cycle up Aro Valley is about 2.3 kilometres of uphill road, 15 kilometres an hour on the smaller gradients, and then down to 8 kilometres as I'm going up the hill. It's about 13 minutes worth of travel and grades of up to 11%. 2 blind corners. In fact, I think there's 3 blind corners. Multiple parked cars, which tends to force me out into the direction of traffic. And one of the key things I've noticed just this week is when I'm taking the bus to work, the bus quite often mounts the footpath, which is a bit of a worry, just to let cars go past in the opposite direction and other buses going past in the opposite direction. So that's a real concern, not just for cyclists and footpath users, but also for all users of the road. So getting rid of the parked cars, I think, is a great idea. I don't know how else things would be improved. So just quickly going through some of the descriptions of change and how I support them. The key thing that I don't really support is raising the pedestrian crossings and installing speed humps on Aro Street, because that creates more difficulty for surface water to get to run away. And it also creates more of a trip hazard and a bump hazard for cyclists and footpath users. One thing I do really implore and absolutely agree upon is getting some sort of bike lane going up Raroa to Raroa Crescent. As I mentioned, it takes me about 13 minutes. In a car, it takes about 3 minutes. So there's a lot more time I'm involved in that sort of, I guess, danger zone. And getting rid of the parking is really important. I'm not sure how to achieve that, to make sure that residents are taking it into account, etc., as some of the previous comments. Really interesting idea from the previous speaker about Norway Street. I quite often run up that road. I think it's a great safe access way, but I'm not sure how that would be implemented. And 30-kilometre-an-hour zone, I think that's really important because I have seen people travelling up and down the street quite dangerously. I think that's about all for me. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matthew. Now, do we have questions? The submission is on. Okay, maybe the staff can help us with that. But is that relevant to your question?
Oh, no.
Okay, okay. It looks as if you've been incredibly clear, so thank you, Matthew. It does look like we don't actually have questions, but if people
no problem.
Think of them,
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, if people think of them later, they can always contact you, I'm sure. But
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for coming and for
Thank
your
you.
sharing. Thank you. Right, we are, I think, going to Rachel. We're a little bit out of order because Jane hasn't yet come, but Rachel is online. Okay, welcome, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. I want to start off by saying that I do believe in the good work of the Wellington City Council and I accept that climate change is necessary. However, I do not believe that the right action is being taken. In raising legitimate concerns of our community, we have been labelled as not in my neighbourhood types and climate change deniers. And we've been referred to by the council as the noisy minority. But if you compare those opposed with the number of people affected, we are the majority, not the minority. It's easy to support something when you don't need to make the sacrifices for it. I'd like to point out that Raroa Road is far too steep. I know a lot of people have talked about this, but in the design documents, it's said to expect to attract the strong and fearless or the enthused and confident. So this is not a cycle lane that will suit the everyday Wellingtonian. The proposal sees all the parks removed on Arrow Street with resident parking on the side streets. By removing these parks, you're not just taking parks away from the residents, but you're removing access to a lot of services. I know this is also being talked about a lot, but you know, how do we get building work done in our homes? If there's a plumbing issue that needs to be attended, you know, where do these people park or have materials delivered? How do people without the capacity to do it themselves get their lawns mowed when they require a company to come and do it, but there's nowhere to park? What about New Zealand Post deliveries, about grocery deliveries? You might notice I look a little bit tired, and I am. I just had a baby girl 3 weeks ago, and I have a midwife visiting me every week, and I do need her advice and her help. And under this proposal, there would be nowhere, you know, within my area for her to park. And most importantly, our friends and family who require vehicles or come long distance would be unable to visit us in our homes. I've casually asked a couple of people who provide service to Arrow Valley, you know, what would you do under this new proposal? And the general response is, well, I guess we'd just have to park in the cycle lane and be quick, or we'd have to reconsider providing services to the area. And the design doesn't allow for you to park and be quick. So it would result in, you know, residents being without services that are necessary to them. To date, I don't feel that concerns have been adequately addressed. In fact, I feel like a lot of them have been dismissed. When the question of where would tradesmen park if they needed to provide services, the council basically responded with, oh, well, it's hard to find a park anywhere in Wellington. And that is true. Sometimes it takes 5 minutes or so to find a park, but this proposal doesn't make it hard. It makes it not possible. No parks on Arrow Street, resident parking in the side streets. The council service people themselves travel, and they have not moved their business to bicycles. They've moved to EV vehicles. And we have a housing development across the road from us. How do those council inspectors do their inspections and carry out their work? Do you ask them to go to Kelburn and walk, or to the city and walk? Like, quite seriously, what would be expected of those people? It's going to be a lot of people in the same boat. Many of the cyclists in support of this proposal, they've talked about their safety, and I agree that we should always make it safer for cyclists, but there are many ways to make cycling safer in Aro Valley without hurting the livelihood of the residents here. Lower speed limits for longer stretches and accountability for motorists like speed cameras or speed bumps, or as been mentioned, installing some clearways. I want to add that the consultation hasn't been the best. I found out about the bike lane through a Facebook post from a member of the public. The engagement, such as the surveys, I felt that they were there to, they were set out only to collect data that would support the view of the council. They asked questions like, do you feel safe cycling on Aro Street? But they didn't ask, you know, what do you use your vehicle and therefore the spaces for, or how would this affect you as a resident? None of those questions were asked. And I do believe that a more genuine community engagement and consideration is needed. I know that we have quotas and goals in terms of climate action, but this action, while it might give us a big green sustainability tick, the council's vision also includes livability and inclusivity, and this action sacrifices both of those for the people of Aro Valley. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful timekeeping.
I practiced.
I don't see any immediate questions, but I think you've actually made some really good points, and I know that they will have resonated a little bit with some of us. So thank you for your time, and
you're welcome.
Yeah, and for what you've said. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Bye.
So we're actually going to move to Paul. I see you've been there for a little while. We're a bit ahead of time because one or two people haven't come. But welcome, Paul, and you will know the deal very well. I know.
Yeah. Kia ora. Ko Paul Bruce tōku ingoa. Just to say that the time is now right to move rapidly back to active modes in public transport, and I congratulate the Council on producing a template of changes favouring cycling and public transport for this particularly difficult section of Wellington streets. I've been cycling for 90% of my trips for 50 years in Wellington, and as a weather forecaster living in Ohio Road, my journey most often was down Ohio Road and along Aro Street and up even to Kaua Meteorological Service. However, I also used Rauro Road for trips to town with flatting for a year in Highbury, and at times for recreational trips to Karori and Tamakra. I don't have any specific comments to make on the cycle path itself, except to say that I grew up in the 50s when many people didn't own a car and one did not find vehicles parked on the streets obstructing public transport and cyclists. Thus, it was safer and easier to cycle on these streets. Streets were originally constructed for transit rather than for storing private property, and I encourage councillors to advocate for a return to freeways for active modes and public transport. Implementation of Wellington City cycle plan will facilitate a return to cycling across the city with an increase in safety, decrease in vehicle traffic with its harmful emissions, both to human health and to overheating the atmosphere with greenhouse emissions, and, of course, to other amenity values. It should also decrease the frequency and cost of road repair maintenance. We passed peak oil in 2019, pre-COVID and pre the Ukraine invasion, and petroleum output is now likely to continue to decline by 3 to 5% a year. This will have significant impact on diesel, which is usually about 20% output of a refinery, but also bitumen, which comprises about 10% of output, and result in much higher running costs of ICE vehicles and road maintenance. The decline would be 10% or greater per year if our government chose to ration or apply the higher taxes on fuel that reflect the climate emergency we are facing, and to ensure a faster decline in greenhouse emissions from fossil fuels. However, some experts believe that vehicle production will cease by the end of this decade, and oil production by halfway through the 30s. This all points to significant economic and environmental benefits of shifting to active modes and the designation of safe cycle paths such as planned for Raroa and Aro streets. I would like to also to say that I'm fully in support of an extension of 30k speed limit. The lower speed ensures that any potential conflicts do not result in grave bodily harm and approve amenity values. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Now, do we have questions from the committee? Well, we have sort of run out of questions. It's terrible, isn't it? Paul, I will ask you a question. We have heard some very heartfelt points made about, you know, things like visits from midwives and health professionals and, you know, tradies, and you're talking about opening the streets as carriageways, but what do you see as the solution in this 21st century that we're in right now to those kind of visits that are still required, that may require parking?
Well, the most significant thing is when people own several cars and then park one of them on the street. If you have a car, you own a car, you should be parking or on your own property. In terms of tradies, I'm not sure how you deal with that. I think you just have to have a trading person coming up and dropping off its material and then going somewhere else. But actually, there is a lot of tradesmen travel around in quite big vehicles, vans, but they have a toolbox or two, and actually they could be travelling in a cargo bike, an e-cargo bike. I think most of the times they'd have enough of that. Of course, if you're building a major house, then it's a different story, and there may be some disruption. There is a lot of disruption in our streets at the present time, which disrupt cars as well. So there will be occasion when you disrupt the cycle path and carriage for public transport and whatever, like Nile Gorge, you know. But the majority of times the problem, as I said, is individuals parking their private property. That's where the biggest disruption to cycle, or the hindrance for cyclists is in the city. My bike up and down Hara Road, you know, just be coming up to the Brooklyn shops, and I say that piece of road is the most frightening. You have these huge trucks passing you very close, and they often travel at quite high speeds. So I note that they are quite courteous to cyclists, but is the most frightening part of the city. I've biked through the city, as I said, for 50 years through the CBD. I don't actually find the CBD, because of the lower speeds below 30k, is that bigger problem, just because of the slower speed of traffic.
Well, thank you for that, and for that additional information, and for your time. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Frank.
Now we can actually return to Jane, who we missed out earlier. So I believe you're online, Jane. Is that right? Yeah. Welcome. And you have 5 minutes to present, and that needs to include questions.
Yep.
But over to you.
Okay. I'm fully in favour of the cycleway. I just have a concern about how you're talking about rolling it out, which is in stages. So the problem that I have with that, well, first of all, I got an e-bike when they first came into the country, used it for 4 years. I live up in Highbury, so Arrow Street was my main form. After 4 years, I had too many near misses, and I don't ride a bike anymore. I took it down to Christchurch, and I use it when I go down there to visit grandchildren. So the problem that I have with how you're going to roll it out in stages is that everybody who's brave enough to be riding their bike's already riding it. So you've got people who need to feel safer. If you get people on a bike and then the cycleway disappears, you can't get all the way through, they're going to stop doing it. And so you're going to break a habit. I mean, we know how habits are formed. So I have a concern that people aren't going to start using it until the whole thing's done. Meanwhile, you've got motorists, and what our brain does is it works out what we need to take into consideration, where our attention needs to go. We're doing that all of the time because we can't take in all the stimuli. If we start driving along and we see a cycleway, a new cycleway, but then we see hardly anybody using it, then you stop seeing it. It's like Victoria Street. I wouldn't drive. If you started to join that cycleway up, I wouldn't get on it because motorists don't see it anymore. So I believe the best way to do it is to get the whole thing up and running at once, do a big splash, get all the cycle, have people, times where people are cycling clubs and stuff, get people doing it in a bit by bit way. I believe is going to be less safe, and you're going to get less people doing it. And that's all I want to say, really.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting. We've got some questions from Councillor Matthews.
Sure.
Kia ora, nice to see you, and thank you for that. I guess, what would you say, we're getting a lot of heat from the community that think we're doing this far too quickly and too all at once. So, how would you, enable, I guess, in order to be able to do kind of any consultation and kind of the transitional way we're doing this, with there needs to be some element of rollout, but do you not think this is quick?
I would rather it all came out later and all done at once. I mean, it all makes logical sense. It just doesn't, from what I understand about human nature, it just doesn't fit in with, one, how we change habits, and two, how we work out what we need to pay attention to when we're driving. Those are my two concerns. They're more human nature than logic. So if you have to do this, it's going to take longer and you're going to do it a year later. I think do it a year later, but have it all joined up to start with. So somebody who's new to it can go right, and they'll feel safe, and they'll do it again. Yeah, I mean, I've asked a few motorists who don't like cyclists why, and they invariably give me Victoria Street as an example of nobody uses it. So you drive along there, walk along there, and I wouldn't ride a bike on it because motorists don't see it anymore. So you have to start it with a big splash with lots of bikes on it, so that one, people get in the habit because it feels safe, and two, that motorists take it, they give attention to it.
Thank you.
I don't know if
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. That's quite an interesting perspective, and you've given us something to think about. So thank you very much and for your time.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Beg your pardon? Oh, sorry, we have got a question. No, I didn't notice. I omitted to give Councillor Calvert the chance to ask a question.
Sure.
Jane, you mentioned about you left your bike down in Christchurch.
Yes.
Why do you feel safer cycling in Christchurch than
because they have cycleways just about everywhere I want to go. I can get everywhere pretty easily on really safe cycleways. Okay. That's the only difference. I had too many close calls in Wellington, and I didn't even make a mental decision to stop. One day I went to get on it, my guts just turned and went, we're not doing this anymore. It's too dangerous. Mostly SUVs, mostly too close, been cut off. So yeah, I go down to Christchurch for 3 to 6 weeks, quite a few times a year, to look after grandchildren, and I ride my bike everywhere. I do my shopping, just like I used to do here.
Is it the nature of the streets down there?
Sorry?
Is it the nature of their streets as opposed to the nature of the streets here in Wellington?
Oh, you've got to work harder in Wellington. No doubt about it. No doubt about it at all. That doesn't mean you don't do it. It just means you've got to work harder to make it work.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again.
Okay.
It was good to have a bit of extra information. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Now,
bye-bye.
I'd like to invite you, Ian, to speak next, and then we'll go to Patrick, who's arrived. But you have 5 minutes, and we're really looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Can you, I want to share a PowerPoint, please. I support the idea of the cycleway, but most of it, but I think there's a few safety things. I think the first thing is we've got to make the roads safe before we actually encourage more cyclists, especially to use because they're not safe at the moment. We've been trying to get it done for some time.
I think the staff are just working on getting that up for you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Here it is, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to really fly through it because I'm not going to get 5 minutes. So the consultation was pretty poor. We didn't get the first notices. There was a drop-in centre meeting in Nio Library starting at 3 o'clock. The technical team didn't arrive from the WCC, didn't arrive to 4:45. very poor. The documents, 7 documents, about 500 pages, far too much, but on the other side of it, the design drawings were really superb. I'm really only going to concentrate on one section of the Nio connection, and that's Kenya Street, and I won't have time to get through everything. We've been trying to get things there improved for since 2015. In my screen. Right. So that's all my recommendations, only 9 of them. Main thing on the safety, the report talks about the 85th percentile of 46 kilometres and seems to praise it that it's below the 50-kilometre limit. But half of the Kenya Street is within a City Council 35 speed advisory area, and I'll show you a bit why. So 46 kilometres in a 35-hour zone is obviously not satisfactory. And in fact, the whole report does not mention the 35-kilometre-hour advisory anywhere in the report. Very disappointing again. On the accidents, they take data from NZTA crash accident reports, which is great, the good reliable stuff, but they state that the reports are underreported by an estimated of 40% of serious crashes. On that, between number 56 and 68 Kenya Street, 8 cars have been written off due to excess speed-related accidents. Most of them were parked, and most of them weren't reported to the police as they weren't. Nobody was hurt, but they were reported to the City Council. Briefly on that, got this these figures from Auckland Transport, Regional Council of Transport, and it goes to prove how, it will show how at 30 kilometres an hour, if somebody needs to stop, sees something needs to stop, it will take they'll travel 25 metres just in reaction time, and the car will take at least 7 metres to stop. So it needs 32 metres. That's at 30 kilometres an hour. On the right is just some examples of visibility. The green triangles of visibility, and that's going out 30 metres. So really, they need 32 metres to stop if they're going 30 kilometres an hour. And that's some examples. There's a lot of blind patches. That's one of the reasons why the 35-kilometre speed advisory was installed. Just going back up at top of Kenya Street, right here, there's a steel barrier to stop accidents. And this was put in the 90s. Cars speeding up from the Nio end of Kenya Street, missed the corner, went through just to the left of that, over the bank and into a bedroom of my next door neighbour. This accident happened on the end of December 2020. So instead of trying to slow traffic down, the City Council put an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff instead of a fence at the top. The recommendations from that, I'll go back. Recommendations from that is all of Kenya Street should be 30 k's, and we need a couple more speed humps. This, I just put in just now, that car was crashed across the road from me this morning. U-turns, nowhere in the report does it talk about U-turns when all of Kenya Street's going to have traffic parking on one side of the road. So the cars heading south, if they want to find a park, they're going to have to turn around and park on the other side of the road. That either means driving right to the Nio Gorge Road, doing a turn there into Trilisican and back, or doing a U-turn or a 3-point turn. That's a 50k zone at the bottom. It's dangerous. They're going to be going into the into the cycle lanes on both sides. Need to slow it down. Another thing is there's going in Kenya Street and the top of Nio Street, Nio Gorge Road, there's going to be 5 different speed limits over 660 metres. People are going 30 k's, speeding up to 50, then braking to 35, then down to 25 over a hump. Really, it makes sense to have 30 k's right through. Here's the recommendations again. Another important thing is this is the intersection right at the top of Trilisic, Kenya and Nio Gorge Road. Traffic heading south, if they want to find a park, for example, or turn around, they're already doing this. They're doing a U-turn into, or a right turn into Trilisic and then back in. But if you add the cycle lanes on, that's where the cyclists are going to be going. Oh, the other thing is, right here is the crest of a hill. So visibility from the north is really poor because it's crest that you can't see over a hill. My recommendation is the cyclists don't go across there. They come in behind the giveaway signs and do a hook turn there and come back in.
So Ian, this is incredibly fascinating stuff, but I think I am going to ask you to wrap up if you can.
I haven't even got onto the parking. Okay.
Oh.
Parking survey, there's a lot of errors in it. They talk about the numbers don't add up. It's crazy. They look at the Kenya zone. I reckon there's lots of, they haven't looked at Kenya Street or Trilisic is separate. They talk about parking. It's got to be within 5 minutes walk. None of the parking available in Trilisic Crescent, which is within 5 minutes walk of the centre of the thing. This is Kenya Street a couple of nights ago, where they said we've got 40% parking. There where occupancy is over 100 or 100. Once they take out 10 of the 16 parking up there, they're going to have 250%. So 15 cars trying to find 6 parks. At the top of Kenya Street, 25% of the houses don't have off-street parking at all.
So thank you, Ian. Is it possible?
And this is where more, and this is the parking in Trilisic Crescent. It's one side, it's 6 metres wide. That car parked there. Vehicles couldn't get through. Motorbikes, ambulances, fire engines, nothing.
Okay, thank you. Have you given all this information already to us, or can you email some of it through?
No, yeah, but I haven't had replies. I sent a lot of it on the first. Yeah,
well,
but I haven't. This is a different presentation,
Okay,
but
I
I'm
suggest
sorry for
that-
going over time. But
Yeah. I suggest that the thing about the Dutch reach is interesting.
that's different. They're just some of the other things which we ran out of time for.
Yeah, we did. But if you want to send to councillors, and it's group councillors, I think, isn't it? We're going to let you know how you can send us your entire presentation, because there's a lot of information in there and we clearly don't have time for it all in right now.
Yeah,
But
well,
thank you very much.
unfortunately, the team didn't reply to. They only replied to part of it, and they said it's a traditional plan, which I support. But when I said you can't take risk on safety, you've got to put safety first and then do the transition afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much. And you have made some very clear points about speed in particular. So thank you. Right, we are going to have to move on. So we're going to have Patrick, followed by Lucy. So Patrick, podium or the table. And it's only 5 minutes. I'm sorry for everybody today because we have had a lot of submissions.
Understood. First of all, it's good to see everyone here. I think it's my first time talking to the new council, so congratulations on your elections. We've come a long way. We've been talking about this for more than 20 years. You will hear, no doubt, from people who want to talk about it more, but we're up to delivery stage now. So council has made decisions over the years that take us in this direction. This is the time to deliver and do what the council said it would do. There are strong arguments for improving cycling in Wellington, and this aligns really well with your climate plans, road safety, livability, less pressure on buses and trains, and affordability. The first point I want to make is that Cycling Action Network is strongly in support of these plans. So anything I say after this, just remember, strongly in support. Let's get on with it. We say yes to the transitional approach that you've already approved. Staging the building of these routes is really counter to that, and I'm a bit baffled why that got introduced at a late stage. It delays the benefits that we've agreed on here, so I don't see a strong argument that there's anything unique about these plans, about these streets, that requires yet more talk, yet more staging. I've heard some of the other speakers talk about some of the detail here. The whole point of the transitional approach is to build it now, learn from it, improve it, and move on, rather than spending years and years perfecting a design. I think that's an illusion. Sure, we won't get it right first time, but let's use that transitional approach to at low cost and with early delivery of benefits to learn from that. I think we've seen in Newtown too, there's already been adjustments to the design there, so it shows good faith with the process. In terms of easing the impacts on other road users, I really get that, and I know your staff are working hard with businesses and affected residents. There's a couple of points to make there. There's a whole bunch of things this council and regional council can do to ease the impacts. For example, there's a railway station at Kaiwhatawhata. Why not work with the regional council to reopen that? Carpooling, complimentary snapper cards. Businesses and residents can be very adaptable and finding their own solutions. Delaying the benefits through a staged approach, it seems to just draw out the pain, and you risk losing the mandate that you gained at the recent elections. So I say get on with it, do what you said you'd do. We've got a few comments on details about lack of downhill bike lanes. It reduces the usability of these routes, and unprotected shoulders on corners, which exposes people on bikes to risk from moving traffic. We know the guidelines are that at a 50k road, you need protected bike lanes. If speeds are lowered to 30, it may be possible with low traffic volumes for people to share the lane. I think I'm going to leave it at that because I do want to hear from councillors. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes. Are there questions from others? Yeah, yep. Councillor Matthews.
If there was one objection, if you could sort of rank what you would like us to change about these plans, what would it be?
Well, build for the many, not for the few. So that means making sure this works for not just the strong and fearless, but people who we know have bicycles, they want to ride the bike, but they're put off by busy traffic. So ask yourself, would you let your 10-year-old use these bike lanes? If not, what can we do to improve those? The second thing I'd say is yes to the transitional approach. Let's not delay the benefits.
Patrick, one from me. So there's been quite a few suggestions actually about extending the proposed 30-kilometre area. I've picked that up from a surprising number of submitters. I think we were talking about Aro Street in particular having it. Would you support that? And if so, what would you see as optimum there?
Yes, I'd support that. Where there's protected bike lanes, then 50k is possible, but in the absence of that, 30k is what the New Zealand guidelines call for.
And another thing that's had we've had mixed feedback about is traffic calming, including speed humps. What's your view about that in terms of the effect on cyclists?
Are we talking at pedestrian crossings to ease?
I think just generally traffic calming to match with the ambition to have a slower speed.
Sure. So we know that simply posting lower speed limits has some benefits, but not as much as redesigning a street to fit the desired speed. So there's a place for traffic calming, which includes use of speed humps, narrowing the road, to signal to road users what the appropriate and safe speed is for that environment. We've seen that already, for example, in the Golden Mile.
That's it from me. Does anyone else have a question for Patrick, or should we move? Hang around, Patrick. We may come back to you after we've heard. I don't know. But,
okay.
Anyone else?
Thanks for your attention,
okay.
councillors.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We'll move now to Lucy. Thank you, Lucy.
Kia ora. This is the first time I've talked to council, so bear with me. So kia ora, I'm Lucy. I live in Ngaio, and I bought my first bike as an adult this January. It's an e-bike, get up the hill. Growing up in Ngaio, I never ever thought I would cycle in Wellington. for two reasons, for the hill and for traffic. Now, e-bikes obviously tackle the hill. Traffic is still there and it's still really scary. One of the reasons that I thought that I could cycle in Wellington is I have neighbours who cycle and I would see them. And I got up courage, so I have my e-bike and I work in town and my toddler's daycare is in town. And now we're a 2-bike family, so we do pick up and drop off with our toddler on the back pointing out things as we go. Now, if you look at me, I'm not a super speedy lycra, go get him. So I actually get a lot of people coming up to me, often new parents with small children, who are really interested in cycling. And you know what, cycling's fun and it's awesome with a kid, but they talk to me about how I feel comfortable cycling. And inevitably, as Patrick said, they're really worried about traffic and safety. And it's really scary going down, worrying about being doored, worrying about cars passing you too close. So I'm here really to absolutely support the Ngaio Cycleway, which I would use every day. RO, we need linked up networks so we can go places. I didn't talk to Patrick beforehand, but I guess I'm covering sort of the same points. I just want to point out, think about who these cycleways are designed for. So there is no downhill cycleway proposed. And one of the reasons for that is they say, well, cyclists go as fast as cars. I do not go 50k down there. I do not go 40k. And when I've got an 11 kg squirming toddler on the back, sometimes I don't go 30k. The people who I'm talking to who say, hey, that looks really cool, I'd love to be able to do that, they don't feel comfortable going downhill, which is scary on its own, with traffic. With Te Atakura, right? You've said carbon emissions, huge problem, we need to reduce these. You want to make cycling a safe and easy transport option. Value these things, value the safety not only of the people who currently cycle and currently feel okay cycling, but of the large cohort that research shows to be out there of people who would like to cycle but. And it's how do we get them over the but, and traffic is a huge but. The other thing I want to say is the fact that it's taking 2 years to get rid of parks on Kaiwharawhara really says what you value. Are you valuing safety, or are you valuing people who've gotten used to a system where they get free council parks for their cars? Sure, there's going to be accessibility issues for some, but what are you valuing? Are you valuing safety? Are you valuing making it more bike accessible? Are you valuing having a carbon-friendly transport that you're supporting? And cycling's fun. The more people who get out there, I didn't think I'd like it as much as I do, but I really do. So I want to be able to encourage the people who come up to me with their small children and say, absolutely, give it a go, it's great, and it's safe. Kia ora.
Thank you, Lucy. Now, you've been very clear. I don't see any hands up, but are there? Yes, there are.
We asked a question. We get a lot of people come and tell us you can't cycle with small children. People don't cycle on hills and weather. Is there what circumstances would it put you off cycling on your commute?
So we are a bit of fair weather cyclists. Wind, particularly when it's really wind gusty, we take the bus. So we're public transport family all the way. But the other thing that I didn't expect is the more you cycle, the more actually you look at the weather and go, yeah, it's cycling weather. Initially when I started, absolutely only on clear days with not a breath of wind. And then I'd get on the bus and I'd look out and be like, actually, I could be cycling. And so the more you do it, and it's not a case of other people pressuring you, the more you feel confident and comfortable. And yeah, absolutely recommend it to anyone with a small child.
Well, that's actually brought us to the end. Thank you very much, Lucy. We are going to be able to take a break now until 20 past, which is a real bonus. So there's still food there. There's opportunity to have a cup of tea, opportunity to talk to whoever is here, including our staff. And is there anyone still online? Yeah, Iona. So we'll be back at 2:20 if we can make that prompt. have quorum? We just better check. 1, 2, 3. Yes, we do. All right, so I think we are welcoming, have we got, yes, Maria online. So Maria, welcome. Can't see you as yet, but you must be coming up soon. And it's all right. Hi, so we're welcoming Maria. Hi, Maria.
Hi.
We have 5 minutes for you to speak to us, and that needs to include questions as well. And it will go fast, but it's over to you.
Okay, thank you. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to provide us our oral submission today. My name is Maria. I'm a long-term resident of Irish Street East. I strongly oppose the proposed cycleway up Irish Street and Marara Road for 3 reasons. The first reason is I don't believe that it will be utilised to any great extent. The Council's own audit report indicates that the proposed cycle route will only attract cyclists of the strong and fearless or the enthused and confident, based on the challenging space availability and topography. While the proposed cycle lane may marginally improve space availability, it is still going to be an extremely steep, twisty and busy route. I don't believe anyone other than hardy cyclists would use it. I know that people could argue that e-bikes will make it a more accessible route. However, I don't believe that e-bikes are an option for many people. The second reason I oppose it is that the proposed changes will have a detrimental impacts on those that live and have businesses in Aru Valley. We are a community, we're not just a thoroughfare. As the residents, we are doing the right thing. I don't use a car to commute. I walk to work and my kids walk to school. But I do use a car for everyday activities, like taking the kids to sports, grocery shopping, taking garden rubbish to the tip, or just visiting friends. As a resident of Aru Street, I am used to not parking outside my house. I'm used to having to walk 1 to 2 blocks to get my car. However, under the proposal, the council's analysis is telling me that there'll be no residents park for Aru Street East residents. There'll be no parking within the vicinity, and that I will have a 20-minute uphill round-trip walk from my home to my car. That will be a challenge, but I don't believe it will be the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge will be actually accessing and using our homes to do everyday activities that most people take for granted. Now, even if there's no spaces, I am able to pull in, generally able to pull into the south side of Aru Street, drop off or pick up people and stuff. Under the proposal, how do residents on the south side do this? There's no way for them to pull over and drop off stuff or people, such as little kids or vulnerable, older residents. It isn't always going to be feasible to temporarily park on the other side of the street, because either there's not going to be spaces available or it's unsafe to cross the road multiple times to unpack or pack up your car. Imagine trying to pack your car full of garden rubbish that is sitting on with the car sitting on the opposite side of the road. Similarly, the proposal is going to have detrimental impacts on the businesses in our valley, in our lovely valley, like Aru Valley, like Aru Bake and Aru Cafe. The proposal indicates that, except for a small number of parks directly outside these businesses, they expect that visitors to these businesses will do a 20-minute round-trip walk to their cars parked up Ohio Road. They're just not going to do that. People aren't going to walk 20 minutes to get their coffee and their bread. They're just going to drive on by. And our lovely village is going to end up like the shops at the end of Newtown, boarded up and empty. And finally, the third point I'd like to make is that the proposed plan doesn't recognise that tradespeople and others provide services to our businesses and our residents in the valley, and there's nowhere for them to park. We're the people that are going to upgrade. We need these people to upgrade our homes to meet the healthy home standards. We need these people to fix our water pipes along the street. which, as most of you will know, break most weeks. And we need these people if we're going to promote infill housing in the area. They can't be expected to be parking their cars 20 minutes away from the place in which they need to do their work. That's just not realistic. So that was just my quick overview. Thank you for the opportunity today. And when you're making your decision later in December, please remember that the residents in Aro Valley are a community, not just a thoroughfare. And we're all really doing the right thing. We don't use our cars to commute, but we do need them sometimes. So please also think about how we're going to use our homes, and that people on Aro Street need to be able to do everyday activities like taking rubbish to the tip. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. You have been really, really clear. Is there any quick question from the committee? Yes, it'll have to be sharp.
Look, I have asked this from others, Maria, but just in terms of the proposed changes and when the plan is to put it in place, has that given residents and businesses enough time to adjust their day-to-day patterns?
I don't believe so. I think the issues I raised around accessing and using our homes won't change regardless of how long we've got it, because I don't think that's about something that we can transition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you for your time and the information you provided to us. Okay. I'd like to welcome James Sullivan.
Cool. We're good to go. Sweet. Thank you for letting me speak. Oh, cool. Thank you. So I'd just like to, of course, make the assumption you've all read through the submission. So there are just 2 points I'd like to really focus on with this oral submission. The first is around considering the proposals specifically for this with the No Gorge, but it also applies to the Aro Valley proposals within the context of Pānuku. And one of the points, the big bullet points in that plan is, quote, a network that maximises uptake. And you think, okay, these are interim proposals, that's nice and all that stuff, but then there's a little asterisk by it. And you go look at the asterisk, and it goes, this principle is really important for making interim street changes. So within that context, does the proposed changes to No Gorge, Kaiwhārwhara Road, really help maximise that uptake? I think it's fair to say it's perhaps not unmitigated, but certainly mitigated failure in that, even though I very much support the changes. They're better than the status quo, which is not saying much. So sort of within that context of even these interim changes need to be around maximising uptake, not just for the fearless, the confident, the experienced cyclists, which the safety audit refers to, which is terrible because those are the people that already cycle. You know, the changes will make it safer for them, sure, but they were going to cycle anyway, such as myself. Moving on from that, this sort of the second part I would really like to then take that context and really look into and focus on is the displayed slide. And this is the guidance that is in the Pānuku plan. This aligns largely with the Austroads guidance for speed, or the speed and traffic road layouts where cyclists and traffic or active modes and motor vehicles mix. And the 2 red dots there are the points, are the traffic volumes of No Gorge, Kaiwhārwhara Road. These parts of the road are 50k an hour in the plan. Yet in the guidance that council has, the guidance that the plan that the previous council agreed on, this is so way out there. It's sort of like the volumes are so way out there. 30k an hour, it's just, you know, the cycle lane with no protection with those traffic volumes is just a non-starter. And interesting looking at a lot of the comments, even the ones that are vehemently against it, even which I strenuously disagree, often are going, okay, you know, the slower speeds, you know, I can accept that one. So I think if we're trying to use these interim plans to build a network quickly and relatively cheaply, one of the biggest ways we can do this is by identifying those corridors like Niagara Gorge, like Arrow Valley, and going, okay, can we put protected cycleway there? No. Okay, that spot where we can't, 30k an hour. Yes, it's going to extend travel times a bit, but generally people overestimate the impact at what these extensions are. And even if it does take a little bit longer, if you're in a motor vehicle, you've got a couch, you've got central heating, you've got weatherproof, you've got a nice stereo. An extra 30 seconds is not really going to impact your life that much. So that's sort of just a summary of the 2 points I really wanted to focus on. One is the interim plans need to be focused very much on building this network that maximises uptake for everyone, not just those who are confident and experienced at cycling in other modes. And secondly, please look at the guidance that council follows and agreed upon, and it's like where the different modes mix. Slow those speeds down. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We do have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I just really want to clarify what you're saying. So you're saying if we had the interim cycle lanes, if we reduced the 30k speed limits, we wouldn't necessarily need to have a dedicated cycle lane?
I would still say that the preference would be for protected cycleways because they are still safer. But in certain spots, especially for the interim designs, where along the Niagara Gorge, it gets pretty narrow at points. And the proposals have basically a cycle lane that is thinner and in the gutter, that is thinner and into the gutter, than some handlebars on bicycles. So the handlebars on bicycles are wider than the cycle lane itself that is being proposed. So especially in those areas, really drop it down. But also then that means you often end up with mixtures of 50-30, 50-30, 50. So at which point you go, okay, let's just have a block of 30, just to simplify it. And changing speeds, relatively cheap and easy compared to everything else, even putting down paint.
Thank you very much, James. You've certainly given us a bit to think about there. And thank you for your time and coming to us. We've now moved to Francis. Francis, you're welcome to come to the table, stand at the podium, whatever you feel most comfortable with.
I've lived in the Arrow Valley for 41 years. I walk, I cycle, I drive. There are a number of issues I want to cover briefly and one I want to cover in more detail. You have a climate change action plan, and yet in this plan for the Arrow Valley, you're removing bus stops because they hold up travel, or one bus stop, and you're moving cyclists to the left because they hold up travel. That doesn't fit with reducing city emissions. That is enabling drivers. We have an increased housing density plan and the district plan. We already have quite a bit of construction and there will be a lot more. A permit will be required to block the cycle lane because vehicles for delivering goods and pumping concrete and having the tradies there, they have to be right beside the construction site. That's going to add extra costs to construction that won't be felt in other parts of the city. If it's not good for construction, it's not good for our emissions. You have a parking policy that says you must meet the needs of vulnerable people, that parking changes are linked to improvements in the overall transport system, not just the cycling one, that access would be inclusive and prioritise people who cannot use active and or public transport and those that do not drive. This plan does not prioritise those people. It also said that resident exempt parking schemes will be available where off-street parking is rare. More than 40% of households on the south side of the Arrow Valley do not have off-street parking. Telling those residents to park in a side street does not address the needs of vulnerable people. How will disabled people be collected from their homes in Arrow Street by family or taxis, are cars expected to just stop right in the middle of the road and wait while a disabled person comes out and gets in the car? I don't think so. And just when I drove the Arrow Street bus, and this is something for Mr. Kennett, who said we've got a better bus service than we had, when I drove the Arrow Street bus in the 80s, it went every 20 minutes from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. And we didn't have cancellations in those days. Now, personal safety. This has not been addressed in the plan. It has not been addressed in any of the supporting documents. And this bit is difficult. Jeff Lewington was murdered near Little Palmer Street and Oak Park Lane. A woman was dragged into the bushes and raped at the corner of Raroa Road and Entrance Street. Another woman was dragged into the bushes at Dransfield House and raped by 2 men. Please think about people who are going to have to walk from their homes to their cars parked up a side street, especially if they're shift workers or they're coming home from an event, or if they're coming home from shift work and have to find a park and then walk home. Would you walk up Holloway Road at 11 p.m. at night on your own? I don't think so. And finally, about the personal safety, falling debris from slips on Raroa Road will always fall on your cycle lane. They will be dangerous for cyclists. That cycle lane is not going to be safe. Costs and benefits. The cost of this cycleway will largely fall on the shoulders of Arrow Street residents. Some residents may have to move out. Others will struggle with their physical disability or moving groups of children or elderly relatives. We will lose green space from our park in Little Palmer Street for a temporary fix, but we will never get it back. The cost of house construction and renovation will increase due to the costs of the permits to block the cycleway. The cycleway will not be safe as it is touted to be, because there will always be a part that is closed, requiring a detour out into the 50km/h traffic. The benefits of the cycle lane will go to the commuters passing through the Arrow Valley to the leafy western suburbs. Paniki Pōneke Bike Network Plan, is it safe and comprehensive? No. Does it reduce emissions from road transport? No. Is it easier for everyone to get around in low or zero carbon ways? No. Does it open our streets for people of all ages and abilities? No. Does it connect places where people want to go? Only for those people living in the leafy western suburbs. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. You've been very clear about your views, and we've heard those. Thank you for your time to come to us, but we have run out of time for questions. Thank you. We might move on to Thomas, I think, is next. Thomas, you have 5 minutes.
Hi guys, I'm Thomas. I've lived in Arrow Valley for almost 2 years. I'd just like to commend Francis, and I agree with everything she's just said, particularly with the safety of our women, as I've got a wife and a young daughter. Now, my biggest issue with losing the parks, obviously I strongly oppose the cycleway and losing our parks, is I work in the trades. I have a vehicle full of tools, which I need for my job. I have no other choice. Now, if I don't have my vehicle outside of my house, I store a lot of tools in that vehicle that are worth a lot of money. I can't afford to replace them. I'm paying a mortgage. I've got a baby. If I lose those tools, that's my liability. That's my livelihood, and at that point, it's going to be very difficult for us as a family. Where I've got my vehicle at the moment parked outside my house, I've installed cameras, which I can then use to try and protect my tools, protect my investment. I've had my vehicle broken into once, and using those cameras, we were able to identify the people that broke into the vehicle, and they were caught and charged by the police within half an hour of the vehicle being broken into. So I think at the moment it's functioning quite well, that I can keep an eye on my vehicle outside my house where it's safe. My biggest issue with this cycleway is I think there'll be no meaningful change to climate change whatsoever by taking away our parks and putting in a cycleway, because we're still going to have all the same traffic that goes through there every single day. There's going to be no improvement in emissions, but it's going to come at a huge expense to us that live in Arrow Street. I think the public transport is probably an area that we need to be really looking at. My wife, who's just had a baby, when she was 8 months pregnant, she was still working, and she was trying to catch the bus to work, but there were cancellations. So that resulted in her having to get an Uber to work, which costs, depending on the availability at the time, $40 to $50, making it difficult for her to get to work on time because the public transport is currently unreliable. As Francis was talking, the trades, it's going to have a huge impact on the people living in Arrow Valley. I can't specify exactly the values, but most companies are around $100 an hour plus GST, and those costs will be passed on to the homeowners and the people paying those bills. So if I'm parked 20 minutes away, I have to walk 20 minutes to get to the job, I have to walk 20 minutes back. And it does happen. I might forget a screwdriver or I might forget a tool, and there we go, that's another 20 minutes each way. And that's going to add up massively. Another thing Francis was talking about was house maintenance. So my roof on my house is fairly old and is going to need to be replaced at some point, and somehow I'm going to have to get, a truckload of sheet metal up the back of my property to be able to put a new roof on. Having no parking of any kind is going to make that extraordinarily difficult. I don't really know how it's feasibly possible. The way my property is laid out, there is no way for me to have any off-street parking. I'm behind a retaining wall. There's physically nothing I can do. So I'm incredibly reliant on that parking. If you take it away, it's going to make my life really hard. I work 45 hours a week. I work really hard. It's a physical job. I get tired. So if you add on that, parking my vehicle 20, 30 minutes away just to get into my van, to start driving to work, to get on site for 7:30, to do 8 hours, then drive home, drive around the suburb, find another park, and then walk home, then have to do just normal dad stuff. It's going to be a real challenge. And in regards to cyclists that do use Arrow, the stats I saw that were published by the council were showing 3,000 bikes a month using that street, which is 100 a day, which doesn't really add up to me to take away parking. And there are a lot of cyclists that use Pole Hill Reserve. I live very nearby, so I get a pretty good view of what happens there. A lot of people do cycle to the reserve, but there's also a lot of people that drive as well. So if you take away those parks, I don't know whether those people are travelling from out of Wellington, whether they're travelling from wherever. It may not be feasible for them to get there and travel, because there's some awesome bike tracks up there that people have spent a lot of time constructing. And the last point is, if we don't have a private vehicle, my in-laws live in Stokes Valley, and at the moment to catch a bus to Stokes Valley is an absolute nightmare. You've got to go to Bunny Street, get a train, then catch a bus which drops you off at the bottom of Stokes Valley. There's very long delays between those buses. I think they're on an hourly cycle. And also in regards to not having people coming to visit us, my in-laws aren't the youngest people anymore, so same as the disabled, if they need to come and visit, it's going to make that incredibly difficult.
Thank you very much. You've raised some very relevant things that we need to consider, and we have heard some similar things come forth through other people's submissions as well. But thank you for your time and for the points that you've made. Thank you. Do we have Mika? Right. Welcome, Mika. And then after that, we need to vote to extend the time.
Hello. We'd like to submit some strong support for this proposal. I think that it's awesome to see Council doing some action on this. There's a couple of things that I wanted to touch on to speak to this proposal here. So the first thing I wanted to briefly mention is a bit of a conversation about climate change. In particular, that young people are incredibly stressed about climate change, and it's a cause of huge anxiety. So I do want to say that it does mean a lot to see council taking some meaningful action in that area. It's very heartening, I think, particularly for young people, to see that there's steps being taken in that right direction, and I just want to encourage you all in that space to keep doing good climate action. Another thing that I briefly wanted to talk about was cycle safety. So when I had a conversation with Jono and Jonathan in Kelburn, there was a bit of a discussion about the cycleway and that the cycleway goes uphill but not downhill. And that's, I think that's awesome. And I think I have a mild safety concern about coming down Aro Valley on a bike. Particularly, I've had some situations where you have, particularly if you're not a confident biker, you're towards the middle of the road, which can also be dangerous. And then if you're closer to parked cars and someone opens their car door while you're going down the hill at speed, there's a real safety concern there. So I think if there's some ways in which that could be mitigated, that would be awesome. Perhaps an awareness campaign as these changes are implemented could be a good idea. Another thing that I wanted to briefly mention was the changes to bus routes and bus stops. So I know this is not entirely your domain, and that's the Greater Wellington Regional Council does a lot of bus routes and manages most of that stuff. But I think that making buses more accessible and easier to use is important, particularly as part of that climate change response. So I think there's some awesome steps in this proposal to do that, and that's something that I think is really key to keep working with GWRC on. I'll hand over to Anya to talk a bit about road speed.
Kia ora, I'm Anya. In terms of road speed and walking, I think extending the 30k speed limit for Aro Street through to Willa Street is sensible and will be good for improving the safety of pedestrians and people that live there. We know that the likelihood of killing someone while driving at 30k is under 10%, and this percentage drastically increases. And at 50k, there is roughly a 40% chance of a fatal car incident. Because of this, lowering the speed is a great way to make Aro Valley safer for pedestrians and prioritises active, carbon-free transport, which is what we need to be doing in our current climate emergency.
Finally, I wanted to talk a bit about car parks. So I see this seems to be often an issue of controversy for proposals like this. And I would like to be the person that says that car parks just need to go. The road is for transport, not for storage of private property. I think that car parks and keeping an insistence on them perpetuates our obsession in New Zealand with private vehicle use. We have incredibly high numbers of car ownership, and that's not sustainable for our climate, and is something that needs to change. And so if we can implement ways for that to happen, that would be good. That being said, there are some things that need to be considered when car parks are being removed, particularly around accessibility needs for our disabled community. So there will need to be some recognition of the fact that some people actually, for them, public transport use or active transport is not as easy as it is for everyone else. And also, I think there are some cool ideas around car shares for residents to do things like get groceries, because stuff like that can also be difficult to do for some people on buses and on cars. But overall, I think prioritising road space for low carbon transport and active transport is a necessary shift to tackle the climate emergency, and I'd like to commend the council for taking steps in that direction. Finally, I'd just like to give a shout out to Trish, Alex, Jonathan and Johnny for taking the time to come up to the university and up into the Kelburn community. Thank you for the donuts and for all of your help with those submissions. Kia ora.
Thank you, and unfortunately we probably have run out of time for questions, but that was a lot of information for us to consider in there, so thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to welcome Keith now, who's the last person before afternoon tea, but we're running a little bit ahead of time, so don't feel any pressure. And after you, Keith, we'll be having to vote to extend our meeting too. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I am a 40-year resident in Aro Street. I co-parented my 2 children in the house that I own, and I also ran a business. Prior to that, I was a consultant to the Wellington City Council in the CHIP program and ran their NIA office. I have made 2 submissions, which possibly will be before you. One, the reason that I revisited my submission was that I reconsidered very strongly the position of ploughing a bike lane through Aro Park past the preschool and the hall. I think that is really going to be an extremely dangerous proposition. Recently, and I go through that Aro Park link about 6 times a week, chalked on the pavement multiple times by a person unknown to me, but obviously some concerned person, was slow down children. And it's worth noting that it's not just bikes and people that walk through there, there's also motor scooters. I have been confronted by a motor scooter driver in that link, and he did not take kindly to my pointing out to him that it was not a good idea and that it was dangerous, not only to himself, but to others. Carbon mitigation is an essential thing that we all have to confront, but I do not believe that this is the best possible means to do so. I do not believe that it is a just transition resting on the backs of the poorest for the parking to be removed from Aro Street. I ran a business from my house, and there is no way that I could have operated from there without the use of a car park. Car parking is at a premium. At certain times of the day, it's an impossibility. Streets are more than just conduits for traffic. They're a community space. They're a meeting place. They're a service place. How on earth, when you've just zoned 6-storey buildings on both sides of Aro Street over the next 20, 30 years, going to occur when service vehicles will not be able to stop and park all day, every day, for months on end, because that's what the construction industry will demand. Now, I know there might be management solutions like exemptions and the like, but it does mean that the traffic, including cycle traffic, will have to go around them and back onto the carriageway. I actually quite enjoy the cyclists in Aro Street because they slow the traffic down. The traffic through the suburban centre does not travel at 30 kilometres an hour. It travels at least 50, if not more. I don't know how emergency vehicles are going to cope with multiple humps, because 40 years ago, when I was in the NIA, we proposed that humps be put in, and it was firmly rejected by the streetworks engineers and all of those concerned, and they never went in. The pedestrian crossing was raised, and then the residents adjacent to the crossing complained bitterly about the noise every morning, particularly with the shuttles going to the airport, because they have empty trailers behind them. And it was just a continually jarring wake-up call. That's about all I have to say. I rather hope that someone might challenge me on my submission, which should be before you by and large.
Thank you very much, Keith. I do have a question. Now, if we're going to get those 6-storey buildings that you referred to, how would that model work unless we did offer more in the way of transport choices? You know, if we're expecting everyone just to stick with cars and even buses,
well,
how's it going to work?
I don't see how it can work. I think it's another unworkable solution by council, to be candid. I have, some 5 years ago, propositioned the then Minister of Housing that there should be an intensification, but that the intensification should occur everywhere across the urban fabric. And it was a fairly simple device for making that happen, and that was simply to allow second and third units to be built on an existing site. It meant the manipulation of the sunlight access control over the site. And my proposal simply was to lift the jump point for that access plane.
Oh.
I mean, it's an impossibility to do those constructions with one side of the access missing. You cannot pump concrete across 2 lanes of traffic. You cannot have a large crane lifting, if it's a timber construction, and that would be lovely, engineered lumber across 2 lanes of traffic, never mind power lines and whatever else. So it's a nice idea, but I do not think that it's been thought through, and I do not think the issues have been resolved.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your submission, which we've found interesting, and for your time. Now we're going to... all right, Keith, are you prepared to take a question from Councillor Calvert?
Thank you.
She's pointed out we have a little bit of spare time, just a minute.
Okay, was I too fast?
No, it was me.
We just got some extra, and it's probably similar to what I would have asked the 2 previous speakers, but we talked about a 6-storey building. So if you buy one of those apartments in the new 6-storey building, you know there's going to be a cycleway going through. How do you feel about, like, for existing residents like yourself and businesses, if all of a sudden you've got a cycle lane outside your place when you haven't had the opportunity to adjust because you've bought a place assuming you've got parking there?
I would feel aggrieved. I'm not sure if that answers the question. But, I just see an enormous series of conflicts in the future. I mean, I like cycles in the carriageway because it slows the traffic down, and that's an enormous plus. This morning I watched to see how many cyclists were coming down the street, and over the peak period I think there was about 20. Of those, probably 25 to 30% were leisure cyclists. That is, they'd been on the tracks. They didn't have a pannier bag or a pack on their back or a dress for the office. They were just out there for leisure cycling. Now, are we really going to manipulate the entire network from the leisure cyclists? I don't think that's tenable.
All right.
And some catering for them, but that's pushing the envelope a bit much. I mean, it's a precious resource, the street, and what we're talking about is resource management.
Thank you. Thanks again. Right, committee, we need to now vote to extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. We haven't quite got there yet, but after afternoon tea we'll be almost at our 6 hours. So we're going to vote now to do that in accordance with Standing Order 11.7. So I move that we do extend the meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Iridan. I will now put that motion which has been moved and seconded, and we can all vote on it. Oh, yes. I seem to be the only one that's come up. Oh, there we go. All right. And that's been carried. So we'll now take afternoon tea, and I see that we have got our next 2 submitters. Rod and David are sitting there. We'll have you directly after afternoon tea. You're very welcome to join us. Have a cuppa and something to eat, and we'll come back ready for your submission at 1:15. Okay, so we're going to have Rod and David. Now, Rod's going, have we got it right way around? Rod's going first. Yes, welcome. And it's 5 minutes, which, as we already discussed, goes by very quickly.
It does.
But if you want to leave time for questions, that has to be included in the 5 minutes.
Okay.
We look forward to hearing what
I've done lots of presentations over the years, and I know how long things go pretty quickly. But thanks for the opportunity today, guys. I've made the submission, or I made a submission on behalf of my wife and I, because we're both in this together. We live on the proposed cycleway in Cameron Street, so we have good observation of what goes on. We walk the bridle track regularly. By the way, it's bridle track, not the bridle path, strictly, if you look back in the history. So we observe that probably, in our view, probably 95% plus of the cyclists in Cameron Street and Kaiwharawhara Road are basically commuting cyclists. So they arrive between 7 and 9 round about in the morning, and they leave for home and go up those streets between probably 4 and 6, maybe 4 and 7 in the evening. Outside that, there are not a lot of cyclists, and we've observed that. And we also regularly walk the bridle track, so we have good knowledge of what happens there with cyclists encountering pedestrians. But overall, we support cycleways and we support public transport. It's just got to get the right balance. You need to be, I will use the word proportionate, others will use the word balanced, but you've got to have proportionate solutions reflecting the needs of all the users. And I know why the emphasis on cyclists and public transport, but actually you've got to consider other users as well, like pedestrians, and bridle track is a good example of that, residents and businesses. So in the context, there's two things I wanted to just raise in addition to the submission. One is the bridle track. So interesting enough, on the Wellington City Council website, you've got a Northern Suburbs Heritage Trail brochure, and that brochure describes the bridle track as a scenic walking route. No mention of cyclists, right? And that's currently on the website. No mention of cyclists, but we are really concerned about the safety of pedestrians on that track. Now it's being promoted for greater use by cyclists. The council officers have said the bridle track is out of scope in this project, but it's actually a critical element in terms of safety for cyclists and pedestrians encountering each other, particularly in that area. At this point, I understand no safety assessments being completed of what goes on that track, but we've encountered it. The track typically is only 1.5 to 1.8 metres wide, mostly 1.5. Yet, that multi-criteria analysis undertaken says the absolute minimum width for a shared cycleway footpath is 2.5 metres, so it doesn't meet that criteria, and the desirable width is 4 metres. It doesn't meet that by a long shot. So anyone who walks the track will have experienced unpleasant, unsafe encounters between cyclists and pedestrians. We often get spooked, particularly even e-bikes going uphill now spook you. They come out of the wood. They don't use bells typically, and in fact, we used to walk our dog until it died a year or so ago, and walked it on a leash every time, and our dog was hit by a cyclist on the lead. We were walking quite calmly. Bike came up behind us coming downhill. Didn't do anything with the bell, and our dog got spooked by the brakes suddenly going on and pushed out, and the bike went straight into it. So that's the sort of thing. Now, I think it's only a matter of time before there's a serious incident on the bridle track where a bike hits a bike hits a pedestrian, or a biker comes to grief in a big way, because some of that cycle track is pretty damn dangerous. It's not maintained well by the council, very slippery at times. It's quite narrow. The barriers up are fairly limited, and the signage is very limited. So essentially, I think until council deals with the safety aspects of the bridle track in terms of being a shared track, the whole thing of the bridle track being promoted should actually go on hold. The other thing I want to make a point about is Kaiwharawhara Road. Essentially, the uphill section from Hutt Road up until around about the Porora Road, I think it's called, Our concern is that what's proposed is not a balanced solution or proportionate to the needs of all users. It's going to remove all the parking from the uphill section, thus adversely affecting not only businesses but residents in Cameron Street. Because all it'll do, it'll push all the cars up into Cameron Street, which is already congested most of the time, particularly weekdays, but also sometimes at weekends. And while we appreciate what the project team are doing in terms of parking restrictions in Cameron Street are going to stop some of the long-term parkers, which really get on our nerves at times, it's still going to mean that our street is much more in demand for parking, and the businesses are going to lose out in Kaiwharewhara Road. What concerns us is that the multi-criteria analysis did not consider an option of just a clearway uphill. There's a clearway downhill now, 7 to 9 a.m. in the morning, buses and cyclists. And stage one of what is proposed here, and there's 2 more stages, but stage one of what is proposed is an uphill clearway, exactly the same as what operates on the downhill side.
So, Rod, I will need to ask you to make your final points.
On the downhill side, it works fine. So why do we need to go beyond basically a clearway in the evening on the uphill side? And also go from normal peak hours 4 to 7 to 2 to 9 in the day, 2 to 9? And therefore go beyond that to a separated cycleway. So really, we suggest that really the council decision should stop at stage 1 and not go to stage 2 or stage 3 until there's been much more information obtained of use by cyclists, and then a further safety assessment done and further consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. We have run out of time, seriously, so won't have time for questions, but your points have been well made and made clearly. Thank you. David.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Hopefully you've read my written submission, and hopefully also you have looked at the plan that I attached to it, because this is quite critical to what I'm going to say. On your screen at the moment you have a picture. Who's driving this? Oh, okay. Do I use this or not? Okay. There's a screen of a lovely cycleway down on the Hut Road. As you can see, it's got 2 lanes. One's marked for pedestrians in 2 directions. One's marked for cyclists in 2 directions. It's nice and wide, it's nice and flat, and on non-windy and not raining days, it is very extensively used. It's a bit different when it's raining, and it has been raining in that picture. That was taken at 8 o'clock last Monday, and not this one, the one before. And the readout on the counter there is 202. Normally, by that time of the morning, 8 o'clock, it would be 350 to 400. So wet days keep the cyclists at home. Keep that picture in mind, please, as I keep talking. Do I press a button now? Okay. This is Cameron Street, and you'll see on the right there a sign that says cyclists and pedestrians are to cross over to the bridle track. And this is the other side of Cameron Street running up on your right. To the left, that big intersection there is actually still part of Cameron Street, but running off it to the north is Marsh Way, which really doesn't have anything to do with what I'm going to talk about because they don't contribute anything to the right-of-way. And then up to the left, there is Sargison Way, which is private. On that lamppost there's a sign identifying Sargison Way and Marsh Way, and it says private. That sign has quite recently appeared. We've also got private signs on Curnow Way, which is just up a bit to the left, and on the higher part of Sargison Way. I'm not quite sure why the council found it necessary to put private on there, but what it does is indicate that the sign over on Cameron Street that I showed you is telling people to go up a private right-of-way to get to the bridle track. This is the intersection at the bottom of Curnow Way, Sargison Way and Marsh Way onto Cameron Street, as you can see, it's a bit of a desert, and I'm very pleased to support the markings that have been proposed to put in here, the no stopping markings, because we've had a lot of trouble with people parking down there. Quite a bit of it is public street anyway, up to where that lamppost is all public, but it's never been policed. Here's a cyclist going up the wrong side of the road, which is not surprising since there are no markings. Those bricks mark the beginning of the private section of Sargison Way, which go up to Kuno Way going off to the left, and then just above that, I'll show you a better picture. To the right is the bridle track going north, and to the left, that gap in the fence is where it continues on the midsection going south. And I seem to have gone wrong here. There we are. That's the entrance to the midsection going south. It doesn't look very cyclist friendly, but that is the legal right-of-way that the council has. It does not have a legal right-of-way over the part I've just showed you at the bottom of Sargison Way. There's a curb, there's odd angles, and there's a drop-off to the right where that notch is. So I can quite understand why cyclists don't want to go up there. That's a view from the other side looking across towards the northern part. This sign is a bit of a laugh. Cyclists give way to pedestrians. No way, they don't. They ride up behind you and they say, "Excuse me," which means they want you to get out of the way. Or they ride up behind you and they ring their bell, which means they want you to get out of the way. Sometimes they don't do anything, they just suddenly appear. Now, going uphill, they're slower if they're on a push bike, but of course these days we've got the electric ones and they're very quiet and they come steaming up behind you and want you to get out of the way. The track, as Rod has said, is about 1.5 metres wide. It should be at least 2.5 or 4 metres if it's going to be shared, and it isn't. And as I say, that sign is a joke. The cyclists do not stop. They do not give way. They don't like stopping. Where are we up to? Oh, these are just some shots of the narrow upper part of the track, steep drop down to the right, no fence, leaves all over it. Another one, isn't it great? Stuff falling down off the bank. This bit at least has got a fence. Potholes, narrow track again, another steep drop down, and I've only gone about halfway up the track to take these shots. Further up, there are some more very steep drops. So anyone, pothole?
David, do you want to wrap up with a few key points, as we have used the 5 minutes?
Okay, well, my key points are that this track is unsafe. It should not be used as a cycleway. It's and what the council's proposing to do to cross private land to get there is not legal. So something needs to be done about that if you want to use it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
That's can I just ask a very quick question, but with a quite quick answer if you can? Another submitter suggested the council should actually invest in the bridle track and have a more even gradient and do some of the things that you've identified as a problem. Make it a bit wider with some safer.
You mean another
facilities.
track?
No, the same bridle track. But,
okay. It will need a lot of work.
Okay.
You've got a bank on one side and a drop
But this
on
was
the
just
other.
a submitter that suggested this. I'm just wondering if you have a view on that.
Well, if the council's prepared to spend as much money as it seems to be on the cycleway, and if it wants to use the bridle track, then I think it should put some money into it, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right?
Thank you.
But do it legally.
All right, well, that's a very interesting viewpoint there. Thank you. We're going to move now to John, if he's here. Is this online? Oh, in person. Lovely. Feel free to welcome John, and feel free to either come to the podium or sit at the table, whichever you feel more comfortable doing.
Test.
Oh, kia ora, ko honi taka ingoa. Hello, I'm John. I've basically, this is a rather unstructured, but I hope concise a presentation. I've been a resident of the Aldo Valley for the past 42 years and have been travelling in and out of the city via foot, cycle and car at different times, and I try to be courteous in each mode that I'm using. So basically, from my point of view, the cycle plan and parking is basically okay. I agree with the fact that separate lanes for cycles aren't needed on the downhill side. I live in Essex Street, so I come down Devon Street, because you can keep up quite easy with the traffic going down through and into town from there. And to be frank, I find that individual car drivers are mostly courteous. They're not going to run you down. If you're sufficiently assertive, they'll make way for you. It is important, and I approve of it, to have separate lanes on the uphill side, because that's where cycles get in the way of traffic, and particularly going up Raroa Road. Let's put this back on again. Just a few particular points that both my partner need. The bus stop at Devon Street, on that intersection there on the RO Devon Street, needs to stay. That's a really important one. I understand that the bus stop they're planning to move is the one halfway down RO Street by the park, and I think that that's probably fair enough. My particular issue, and one particular issue around that area, is particularly if the safety of all transport, is the visibility for traffic, that's both cars and cycles, coming out of Devon Street to turn into Aro Street. When you're turning out, you're looking up Aro Street to see the traffic coming down, and there's very short notice there because they appear very quickly because of the narrowness of the street, and at the same time trying to look to your left to the pedestrians who are on the pedestrian crossing right alongside you and often hidden behind the lamppost. So for all traffic there, it's a bit of a guess and by God, and go through really quickly before you hit anyone. And I suspect that something needs to be done there to actually improve the visibility at that particular area. Moving down, there's a pedestrian choke point at the cafe, particularly on Sundays. You've got a mixture of people sitting there with their dogs and bicycles, people moving through with traffic, and scooters coming down. And scooters are a particular issue all around. They're mostly driven by people who are riding for the first time, and they can go really fast if they don't want to, and they do appear very quickly behind you. The walkway down there, and I note that there is attention being paid to the walkway going through the park. The walkway needs to accommodate safely all of those modes of transport. And in my opinion, pedestrians take precedence because they're the ones who are the most vulnerable. There is an issue there in the middle. It floods. I put some pictures in with my submission. It floods anytime there's rain, and that's partly because of possibly the ill-advised tree that was put in the middle of the park, which seems to be the centre of the flooding, which goes through to the park alongside. And I personally wouldn't mind if that tree went. And it also floods around the park, around by the new hall which is going in. I think that's probably all that I really want to say. Those are the main points. I'm basically in agreement with the plan as a whole. There are some minor refinements for the safety of everyone that needs to actually be considered. And I think it does need to cover all forms of transport, and possibly some regulation around the speeds that people can travel, and maybe even encouraging scooters to use the cycle lanes as opposed to the footpath. Thank you. That's all right.
Thank you. Do we have some questions? We do have a wee bit of time. Okay. I do have one. Thank you for your submission, John. A few submitters have suggested that actually that proposal to go through the park and near the community centre is actually not a great idea. Do you have a view on that? And that the cyclists should actually just stick on the road, was what's been suggested by a few.
Well, I actually, going into town, I always take the road. There's no problem. Coming back up from town, it's actually quite difficult to get, unless you get the traffic right. It's actually quite confronting to actually get over into the Aro Street lane, past the Abel Smith Street. You know, you're going up Victoria Street. You're in the cycle lane on the left. You somehow have to get across at the Abel Street intersection, right across to the right-hand lane to actually turn around into Aro Street.
So are you saying that it works well in one direction, but maybe not, but not needed in the other?
Necessarily in the other. I mean, I mean, most cars will give way to you, but it's a bit confronting to actually cross the afternoon traffic coming up to get into that.
Yeah, because I think that is the same point that at least one other submitter made.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to have that confirmed. Thank you. I think we've. Otherwise, it's been a very clear submission, and thank you very much. We're going to move, if you don't mind, to Nairi and Andrew, because a couple of others that are in between haven't actually arrived yet. So if you're ready, we'd love to hear from you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Nairi Best tōku ingoa. I'm Nairi Best, and this is my husband Andrew. I'm really pleased to be here today. We do support a peak hour cycle and bus priority lanes for Kaiwharawhara Road, where there is a relatively high traffic volume and at times congestion. In this area, there is a clear problem to solve. Our community is, however, unconvinced that there is a problem to solve in Cameron Street. And if there is a problem to be solved, the proposal as it stands at the moment comes at a really high price to our community. And I'd like to take you through our concerns. The proposal seeks, what's happened here? Just grab onto the right slide. Is it not working? Could we just go back to the beginning of the presentation? I'm not sure who's got control of it. Yeah. Where am I pointing it to?
That's she's gone. That's back. That's forward.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. It's not.
If we're having technical hitches, we'll give you a little bit of extra time. So don't fret.
That's right. So if someone could just go to slide 2, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Is that the right one?
No, it's not. There should be about 20 slides in the pack.
We do actually have quite a bit of time, so we can just relax, and this will happen. Yeah, we're not under so much time pressure because there's been a couple of people who, for whatever reason, are not here.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so
let's go to presentation.
So I can suggest we actually start it back at 5 minutes, and once we're ready.
Excellent. Yep. Yeah, do you want to just pop it into presentation mode? Okay. Sure. Okay. So look at the...
Yep.
Shall I get cracking?
Yes.
Right. The proposal, as you'll be aware, proposes to put a cycleway up Kaiwharawhara Road and a buffered cycle lane about 0.75 of metres from the curb line in an uphill direction on Cameron Street. Oh, can we go to slide 2? Thank you.
I've done it about 3 times.
Bounces back. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, so to provide some context, the yellow lines are between 0.1 and 0.25 metres from the edge of the asphalt, and we estimate the truck to be travelling about half a metre from the edge. This would be pretty typical of most vehicles coming up the street. The next few slides will actually take you through the area to give you a really clear understanding of of the situation there. We've got real concern over the safety, particularly for downhill cyclists and also for motorists in this area. As you can see, there is a blind corner in what would have been immediately behind the truck in the previous slide. Cameron Street has got 3 blind corners coming up the hill, who are avoiding this. And any vehicles that are actually coming up the proposed cycle lane or avoiding that cycle lane as they should be, will be over that centre line and will have no chance of seeing a cyclist or a vehicle coming down the hill until the very last moment, avoiding, removing any chance of providing for an error within driving or in fact cycling. They will be placed on a collision course or at best faced with a narrow gap with uphill vehicles, as would be seen here. While it is a fairly slow speed area, and it's pretty unlikely to cause death for a motorist, if a downhill cyclist were to encounter a vehicle crossing what is currently the centre line, there is a real danger. And we believe, quite simply, that council should not be creating a more dangerous environment than what is already existing. As Rod's submission outlined, the bridle track is a real problem. Walking up and down there, you do encounter cyclists, and anyone who has walked up and down there knows of the dangers. We've got 2 dogs, and we have regularly been spooked on that. Our dogs, thank goodness, are actually smaller than the dog that was discussed earlier, and actually probably would not survive being hit by a bicycle. They're only 5 kilos, so they really are small. So our point is that if this route is to be promoted as a true shared cycleway, serious improvements need to be made to it, and it is quite long. What would be a kilometre?
About a kilometre.
Yeah.
Nearly 2.
So that will be a very expensive exercise to do. So it is only a matter of time before, with increased traffic cycle movements, a serious accident involving a cyclist and a pedestrian will occur. I'd like to move on to the proposal for a pedestrian crossing on Kaiwharawhara Road. We understand that it's proposed to go between the Immigrant Sun Cafe and Sweat Gym, marked with that green line. We're a bit perplexed as to the location of the new pedestrian crossing. Firstly, because it's very close to the intersection with Cameron Street and its turning lane. And secondly, it's some way from the bus stop, which I've marked with that yellow arrow. So I'm not exactly sure who would be using it. As a bus user, and I frequently use a bus, and as a local resident, I predominantly get off the bus at the Hutt Road, marked as stop 5028. However, when I do get off the bus at Kaiwharawhara 5401, I don't walk up Cameron Street. I walk up Pickering Street into Lower 4th Street and then into Cameron Street, simply because it's a more direct route. I'm fascinated to understand if any analysis of pedestrian journeys has been undertaken to actually ascertain who would actually use this pedestrian crossing. But we are most concerned about the damage that's going to be done to the local businesses. Parking is integral in this for this area, both for the social and economic mix of the residential and the business community here. We support, as I mentioned earlier, the use of a peak hour directional cycleway in Kaiwharawhara Road, but we're really unclear as to why Stage 2 and Stage 3 are even being proposed. It is a commuter route. It's not a key recreational route. It's not a route used by children to access schools. There are no mainstream schools nearby. We understand that there is a plan to remove the car parks identified in orange However, if this proposal were to be implemented, then the car parks marked in blue probably also need to be removed to mitigate the impact of the proposed cycleway and the narrowing of that road width, further impacting and damaging local businesses.
So, Nairi, you will need to make your last points now. Thank you.
In relation to the angle parking at the bottom of Cameron Street, highlighted in green, this is proposed to be parallel parking for 2 to 3 vehicles. The issue here is we understand that this is actually private land, and we're really unclear as to how council can actually go about changing that car parking when it's privately owned. Move to the next one.
How many more do you have?
We just can't move this slide.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
okay.
There we
go.
So we do have an alternate option to mitigate some of these safety concerns, which has been marked up in red in front of you. This avoids the blind corners, and it utilises what we understand to be legal public access. We do anticipate that there'd need to be some work done to deal with the tight hairpin at the top, and I've got a quick photo montage that will actually just walk you through that route. So the bottom, moving up Pickering Street, up Lower 4 Street, up toward the midsection of 4th Street onto the path that David described earlier. An idea of what that looks like, and now we hook back onto
the bridle path. Track. Thank you.
So before you make decisions, please look at this very carefully, because I personally don't want to have to come across a cyclist that has been hit by a truck.
Well, we are well over time, which is partly a combination of the technical difficulties. So I think possibly not, actually. How quick can you make it?
Just very quickly, are you talking about the cycleway being up through the bridle track rather than up the gorge?
You're
doing both?
I've spoken about the lower Kaifawhara Road, but I think the issue around the Clearway actually continues further up.
Okay.
From my point of view, it's not an area that I use a lot further up Kaifawhara Road, so I think I'll leave that to other submissions.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for that. And now I believe Lisa is here. Thank you, Lisa.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you. I'm Lisa Much. I'm a resident of Aro Street. I'm a resident permit holder and also a mobility permit holder. I look good today, but I've got a walker and a wheelchair, and I'll be using them again, unfortunately. I just wanted to say 2 things. One was just about mobility and parking where I live, which is Aro Street East, apparently, the Willow Street end. And then just urging you to consider prioritising residence permits once the project begins. So just some comments on mobility, and it's in my submission, that the alternative we're suggested to use is Ohiro Road, which is quite a steep hill, so that's not very practical, and it's already full, as I'll discuss. The impact section of the proposal sort of says that the impact of the changes on disabled people is positive because there'll be 1 mobility park added. I know I've been told there are 10 permit holders in the valley, and obviously, like everyone else, people go to Rita and to the pub, so we don't have guaranteed parking space. It just gives us 1 more chance. But the net impact on us is, like other residents, negative because we're losing a lot of parks. Parking's already a considerable problem for some of the people that I've relied on, which is home care workers, district nurses and other short-term workers and visitors, and these changes will make this more difficult. So I've got examples in my submission relating to district nurses and home care workers in particular who have to stay for a period of time. And of course, it's me now, but it'll be someone else at some stage. And just worried with the future about where the safe places are for cars to pick up and drop off people, especially on the flat. So they're going to be hard to find. So hopefully a constructive proposal is that I'd really urge you to consider assuming the project begins, prioritising who gets residents parking permits, and that's in your parking policy already. It's just a question of when that's triggered, I guess. So you're removing a large number of car parks, the competition's going to increase, and I would argue there won't be enough space for all the residents who currently park overnight. So why do I say that? Well, your parking management plan says 3 out of 5 sections of the valley will be oversubscribed, but I'd argue they've undercounted, because officials tell me that the overnight parking was counted between 6:30 and 8 p.m, but obviously people go out in the evening with their cars, so the experience of residents is that we have to work quite hard to find a park if we have been foolish enough to drive it in the evening, especially on the weekend. We're already told that the Aru Valley Residents Parking Scheme is over-allocated, and obviously many more residents will apply for a permit because you're making it much more valuable. Mostly they apply in the daytime now, but in future to park on Hero Road and Holloway Street, you're going to need a residence park, and so the residents who currently park there will be asking for residence parks, I assume. So in terms of the allocation of who gets a residence park, well, your policy says that if you are starting a new residence parking scheme due to the pressure on parking, which I would argue there will be, then you would allocate fewer permits so that they vaguely matched the available spaces, and you would allocate them in the order, number 1, excuse the self-interest, mobility permit holders, number 2, electric vehicles without off-street parking, number 3, those in older homes without off-street parking, which is half of the Aru Valley households, we're told. So that would seem to be more equitable than allowing complete open slather, which is what would happen as the parks reduce and people look for them. And obviously overnight parks is what residents need, and as we want to use our cars less, then we want to have somewhere to leave them. So yeah, that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Very interesting submission, and I think we've got a question from Councillor Matthews.
Thanks very much, Lisa, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come in and talk to us about this. So do you think, as part of this proposal, we should be looking also at increasing the number of mobility parks in the area? Do you think that that is necessary, and if so, where should they be? Just to solve all the problems for us, no.
Yes, well, I mean, it's difficult because obviously, you know, from pure self-interest at the moment, there are parks outside my house, so you know, that would be easiest. But should there be more? Well, I think your officials can advise you on that. If we're told there are 10 permit holders at the moment, CCS were asked, but obviously that will change over time. People get sick, people come and go, and I don't know how many of the users of the businesses will use it. So I guess that's one solution, but if mobility parks were seen sitting there, then that might be an issue for other residents. I'm concerned about them as well, and not everyone who's got mobility problems qualifies for a permit anyway. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's yeah. Thank you for that answer and for that information that you've provided. Cheers. Thank you, Lisa. Right. And I should have said to the previous submitters, there was quite a bit of information in that PowerPoint. So if you want to send that through so that we can look at it with a little bit more detail, I think most of us would be happy to do so. We're moving on to Libby and then Dylan, and then we will take a short break. Welcome, Libby.
Thank you. Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today excuse me, at the Ngaio and Aru Valley Transitional Cycleway Traffic Resolution hearing. More specifically, I'm here to discuss the proposed changes to Kaiwharawhara Road, Cameron Street and surrounding roadways, and wish to object to the proposals being mooted by the Council's project team. Further to the submissions you've already heard and are about to hear, my focus today is on the disappointment I have about the Council's intention to make wholesale changes to an area that doesn't need changes made, especially in light of other major issues the city is facing. We are a small but vibrant community in Kaiwharawhara, and with a suburb of some 80 homes in the Harbourside development, and a small and vibrant shopping and business precinct location on Kaiwharawhara Road and its immediate surrounds. The intention to ultimately create permanent cycle lanes in this area are, in my opinion, ideals that have been poorly thought through, researched or validated by any significant piece of research. Rather, it appears the Council have taken a wholesale approach to the idealism of having cycle lanes in the hopes that it will in some part go towards combating the climate and housing crises. Whilst both the climate and housing crises are something we should be cognisant of, we should also be aware that remedying these matters should be done with a whole-of-consumer approach, rather than an incredibly solid and determined focus on one part of our community, to proceed with an objective that doesn't serve the greater good. Furthermore, those involved in the development of this project are quick to paint those against it as anti-progress, anti-cycling and not globally aware, none of which rings true for anyone I know. We are all concerned about the future of the planet, the safety of all road users, and we are all very committed to the progression of Wellington and returning it to its former glory of being a place that people want to visit and one which we are proud of once again. Added to that, the language in the online questionnaire very firmly puts respondents in one camp or another, pro-cyclists or anti. In my opinion, this is an irresponsible and unreasonable approach to get your constituents on side with your objectives. Furthermore, I question the multiple responses we have had from Council when asking about the ongoing care and trimming back of vegetation on the western side of Cameron Street or any improvements to the bridle path, which is in a woeful state, is that it is the responsibility of another department and that is not in the remit of those involved in this project. Surely it would be incumbent on those managing this project that they get alignment from all departments involved rather than doing this in a piecemeal way with a disconnected approach. I can very safely say that no project I have been involved with or have been privy to has proposed a plan that has little or no regard for the bigger picture. In fact, in my line of work, had I presented such a narrowly focused project plan, I would have either been sent packing or told to go back and work with the other teams to present a whole solution. Added to that, I find this proposal to be commercially, socially and fiscally irresponsible, given the massive amount of work this council, given the failings of our previous councils, has had to do to get the city back to some form of glory, because at the moment it's broken, downtrodden and in poor condition. I wonder why any council, irrespective of the colour of the winners' ribbons at the end of the local body elections, would even consider embarking on expensive, fruitless and inconceivable programs of work when they have so many other things to do. The list is enormous, but top of mind includes our water infrastructure, our streets no longer being safe, our town hall, our central library, the Amora Hotel and James Smith car park, Frank Kitts Park, the list goes on. Nothing seems to be completed before we're on to our next great idea. For the project team to consider removing car parking from Koata Road, where the need is continual, 7 days a week, I find preposterous. Not only does this feel unnecessary given the very low number of cyclists on this road, but for the massive impact on those businesses. Kaiwharawhara is a destination location. It's not on the way to somewhere, and our retailers typically have large ticket items to sell, furniture, tiles, homewares, to name but a few. We also have a number of services in Kaiwharawhara, and I don't think the concept of taking your dog on a bus ride to get a groom or your $5,000 coffee machine on the back of a bike is feasible. I find it unconscionable that our council would think that the installation of permanent cycle lanes, and let's face it, this will happen irrespective of what we say, won't have an impact on those small businesses. And what will happen without a doubt is these places will move, or worse, close down permanently, and Kaiwharawhara will become a wasteland. All for what? When I've asked why are you doing this and spending money unnecessarily, I've never been provided with a suitable answer. We need this council to be making sound fiscal decisions and focusing on the needs of the city, not the wants. We need good water. We need access to services like hospitals and medical centres. We need a vibrant economy which is made up of businesses. We need to complete the projects that have been languishing for so long. We don't need to be focused on nice to haves. We need to be focused on what we need. Thank you very much for the time.
Wow, that's well timed. I think you've been extraordinarily clear, actually. So, and thank you for expressing those views.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. So Dylan's online, and we will go to Dylan now. Welcome, Dylan.
I'm online and behind you, it seems. Hello. Can you hear me clearly?
You have. Yes, we can. And
Lovely.
You have 5
Thank you.
minutes, which, if you want to, needs to include questions as well.
Thank you. Well, speaking regarding the RO Street proposals, I strongly support all of these changes. I support the protected cycle lanes. I have concerns about the cycle shoulder and think where they are absolutely required, speeds should also be lowered. Paint is not protection, we all know this, and lower speeds would make the cycle shoulder far safer, especially around the corners. I support the RO Street speed reduction to 30k. Many more streets should have lower speeds, especially within catchments around schools, but I understand that will be considered more broadly under another program. I'm sure you'll hear from me then. I support the bike parking in the RO Street shops being in a very visible location. This is important considering the rise in popularity of battery-powered angle grinders. I would also support covered, lockable bike parking for residents on side streets. I grew up in Aro Valley and before that lived in Highbury and Calburn, so I've been all around this area. Aro Valley is wonderfully walkable. In 1992, I'd walk from Holloway Road to Te Aroha School. Then a group of us neighbourhood kids would play cricket and all sorts in the street. And when I was a bit older, ride bikes together and explore the city. Bikes were our freedom. Later on, I flatted in Aro Street. There was only one person in our friend group who had a car. We walked everywhere. I'm one of the people who are stubborn enough to ride a bike in Wellington despite the current infrastructure. I have a cargo bike and carry my 2-year-old and 5-year-old around because it's the most fun and convenient way, but also I want to be an example and part of the solution. I love protected cycle lanes because they take the stress out of it. Brooklyn Road is amazingly more pleasant now. Not everyone is as stubborn as me. My mum and my wife both don't feel safe enough to ride a bike in Wellington without protected cycle lanes. We all deserve safe streets, and I look forward to them joining me when the network is rolled out. I think these changes should be rolled out faster than proposed. We need a network of protected cycle lanes as soon as possible. We have a housing affordability crisis and a climate crisis. We need these changes to encourage more people to move more efficiently, especially as our city increases in population density. In 1992, when I was a Holloway Road kid, there were 1.5 million cars in New Zealand, and now there are 2.9 million. We just can't keep going as we have been. So that's my ramble that I've prepared. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Can I take any questions?
Oh, you've left quite a bit of time. That's great. I'm sure we've got some. Yes. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for your submission. Question is, what about people who reside in property or have a business and they purchased or rented or leased on the understanding that access would be available via vehicles, and now all of a sudden they can't have that because putting in a protected cycle lane is a bit different to sort of having a clear way or something else.
So,
just wondered if you've got a view on that.
Yep, so roll out more residence parking zones, especially with prioritisation like the previous submitter, Lisa, mentioned. She has lived experience that I do not, and I fully endorse the message that she had about accessibility, which is vitally important to accommodate as many people as possible. Look, the parking in Aro Street doesn't have much value. That's why it's coupon parking. The parking in Holloway Road has even less value. Show me how you prioritise and value this parking. This is also public space. It is not listed on anyone's title deed. There may have been an understanding, but the situations change. In the 70s, there was an understanding that Aro Valley was going to be bulldozed to make an arterial road through to Karori. Those were the priorities at the time. I urge you to adapt to the priorities that we have now.
Dylan, I'd just like to quickly ask you, there's been in my mind some reasonably valid concerns raised about how we deal with loading zones, and builders and, tradies. What would you see as some solutions?
A lot of people don't have drive-on access to their properties. I use a cargo bike myself. People can get around with the light freight on last mile delivery sort of thing with light vehicles and cargo bikes, quad bikes, the Paxters sort of things that New Zealand Post has. These are options. Alternatively, trolleys and that sort of thing are remarkably effective. Similar problems don't seem to stop many businesses in Cuba Mall operating. So that there's a variety of solutions available, nor malls themselves, Queensgate and all those. People move goods in a variety of ways.
Thank you. That's very useful information you provided. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Love all of your work. Thank you.
Right. Now, we're going to take a quick break. Did you suggest 10 minutes? A 10-minute break. Is that because we're waiting on a few submitters, but it also gives us a chance to stretch our legs. So 1:15. Is that? Yeah, that's the ask or invite, who are we up to? Jonathan. Jonathan, would you like to come to the podium or table, whatever you feel more comfortable with, and you've got 5 minutes, which needs to include questions.
Yeah, I won't be long. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm here to speak in support of the essential safety improvements, with my focus today being on Ara Valley, because I regularly use Ara Street, Ara Park and Devon Street to get from my home in Newtown to university in Kelburn. I think that everyone should have the opportunity to ride a bike legally without the risk of being killed by a car. And I think the proposal on Ara Street at least will allow that to happen. I accept there will be a loss of convenience with the removal of car parks, but this has to be weighed against the current situation where there's a significant risk of death to people who want to ride a bike. About the removing of car parks, I believe there is a space to mitigate that on the northern side of Ara Street by Holloway Road. Yeah, and a couple of other points just about details. The right turning right from Ara Park onto Ara Street is quite difficult sometimes when there's a lot of traffic. So, and I know there's space constraints, but I think a speed bump before the right turn would be a good idea on Ara Street. Yeah, and I support the Ngaio Connections one as well. I told on the council Zoom chat on Ngaio, if they want to keep the parking on the bottom of Kaiwharewha Road, there is a alternative route they can use on School Road. If they reconnect that with Kaiwharewha Road, they'll be much safer for bikes. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Some concise, good points there. So, Nuruddin, Councillor Abdurrahman has a question. I will get used to saying your name.
All good. Thank you, Jono. I think that's really good and clear point you put it forward. As someone who lives in Newtown and currently with the bike line that we have there, and some of the businesses in Aro Valley now, they say for businesses, they're worried how much people like you who cycle supporting the businesses is still going to the cafe and the haircut shop, whatever it is, just how much you supporting. Do you still go to the same cafe? Do you still go to support those businesses on the ground? Can you just tell us a little bit for businesses who are worried cycle lane might gonna take some of their income? So
yeah, when I can, I regularly go to Aro Cafe and Aro Bike for coffee and such like. I regularly get my haircut at the barber shop next door to the florist that closed down. So yeah, I still go to those places, and that's what
Are there any other questions? We do have a bit of time, so I'll ask you a question I asked somebody else. There's been some reservations about putting a cycleway through the park, the community centre park, and but other people have suggested it's really needed, especially coming back into the Aro Valley, because it's quite hard to do that turn. Do you have a view about that at all?
Yeah, I know it's a shared route, so it needs to be, cyclists need to slow down, so I support some signs or installations to support that,
Okay.
If e-bikers or road cyclists, I'd encourage them to use the road.
Thank you, that's useful. Are there any other questions for Jonathan? No. Thank you very much. It's been so great to hear from you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right, we will move on to Miriam. Welcome, Miriam.
Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Miriam. I'm a keen commuter, e-cyclist, and really grateful to have the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to address 3 points. Firstly, my support for the Ngaio Gorge project. Secondly, how I became a cyclist. And lastly, why I think that now is the best time for cycle infrastructure. I currently cycle Ngaio Gorge about 3 to 4 times a week, but soon to be every day to my new home in Tawa. I take the longer back route because I don't feel comfortable riding up Ngaio Gorge. Hopefully that will change, so let's get Wellington moving. Other than Middleton Road, Ngaio Gorge is the worst part of the commute. So I am in support of the proposed changes. Drivers close paths, there's car lines all up Kaiwharawhara Road. Going up the gorge is terrifying as drivers overtake on narrow and blind corners. I currently live in Brooklyn, and it wasn't until the introduction of that cycleway did I realise how much fear I had been carrying as you go around those corners. And I really can't wait to experience that relaxing feeling that we now have on Brooklyn Hill in Ngaio Gorge. Going down is really scary. Cars and buses overtake even when you're going to the speed limit. So if there's no cycle lane downhill, I would like to see an enforced 30 kilometres per hour speed limit. E-biking has changed the game of cycling accessibility in Wellington for people like me. Some like to do it the classic way, so the width of Brooklyn cycle lane has allowed us all to ride in harmony. Obviously, Ngaio Gorge doesn't have that same luxury of space, so where possible, I'd like to see some more passing bays, as slowing your pace with pedal assist can actually be really difficult. I'd also like to see the stage changes happen sooner, as peak times only work for one group of people, not families and other users who cycle at all times of day. My second point I feel is relevant to share is how I became a cyclist. I'm known by some as a cycling advocate, but 3 years ago I didn't even know how to ride a bike. I had never considered cycle commuting, and I thought cyclists were weirdos in Lycra. I took an e-cycling course with work, and oh my god, I was hooked. I then moved flats in Auckland to one that was on the northwestern shared path, and I realised that I would actually be able to get to work without going on the road. So I started saving immediately, and about half a year later put down a 40% deposit on an e-bike, which I paid off interest-free in payment instalments that was less than what I was putting on my hop card. I would never have tried learning to ride a bike if that protected option wasn't there. Since then, I've been able to build up confidence and I cycle on roads. By connecting Ngaio Gorge to the Hutt Path, to the planned Thornton Quay Path, we will create that protected network into the city and get those fence sitters, like I once was, into mode shift. And that's why I support this, but I want it completely protected and I want it fast. Any inch of unprotected cycleway and you lose that fence sitter. I would never take a learner with me, nor I'd never sit children on the back of my bike on the current route. And I want children. I'm 30, time's ticking, so let's speed it up. Because I don't want to and I can't afford to go by car. So on that note, that's my third point and why I think this matters. I'm in the extremely privileged position of buying my first new build townhouse. However, we're settling a mortgage with almost 3 times the interest rate than the deposit we put down a year ago. Yesterday their bank did the invasive thing where they see how much we spend on takeaways. But our consultant was amazed at our transport section. To cover 2 of us per month on average, we spend $120 on public transport, $120 on fuel and $2 on parking. I told him our secret was bikes, which cost about 22 cents to charge. As things get tight, more people will be looking for ways to reduce their costs, and vital connections like the Ngaio Gorge Cycleway can help those people looking for another travel choice. For me, it's $10 a day on the train to Tawa, or a 35-minute cycle each way at 22 cents. And it shouldn't just be the confident cyclists getting this choice. I'll leave you with my final thought, that when we don't design our roads to be safe for cyclists, we also set up drivers to fail. In Auckland, a court decision came out yesterday involving a young driver who opened her car door, forcing 18-year-old cyclist Levi, who was on his way to visit his grandmother, into the path of a van where he was struck and killed. The judge, in the decision to discharge without conviction, noted that the stretch of road seemed to be particularly dangerous, and the strongest theme from a previous public consultation was requests to improve cyclist safety. Essentially, the road design was guilty. We can't let anyone be Levi, and we cannot let anyone be that young driver who has to live with those consequences. So please support your incredible cycling team to continue the work they are doing to make our streets safer for everyone. Ngā mihi.
Wow, ngā mihi to you too. So, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Miriam. You mentioned about Ngaio Gorge, but being unsafe coming up or down. But for last 5 years, probably before you started cycling, the road had landslips, it's been down to one lane. So which part of Naya Gorge do you find? Because, I mean, it's not realistic at the moment.
Probably just beyond where the construction is. At the moment, you're instructed to take the footpath, which I don't love because you sometimes bump into a pedestrian. And then beyond that, actually recently there was a car that had shot right over and it was sitting in the gorge. So it's just when you come around those corners, they don't anticipate that there might be something going a bit slower. And then going down, you've been overtaken by buses, cars, and then you reach that halt at the moment. So you think people would be driving safer with those slips, but it's not working at the moment.
And so outside of the commuter times, how often do you think you'd be using that route through Nio?
I use it regularly at night. I often work quite late and I don't feel safe using the bridle track in the dark.
Thank you.
Okay. Quick one from Councillor Matthews.
It was just about that, women having more complex journeys, so often those clearway times don't. So that definitely applies to your life as it is now.
I go to the gym before work and then I'll go home when it's dark.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Miriam. Now, I'm just aware we do have an online participant, so Councillor Pannett, if you do want to ask any questions, wave your hand and someone will let me know. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
Right, so we are moving on to Nadine. Welcome, Nadine.
Hi there, everyone. I have a presentation to give. I guess while it's loading up, if you know me, you know that I am a cyclist. I cycle every day, and I cycle with a 2-year-old on the back of my bike, rain or shine. But I'm not actually giving a presentation today about my views. I'm giving a presentation to represent all of my street's views. So I live on Holloway Road. If you know Holloway Road, it's at the back of Aro Street. According to the census, it had 81 households in 2018. Of those people, 20% don't have a car, about half have a car, and about a third of people have 2 or more cars. And if you looked at how people got around, actually the most common way to get to work is walking to work, 12% bike, and only actually 31% drive, and 23% take the bus. So we're actually quite a eco-friendly community, reasonable amount of people biking, but not a lot. And we're a neighborhood that's a mix of ages and backgrounds. We're students and families and people flatting and retirees from all different backgrounds. It's quite a diverse neighborhood. So about this survey, I was trying to get as many people from Holloway Road as possible. We distributed it to our neighborhood email list, to our Facebook group, and I door knocked. I got through about half the street. And we got 44 total responses, so that's just over half of the road. Advance. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize these. I did not know that there was all this. How did that happen? Without me even knowing that I had this like weird PowerPoint art. Anyway, on to the survey results. So I asked people if people support the changes on Aro Street. Interestingly, most of the people that I door knocked didn't know it was happening. There's clearly like not a lot of penetration or awareness among the flatting and student types, and I kind of had to explain the entire proposal to them. But on the street, about 2/3 of people support, but there's actually quite a lot of those people who just sort of neutral, don't care who I door knocked, and only about 21% actually were opposed. So I thought that was a pretty good result. Overall, the neighborhood is of Holloway Road, which we consider ourselves kind of our own like micro neighborhood of Aro Street, of Aro Valley, if you know Holloway Road, are in support. Then I asked people about the speed changes, and our street is incredibly, overwhelmingly supportive of the idea of having Holloway Road be a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone. When I told people that they're changing part of our street, but there's no changes to Holloway Road, almost everyone was like, "Oh my God, are you kidding me? That's insane!" Because Holloway Road is incredibly narrow, it's incredibly windy. Actually, the footpath is kind of shit, and a lot of people have to walk on the streets, especially if you have a pram, you have to walk on the road. And there's actually a very large number of mountain bikers as well going to the local mountain biking tracks. So yeah, almost everyone thinks that there should be a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone. A lot of people talked about going further than that, about having like a gateway at the beginning of the road, some sort of gateway treating it that this is a slow zone, a shared space. People are walking and biking on this road. I asked people what's the best parking option for Holloway Road. This is probably the more contentious side of things. So I guess at a high level, it's really important to know that there's widespread agreement that something needs to happen with parking on Holloway Road, that just keeping it the way it is isn't okay. It's kind of a mess. It's the end of where the current parking restrictions end, and the rest of Oro Valley sort of has a coupon residence zone. Holloway Road does not. So it means that a lot of people from the central city and Oro Valley who don't feel like getting a parking permit just leave their cars on Holloway Road. But then when it comes to what actually should you do for Holloway Road, it was a little bit more divided. So the current proposal is only doing like the bottom third of the street, and then keeping the top of the street unmanaged. And everyone I talk to is sort of like, that's crazy, because then it's just going to push the overspill problem further up the road. All the people who don't want to pay for a permit will just like push the problem further up rather than managing more of the street. And the current system is going to be half residents and half residents / P120. And most people, if you look at the results, actually would like a less restrictive option that's more open to visitors. So about 30% of people said they supported the current, 23% said they supported the current proposal, 30% said that it should all be residents / P120, so all of it could kind of be used for visitors as well. And then an equal amount of people said that they wanted like a less restriction option, whether that's coupon parking, or a lot of people talked about having it be residents / P240, so like people could stay for longer than 2 hours, because 2 hours is actually quite a small amount of time for people going mountain biking or visiting friends, or even having part of the street be like a 24-hour parking zone, just to stop all these people just basically dumping their cars there who live in the central city. And only 5% wanted a more restrictive option than what was proposed. So everybody kind of agrees that we should do something, but not everyone is really on board with exactly what is being proposed right now. Then we also asked what people should do in the town center. And the majority of people said that you should do something more extensive than is currently proposed, rather than the current proposal, which is pretty light in the town center and doesn't include bike lanes. Mostly people talked about having pedestrian improvements, doing things to make the town center more attractive, wider footpaths, things like that. And then a lot of people also did want the bike lane to continue through the town center. People also talked about the parking on St. John Street being a real problem, which is sort of like unmanaged, like weird little side zone that's kind of a weird free-for-all, and talked about maybe making that the bike parking place instead of the fish and chip shop. And then I allowed just open-ended comments, which the overwhelming biggest one was yes to bike lanes and do it faster, which is really great. There's also lots of talk about, like I said, extending the parking management further up the road is just going to cause overspill problems the way it is. A lot of talk about how you need to put in a zebra crossing further up Oro Street, because there's actually nowhere to cross the road, and bus stops on both sides, and not even curb cuts. So if you have a pram, you like literally can't cross the road, and it's actually really scary because the cars are like coming really fast down the hill, and you can't get to the bus stop.
So Nadine, I'll just need to ask if you can wrap up, but you can send us all of this information if you want to, because it's really good.
I was getting 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, but we can be a little bit lenient, but we had a policy of it's only 5 minutes because we had so many people. We have had a few cancellations, so we can be a little bit more lenient.
That's the end. That's just a summary of all the things I said previously.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, because we're being a bit more lenient, I'll allow one question if there is one. Is there one? Yes. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Nadine. I think that's very clear. My only question is where you touched about priority for resident parking. You prioritize coupon parking instead of resident parking. Can you just touch a little bit on that?
I think most people were saying that their preferred option was just having all of the parking being open to visitors, rather than right now it's saying that half is for residents and half is for residents and visitors. And a lot of people also talked about how the bottom of the road doesn't actually have any houses, so it's kind of strange to have residents-only parking where there are no residents.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, thank you, Nadine. It's been really good. Thank you.
Detailed feedback.
Now, Max, and sorry, Max, I think we've kept you waiting a little bit, but...
That's why I take longer to find it. Hi, so thanks for giving me the chance to submit on these proposals. I'm Max Stickins from the Bus and Coach Association. So we represent the interests of the majority of the bus and coach operators in the country. On a personal note, I've been with the association for a year. Before that, I was at the Ministry of Transport and in the public transport team at Greater Wellington Regional Council. So been in this world for a while. So, specific feedback for the two proposals. We believe the proposals do not go far or fast enough. Both of them should be implemented to stage 3 immediately rather than gradually, which I'll give the reasons for in a minute. Please reconsider the impact of raised pedestrian crossings. They can damage buses, and visually impaired passengers are particularly susceptible to this, to the discomfort because they don't know they're coming. Where possible, please try and keep active modes and PT separate. This is for both safety and efficiency. So it's both in terms of, I'm also a keen cyclist, but, it's better to keep the two separate. And just on a smaller note, on the shared path that you're proposing, it's probably best to delineate sort of something on the ground, as I think should be done on the waterfront as well. We went into this in our written proposal. So you probably want to just have like a painted lane. It'll just help keep the two speeds of traffic separate, and it wouldn't cost very much. And we believe that on-street parking on main thoroughfares such as these is a wasteful and inefficient use of limited corridor space. This is because a lane that could be moving hundreds or thousands of people is instead blocked for a few dozen stationary vehicles. So it's just a matter of pragmatism. And some more general points just on this push as a whole. We support the overall push to reclaim Wellington from private cars. A dedicated transit lane can move 4 to 8 times more people per hour than mixed traffic lanes. They also improve the reliability of public transport, as it means they're not held up by traffic. Improving active transport links also helps those on public transport, as they're most likely to walk first and last miles, so we support those as well. People and businesses have become used to subsidise on-street parking, particularly on main corridors, and this is not sustainable as our population grows. Wellington is not currently hospitable to public and active transport modes. It has almost no bus lanes, and pedestrian light timings are set to prioritise private vehicles. And at the end of the day, this still isn't enough for people who commute by car. So why do you bother keep on trying to placate them? Just do it properly the first time, get the bus lanes in, get the bike lanes in, and just do it. Because they'll never be happy with anything, and you might as well limit the amount of potential for legal challenges. So 3 minutes under.
Well, that's interesting views. Thank you for sharing. Councillor Matthews.
Yes, great. Thank you for your submission. Very intriguing points made. The question I had was my understanding that was the raised pedestrian crossings that we have less raised ones. I'm more familiar with the Nile project, in order to sort of address those concerns about comfort and safety for bus passengers. Is that still not? Does that kind of meet your concern, or is it you don't like them at all, or
I
less
think
raised?
at the end of the day, less is better than higher, but preferably none at all. And again, we support the principle of slowing traffic when it comes to safety and all that sort of thing, but it's just about prioritising PT users. So whatever's best for PT.
Do you see potential to actually improve the bus stops themselves, in terms of the boarding with this proposal?
I remember going through a few of these in detail in our written submission. Off the top of my head, I think there's always going to be some issues with conflict. So if you've got a bike lane, you're still going to have to find, there's one in particular in Nio, isn't there, where you've got to cut across. So it's not ideal. It's always going to be a trade-off when it comes to urban development. But obviously you also need to make sure that PT is accessible, especially for the disabled. So however you can wrangle that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Calvert.
Just a question, just more about your association.
Yes.
Do you, are the current public transport bus transport companies, are they members of your association?
Yes. The majority of them.
Yeah, the ones that service Wellington City.
So NZ
Like Transit and NZ Bus?
Transit are, yes.
Yeah,
Transit's
okay.
a member.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right. We're going to move on to Helen, I think it is. I'll just check that I haven't made skip. Yes, Helen, and she's online. Welcome, Helen. You have 5 minutes to present to us, which needs to include questions, if you wish.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, everybody, for inviting us to present to you. I'm the chairperson of the School of Philosophy, which is a big old building at 33 Aro Street. That building's been there since 1914, when the Salvation Army built it. And the School of Philosophy bought it in 1985 to use it to run courses. We have students that come from as far away as Waikanai and Upper Hutt quite commonly, and from across the Wellington area. We run classes mainly in the evening with a few in the daytime, and we're looking at expanding the offering we make over the next 2 to 3 years. We're actually putting a growth strategy together. And we're currently undertaking earthquake strengthening of the building, which we've got through until 2033 to complete. We have absolutely no objection to supporting biking and walking in the area, and we think it's very sensible to restrict car speeds in the Aro Valley. But I do ask that as part of your considerations that you maintain some public parking for non-residents. At a quick look, and I haven't worked through the details, but it looks as though about 93 car parking spaces will be lost for residents, for coupon parking, and for non-residents in the Apuni, the Aro Street and the Ohiro Valley Road within the next 3 years. And this could significantly impact our students' abilities to attend. I recognise that we do have a good public bus system, and during the daytime we can get reasonably close to the school building every 20 minutes. But during the evening, that's another matter. And at the time that we complete our evening courses, it's down to 1 bus every hour, which is really difficult, especially for our older people. While we recognise that biking and walking is increasingly important, and for residents of Aro Valley, they will probably choose to live there to enable them to live that non-car lifestyle. For people who want to come in and use Aro Valley, which will add to the diversity and the vitality of the area, car parking, I would maintain, is going to be important. Without it, I think you'll find that the School of Philosophy will definitely need to consider whether it can stay there. And I would imagine any other businesses which are appealing to not only Aro Street community members, locals, residents, but those who might want to pull in people from a wider area would also have to consider whether or not they would stay in that locality. Looking forward, while I noticed that Nadine, who talked two sections before me, is a young mother who gets out rain, weather and shine with her child and bikes or walks everywhere, I would maintain there are an awful lot of young families for whom biking is more of an issue, especially if there's more than one child, and especially if the weather is either wet or windy. And Wellington is not the calmest or warmest city we have in this country. I'm also very concerned about those who are disabled and those who are older. Again, it will become very difficult. By 2048, 20% of our population are going to be, unless there's huge migration, are going to be over the age of 65. And it is likely that a reasonable number of those will have restricted transport. So I would ask you, when you're considering how you allow access to the Aro Valley, please take into account those non-residents that are perhaps less able to move around and who want to come from a greater distance. So my plea to you is to maintain the vibrancy and the vitality of the area. please consider leaving a reasonable number of parking spaces for non-residents. And with that, I will end my presentation and ask if there are any questions.
Well, you've been very clear. Are there any questions? There might be. I think you've been very, very clear. It's quite...
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for coming and taking the time to explain your perspective on that. Thank you, Helen.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the time to present.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're going to move to Max. Max, would you like to come up? And you're welcome to choose either to sit at the table or stand at the podium there. And yeah.
That's the countdown, is it?
Yes. 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Starting now? So, yeah, kia ora. My name's Max. I sort of wear 3 hats, I suppose. I've been a resident in Aro Valley between 1984 and 2020. Also, I'm a business owner there. I've had a business there for 33 years, and I'm also a biking enthusiast. So I thought I'd speak to each one of those a little bit, and just first of all as a resident. So it was 30 years that I lived in Aro Street over a 36-year span. I was overseas for a little while, and 2 of the 3 houses that I lived in, they were all on Aro Street, had no off-road parking, and so I understand the difficulty there is in parking, and I just sort of question whether, like, considering rainy days, considering 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning, if we really want to take all those car parks away, when there really, I mean, will be no bikes in certain times, especially at night time. And part of this, I had a daughter who was in Auckland walking at night and was abducted and assaulted. And I just sort of, it makes me aware that if you make someone who lives on Aro Street park a long way away because they finish a 2 o'clock shift in the morning and have to walk home, there is the chance that you are putting, there's more risk there than there is with a cyclist sharing the road. So I just think that's something worth considering, that, you know, just displacing people like that, not being able to just sort of park where they live, could have its risks as well. It's like not completely risk-free, so it's something worth considering. And yeah, so there is an incredible shortage of parking in Aro Street. I'm sure a lot of the residents would tell you that. So so as the second thing, as a business owner, I wanted to speak a little bit to what I called parking erosion. I've seen over the years already in the 90s, we had the big brick things put up, sort of, which designated the shopping area, which seemed nice, but took away 8 car parks at the time. And then on the corner of Devon Street, another sort of piece was built and took up another car park was taken away. And now I understand the intention is to take the car park away in front of the fish and chip shop. And I just spoke to Martina, who owns the fish and chip shop, and she's not in favour of this. And in fact, because quite a lot of bikes are sitting in front of her shop on a Saturday because there's a group of bikers who go while her shop's closed, and she's actually perfectly happy to have those bikes in front of her shop and have a car park for customers in the evening. So I think she felt like, she was just speaking to her, it sounded like she felt like she was unable to communicate that sort of with the language barrier and that. So I just wanted to express that for her too. And the other thing is, I'm aware when I come to Aro Valley now to park, quite a few of the parks below us, which are resident parking, are often free, and I see customers come into those, quickly come into the shop and go again. So we're going to lose the park outside the fish and chip shop. We're going to lose potential parks. I know they mightn't be legal parks, but those parks are still going to disappear, where people pull up and run in and out. And then there's also some undesignated parking in Epuni Street, which would sometimes be free that people would park in, which are going to be taken away as well. So it's just that erosion of car parks, and why that is important, because Ara Valley is actually low density. If you drive up and you look on either side, it's green. There's this little bit of housing. It's a low density area, but it's a main arterial route, and so that's why the businesses are really need those parks. It's really quite important. RO Video is probably going to disappear shortly. Another business that's been really needing car parks, which would really help them a lot. So that's as a business owner, and then I'm running myself out of time as a bike rider. But I've got a few seconds.
Yeah, you have.
I'm a mountain biker. I've ridden up and down RO Street a lot. I also have this stretched bike, which I had a boat on the back with my 2 kids. And I think sharing is really sharing the road is something that we can do, and I think people, maybe just more education around that would be really good. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for all of that. Really interesting to hear those 3 perspectives, but we probably have run out of time for questions. But thank you, Max. Very appreciated. We now move to Alex. And normally, Alex, we would give you 10 minutes, but we've squeezed everyone down to 5. I'm sorry.
Yep, no problem. Kia ora koutou, ko Alex. Thank you for the time to speak today, and hello to anyone online who is still awake. Firstly, just to say a big thank you to all the hard work going into this project. I really feel that there's a lot of motivation. There's a lot of drive to deliver on this kaupapa, and we really appreciate it. So to just elaborate on some of our written submission, we don't support the further staging of these projects. The transitional bike network plan already had staging built into it, so any further staging just seems like an erosion. It gives us some pause for thought whether we're actually going to see this delivered or not. We'll just, I guess, if you do go ahead with that, we'll just consider that transitional's not finished yet. So being philosophical about it. We really do support these routes, but the designs are underwhelming so far. Especially for this transitional. In our mind's eye, transitional is for, the purpose of this is for reclaiming space. It's for getting a lot in place in a dramatic way, reclaiming space in a fast and affordable and adaptable way. So we're seeking a different way of working, and we understand that there's constraints around how you can work. So we're just seeing what you're doing as faster traditional so far. So it's underwhelming for those regards. I realise that's not for lack of passion. So of course, and then transitional we see in our mind's eye is for embedding those changes in long-lasting ways with any heavy engineering that's needed. We've got some problems with it not going far enough in the designs, especially to do with downhill in both of these projects. Obviously, they're very constrained environments physically, but the treatment on downhill is, in our view, is doing nothing basically. It is putting an onus on cyclists to claim the lane, have that assertiveness, which is in terms of their lane positioning, and that need for that assertiveness and confidence as a bike rider is what actually sorts the groups into the fearless and confident and the interested and concerned. So that's the problem, and the designs as they currently are still present quite a significant dooring risk in our opinion, which, if you don't know about dooring, means and depending on your road positioning, you're going to be riding past parked cars, and if you're going faster downhill, you're going to be at higher speeds, and it's the consequences of being hit by a door lie more with what might happen afterwards to do with following vehicles, or in these constrained spaces, oncoming vehicles as well. So the safety report says that whilst being an improvement on the existing situation, it's only expected to attract cyclists of the strong and fearless and enthused and confident. And we would hope for more, because one of the key principles of the Pānaki Ponaki is opening up our streets for people of all ages and abilities. So we would expect more than we're seeing. I wanted to draw attention as well to the speed changes work. That is another piece of work. I assume that the outcome of that, or had we have those speed reductions in place, all of these projects would be following very different paths. And I can't impress enough how much I think that will help on the entire network, and anything that can be done to speed up delivery of those speed changes could have a huge impact on this whole program. I just wanted to draw attention to the potential of low traffic neighbourhoods for Aro. I think a major contributor to the challenge of Aro especially is the inordinate amount of traffic volume that's going through there, and if there was any form of filtered permeability that could reduce the number of vehicles, that would help immensely as well. Any questions in 10 seconds?
I don't think so. But you've been very clear, actually, Alex, and very succinct. And I think we're left in no doubt as to your views.
That's good.
All right. All righty. We're moving on now to Usha and Roshan Patel. And welcome, and you're welcome to sit at our table or speak from the podium there, or, Oh, please do use the microphone because then the people online can hear clearly.
Okay, sweet. Hey, hello. So my name is Mehul, and I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Usha and Roshan Patel. My father is actually here today. So my parents are long-time residents of Naio and have been serving the local community for over 25 years through the convenience store located on Crofton Road. My parents are very hardworking. They work 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, 364 days a year. They work these grueling hours not because they love their job, but because it's a necessity, so they can have food on their plates, a roof over their heads, and clothes on their back. We come here today in regards to the Naio Connection project, specifically the proposed changes to Crofton Road by this project. These changes being, as seen in the image, the removal of all street parking along the road heading towards the city. This is removal of parking spaces that my parents use for their personal vehicles, removal of parking spaces used as offloading points by our suppliers and post collectors, and critically, removal of parking that is used by our customers. We see this change to be detrimental to the future feasibility of my parents' business and their livelihoods. And through this presentation, I hope to address to you the concerns and questions they have regarding this matter. Have I broken it? Oh, there. Okay. So as I mentioned before, my parents run a convenience store. The basics of a convenience store and how it generates revenue and how my parents secure a livelihood is by selling goods to customers. For them, their customer base can be broken down into two groups: customers who arrive by foot and the customers who arrive by car. The customer base who travel by car on Crofton Road can be broken down further: those travelling into Naio and those travelling towards the city. With the proposed removal of the car parks, you're removing the ability for the customers that are travelling towards the city to park up and enter their store. You're essentially removing a chunk of their customer base and therefore hurting the financial performance of their business and jeopardising their livelihoods. It is worth pointing out that the Parking Management Plan report issued by WCC also agrees that the parking spaces to be removed are currently used by a reasonable number of customers to access the businesses like my parents' store. However, the same report also concludes that the removal of the parking spaces are not expected to be significant, as customers who usually park on the towards the city side of the road can simply use the parking on the towards Naio side of the road. We do not agree with this. We do not agree with that. For customers travelling towards the city, to then use the parking on the other side of the road, it would require them to continue travelling along Crofton Road. If they're familiar with the road and if their vehicle is small enough to allow it, they can use the shortcut onto Abbott Street and make a hairpin turn onto a stop sign. If they can't use the shortcut, they'll have to travel up either Crofton Road or Kenya Street and make a U-turn somewhere and go back down. Then once they are back on Crofton Road, have arrived and left our shop, they will then need to enter the roundabout and go all the way round so they are back on Crofton Road and towards the original direction of their travel towards the city. Once again, my parents' business is a convenience store. I emphasize the word convenience. Nothing about the steps I mentioned above for city-bound customers is convenient. This inconvenience will deter customers from going to my parents' shop, and repeating myself before, it will jeopardize my parents' livelihoods. As unfortunate recent events in Hamilton have once again highlighted, running a convenience store is not the safest occupation, something my parents know too well. My parents' shop has been broken in multiple times in the past, frequent case of shoplifters, and only 2 months ago my parents were victims of a daylight aggravated robbery. While they take measures to deter victims of crime such as open internal plans in their shop and numerous CCTV cameras, the greatest deterrent and defence they have is customers being present in their shop. As stated before, your current proposal will reduce the number of customers at my parents' shop and therefore reduce the form of protection that keeps them safe. I would also like to point out that as it stands, my parents' store is relatively isolated and is surrounded by inhabited land with dense vegetation. The nearest business is 30 plus metres away and opens later than and closes earlier than my parents' shop. And the closest residential house is 80 metres walking distance away. My parents are far enough and isolated enough that if they fall victim to a crime, their cries for help are unlikely to be heard and the closest source of immediate help is too far away. With your proposal of removing the parking spaces directly adjacent to my parents' shop, you are removing potential area that could be populated by people stationary in their cars. You are further isolating their shop and make it a more prime location for crime to occur. Oh God, I'm gonna go over time, I'm sorry about this. Based on the information by WCC regarding this project, it seems that the data provided from the parking survey and the conclusions made in the report have made a large factor in the decision-making process for this cycle project. However, we have concerns that the survey does not fully portray the parking behaviour along the stretch of Crofton Road where my parents' business is located. As per the methodology of the survey, 2 days of data capture were undertaken. 1 day was carried out on a Thursday. As stated in the methodology of the survey report, this day was used to capture the parking behaviour of commuters. But data was collected only between 9 AM to 5 PM only, and therefore the survey misses the actual peak business activity from commuters that are outside these hours. My parents' shop has peaks early in the morning before 9 AM from the early morning rush of commuters, the majority of which are travelling towards the city and use the parking that you plan to remove. And we see a peak in the evening after 5 PM with people on their way back home from work, purchasing their dinner supplies.
Mr. Patel, sorry to hurry you along, but can we just make could you make a few last points and we can, you're welcome to send through some of the presentation too.
So yeah, I guess my point here is I don't think the parking survey data accurately represents the true business use of the parking space that is going to be removed. I guess sort of final point is regarding the multi-criteria analysis. There was 2 options that were ranked number one being the one that's currently proposed with the bike lane, and the second being what it is right now, but addition of reduced speeds, a speed hump and sharrows. So I guess those 2 options were ranked the same. However, the option that was not picked, it's noted in your multi-criteria analysis that it's safer, just based on the score. And, you know, given that it's the least, has the least interference with their business by not removing any parking space, it seems like a win-win situation. You have the safety of the cyclists and you're not interfering with the current business operations of the business.
Thank you very much, and I would like to spend more time looking at it, but so if you are able to send it through, we'd appreciate that.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we don't have time right now,
That's
but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll now move on to Erin and then Lisa, and then we need to close the meeting. Oh, sorry, it's Michelle on behalf of the Environmental Reference Group, but we only have 5 minutes for everybody, I'm afraid.
It's all right. I'll come down there because I want to short. Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity to come back. I'm pretending to be Erin Whiteford, and I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Reference Group this afternoon, unlike this morning. So just want to say that overall, our group is in support of both the Aro and Nile proposals, and there are various qualifications to that. I think I just want to reiterate that Panake Poneke is climate action. It's also congestion action, public health and community building action. So I see it as a win-win. That said, there are things that do need to be sorted, and I think the Patels have just given a great example of some of the finer detail we do need to work through. I use that local dairy. I'll be upset if it does impinge on them. So I do think there are some real issues there, but I think we can work through them. Just to say, compactness is an asset for Wellington. We are a city which has got we are close in. Cycling is a real option for that. And so far we've seen ridership double in, I'm not quite sure the term, but recent time. Imagine what we could do if we can actually get the infrastructure up, and particularly if we can make sure that the design of the infrastructure is suitable for the interested but concerned cyclist. And I think Alex talked about that criterion and the levels of service that you are probably familiar with, that they sort of work out what a cyclist needs to travel on to feel safe. And so I think that all of those things means we do need to be going ahead with this. In terms of the staging, we, in our submission, we supported that as long as it is not something that allows stuff just to drift. But staging is important for where there's a fixed deadline, and to provide that important time for things like off-street parking to be made available, people to consider use of road reserve in different ways where it's important, and so forth. Just in terms of the design standard, I do think that a number of the design features are not at the level suitable for the interested but concerned cyclists. They're not meeting the minimum guidelines. I would like Council to revisit that as much as possible. I know that things like road widening and use of road reserve and having to reseal, recurb channel is expensive, and this is about the long term. We've got to be building for the long term, so it's worth doing it properly. The raised road crossings, again, just taking care in those, because they can be counterproductive for cyclists where they're not well designed. And I'd also say, I really do think the speed lowering in some of the really super tricky areas, particularly in the short term, is a real option. And for example, we just heard from the Patels, maybe that's a real option. We extend that speed lowering, and that means then you can just have a multi-use space, and there's still room for cyclists to feel safe, but also cars to be doing things. It does create a sense of busyness, and sometimes that busyness can actually be helpful in slowing traffic down. So that is something I think might be worth Council looking at. Just some specific things on the routes. With Aro, there's concern that the planned routes are not safe enough for children. There's some concern about the uphill lane and whether in fact it will actually provide enough safety. There's a concern that people don't understand what sharrows are, and that you might need to think about some education program, and that would also go for Nile. I'd also suggest with the kaiwharawhara that are there opportunities, given the sheer volume of commercial traffic all day at the bottom of the gorge, and I'm often travelling through there at odd times, I see it, are there opportunities to use road reserve where there could be additional loading zones, customer parking put in? So I just want to say that. Or could the road layout be reconfigured to provide for some of that. I'm just going to leave that as an open question. Also, I would strongly recommend Wellington City Council lobby Greater Wellington Regional Council to reinstate Kaiwharawhara Station. When I first moved to Niall, there was nowhere near the parking issue in the bottom of the gorge that there is now. In that time, when I first was there, Kaiwharawhara Station was operational. It was shut down because the council couldn't afford at the time to put in a replacement overbridge. Now, I think that is a really silly reason not to have a stop, which would allow all of those staff who work in those businesses in the gorge and people who want to access those businesses another real option, including people, for example, who might go to the Sweat Gym, given that that does service those train lines. So that would be something else I would strongly urge you to do, so that we have another legit option, and suddenly I suspect it'll be a lot easier for some of those workers to get out of their cars.
Thank you for wrapping that up. I so agree with some of those points personally, and thank you for sharing what you've shared. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity.
We'll do our best to lobby.
Yeah, good luck.
Right, thank you. Now we've just got one last submitter, so it's Lisa. Thank you for being our lucky last person.
Before we start, I'd like to seek your leave to have Bori Mahal join me. She's our community coordinator in the Yarra Valley Community Centre.
Yes.
And she's had a lot of hands-on response recently, which I think is quite important. Is that all right?
Yes. Please do use the microphones because it just makes it possible for people online to hear. But you're very welcome to have an extra person. Okay, but we do need to stick to the 5 minutes, I'm afraid, because we're right at the end of the day.
Completely understand, so I'm going to whip into it really quickly. We want safer neighbourhoods. I live in Aro Valley, have done for a long time, and we proudly share our community. We have some concerns, and I have some concerns as a long-time resident. Firstly, Bouquet, the consultation process of having a drop-in in the park was really successful, and it's really kicked off a lot of conversation about the proposal, so that's something that you should definitely do again. It has generated debate, and as a result, Vori has had a lot of drop-ins to ask questions, and that's partly why we're here. We in fact asked for an extension in the consultation period because there were so many things coming to light. There is high community involvement in our community. We're used to town hall style, and we're a little bit worried about the digital exclusion that the consultation process had. There's quite a few people that don't have access to be able to consult that way. I guess what I want to say is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. There are a lot of residents that are really worried about what the impact on our community will be. The proposal really treats Aro Street as a thoroughfare, and it's already a very densely populated area, and we worry about the impact of that. Also, we're very concerned about the topography. Rara Road is not, there are not many people that cycle up Rara Road, and there's some I've got some questions about the data, because the cycle lane data tells me that 143 people a day use the cycleway, or would use Aro Street, but the direction of travel is from the hill downhill. It doesn't give us the information about what's uphill. So that's actually the side that the cycle lane's going to be on, so it seems to me that there's a bit of a gap in the data there. And there's also the issue of peak times. Peak time, there's plenty of people, 25 people an hour who use the cycleway, but that really tapers off to 0 overnight and 5 during the middle of the day. Lots of concerns about speed of bikes through the precinct, widening the path, and I can see time's ticking away. I'm going to cut to the chase. There's a lot of people who feel, and me too, that this is a winner-loser situation, that we need to actually seek a winner-winner situation. Because in Aro Valley, the people who are looking at losing their car parks do not have an alternative. There's no road widening possible in Aro Valley. In fact, it's tenuous at the moment with 2 buses passing each other. This morning I walked to work. I walked past a neighbour who has regular caregivers coming 3 times a day. That won't be possible if they can't park nearby. I walked past a grandparent who I know, Julia, who cares for her grandchildren morning and evening so that the mother can work. She's reliant on her car to take the children to and from school. I walked past a nurse who told me that she had applied for a job in Lower Hutt at the hospital there, but would not be able to take it because it's shift work without access to a car. I walked past a tradie who's reliant on their vehicle for their work. And I feel like the changes that are proposed are really going to alienate and make it impossible for a segment of a population to actually live where they are. I think there needs to be a greater cost-benefit analysis. There's more work to be done. Last thing I want to say is about unintended consequences. This has kind of pitted one sector of the community against another. The ability of one group at the expense of another. And, you know, I wonder even just, what about bike lanes that operate like bus lanes, which are cleared for peak hours, but then are clear for other times for people to use as parking overnight. I've talked about elderly people and young children, and very concerned about emergency vehicle access and what happens when someone wants to move house in our highly mobile neighbourhood. Where will the moving truck actually go? It will, at the moment, will stop in the middle of the road. I want to stop to let Rory talk.
Oh, kia ora tātou. Cool, I've only got a couple of points. I'll just base my points on what people have spoken to me about at the park who've come in to ask questions. There was one thing that was a bit of a surprise to everybody, was the idea that they're going to widen the park to 2.5 metres, the pathway through the park. Once upon a time, children played on a flat bit of grass in our neighbourhood. It's the only flat bit of grass in our neighbourhood. In about 2006, a concrete path went through. That's now likely to be doubled. We're already having significant problems with the speed of cyclists, and more so cyclists because e-scooters don't have the same suspension, so they slow down a bit. About 20 skids a day outside my office, and a lot of cycle versus pedestrian, given we do have a renovation project going, so that gap between the hall is smaller than it's going to be. But there's already a speed problem going through the community centre. We would like to see children and families being able to be safe and feel comfortable in that area. So there's, not a lot of support for making it wider and then having people going through faster. We'd, in fact, rather see the path gone altogether. Interesting, just anecdotal, watching Wellington Water trying to find a car park the other week to fix the leaking water. They weren't able to and had to leave. The waters, so it got me thinking about emergency vehicle access and also about just generally getting a tradesperson to come and fix something in people's houses is very difficult already. People curious about rubbish collections and saying moving houses. I think there's a lot of ways that we could come up with solutions for these things, but they haven't been in the discussion so far, which has put the community against each other. And I think, as Lisa says, there's a win-win opportunity if we look at what are going to be the disadvantages for residents and we look about how we support residents. Do we have an organic rubbish collection once a month? Do we have a network to help people move house? There's a lot of things that I could see that could be done, but there was a lot of people in the neighbourhood who were very shy to speak up or engage in the online process because of the names and some of the reactions to different people's submissions. So I spoke to a bunch of people who were just too shy to say what they thought in such a public forum that was open while it was coming in. So there was a lot of submissions that were reacting to submissions before, which I don't think has helped with the putting needs against needs. I think that it shouldn't be needs against needs and dividing or division of the community. Yes, we need safety, absolutely. The cyclists need to be safe. The people walking down the footpath need to be safe. That's really, really very important. And I think I've heard a lot of people today, and just a bit I've been here, talk about difficulties with that we don't have off-street parking. In Aroa, there's a lot of people who have lived there for a really long time, who may or may not live there forever, but there's no off-street parking for them. As somebody who is a resident with small children, I often sat blocks away for hours trying to get my kids into the house because you can't leave one in the car while you walk to the other. I know that's, so the off-street parking bit's an issue.
I'm
and
sorry
I'm going to leave it at that.
hurry along. Oh, thank you.
No, I think those
but those
yeah.
are really fantastic points that you've made, and I think the real.
I think most of my other points have been brought up by other people.
Thank you. And actually, there are some themes coming through for me. So
one
it's
really
interesting.
little thing is everyone knows Aro Valley has diabolical infrastructure. My house is the house that had the water fountain outside of it last year, and getting access, or what happens the next time there's a major leak and basically the entire road is shut down, then nobody's happy. That's all.
Okay, look, thank you very much, and we appreciate your time and also that you waited to this point to
Thank you for having
speak to
I
us.
forgot to mention there's only one disability park and 10 residents with permits for
thank you. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Committee, we are just going to take the paper as read, unless anyone's got any questions of officers. Are we all, yes?
Officers, can you, after hearing what you've heard today and the submissions that you've received, when do you expect to be bringing a paper back to this committee for a decision?
I think, well, it's the 14th of December.
Is that still the plan?
That's still the plan. We've got, the next 5 days, I think, is it Wednesday or, 5 days to compile the submissions, take on board what we've heard today and puts forward any changes or recommendations.
That I hope we will have maybe a chance to have some discussions, because there's been some very rich feedback from today. I would just like now to read the recommendation. So the recommendation is that the Koata Hātepe, the Regulatory Processes Committee, receive the information we've heard. We've already done this, but that we hear the oral submitters and thank them for their submissions. So I'm moving that motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Calvert.
And I'd like to speak.
You may.
Thank you. Look, I think it's been very valuable hearing submissions. We've heard lots of different views, but I think my biggest takeaway is and I think the last speaker said it, there needs to be more of a win-win. I know officers have engaged quite a bit with the local communities, and this consultation that's just been 3 weeks has come at the end of that, but there are still lots of gaps, and I think hearing that officers are going to take next 5 working days before they have to get the paper done with the best solution, I don't know whether that's possible. I've seen this happen before when it hasn't been. 5 days is not long enough, 5 working days. So I'm really concerned that they're coming back to us. So I just wanted to express that in this meeting, because I actually think, given what we've heard, given the feedback that's come from the consultation document, that we need to take a bit longer, and you need to go back out to the community to confirm back with them.
All right, well, is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I just want to note that this is the way that we're doing this work is iterative, and it's designed to take into account feedback and continually change, as it has with Newtown, and it will continue to do with these other programs. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Including those who are not committee members are allowed to. I'll just have a quick reply. I think we have heard some excellent submissions today. We've heard some strong themes come through. I'm sure that the officers have heard the same thing we've heard. I do look forward to maybe a little bit of a discussion, perhaps, if that's possible, so that we could maybe touch base with officers to have a little think about what we've heard and whether it's possible to incorporate some of that in the paper that comes to us. But I genuinely thank the people who've come today, and it's been a long day, but I think the fact that we've had so many submissions and people have clearly put a lot of thought and time into making sure that their views are heard by us, and I really do thank those people who have come. And I hope that it will result in great work and a great outcome. So look, I'm going to put it to the vote now, which is basically the motion was that we receive the information, hear the oral submitters, and thank them for their submissions. Right, and that's carried. And I will now say the closing karakia, which we remain seated for. Una hia, una hia, una hia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatu. Koe rā I rongo, whakaria, atikikiunga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you all for your attendance through what's been a very long meeting.
Thank you, Sarah. Great sharing. Thank you.
I always forget to thank the staff who've supported us so ably through all of this. I'm not very good at remembering to thank staff. Some of our colleagues would go on and on thanking staff, and I used to always just forget.